and I was able to, and my dentist is on the island. They're willing to take me in. And they're like, well, we can, yesterday, yeah, I was like, I think I'm going to be done the meeting by then.
How you doing, Rob?
And I kind of feel I want to be there, so.
Great.
Is he with somebody again?
Might talk to you about. Oh, sure.
We're online. Well, welcome everybody to this special council meeting, Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. I'd like to acknowledge that we're holding this meeting on the traditional lands of the Klamath Nation. We're going to start with announcements. And, excuse me, the purpose of today's meeting is for council to continue its financial planning discussions. As council works forward for a formal introduction of the city's 2024-2028 5-year financial plan bylaw. As outlined in the CFO's report in today's agenda package, which I hope everybody has read at least 3 times, council held financial planning discussions on August the 24th and again on November the 2nd, 2023. Given the numerous decisions that council is being asked to consider at today's meeting, and the time that will be required to address all 49 items, council will be following the agenda as outlined and will take questions from the public as scheduled. Council values the opinions of the community, and in order to ensure the public has an opportunity to provide input to council prior to council formalizing the 5-year financial plan, the city will be providing the public with an opportunity to submit any financial planning questions they may have resulting from council's discussions today, as well as our special meeting on Thursday, January the 25th. Members of the community will be provided with a 2-week period where they can submit your financial planning questions, comments, suggestions to council. All questions received from the public up until February 9th must be submitted in writing to info@powellriver.ca and will be captured in one reference document titled Questions, Comments, and Responses. City staff will be populating the Q&R document with responses to questions submitted on an ongoing basis. So you can go online and see it, and for review by council. This document will continue to be updated and referenced throughout the entire financial planning process and will be included in future council agenda packages, as well as the city's website for access and reference by council staff and members of the community. Given the large number of issues that we have discussed today, I'm going to call breaks every 2 hours. So starting 3:30, 5:30, 7:30, there'll be breaks every 2 hours. And after 7:30, we will break every 9 minutes up until midnight. And then we'll break 1 hour each hour after midnight. So I hope that
Provided there's no notice to adjourn before then.
oh, Item number 1 for today's meeting is the adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Isaacson, second by Councillor Almeida. All in favor? Passed unanimously. The adoption of the minutes. We have no minutes to adopt. So delegations. We had a request for a delegation. Is the Sheilah Denholm? Is she here? I'm sorry. Oh. Oh, well, would you like to step forward? Thank you, Mr. Formosa.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, guests, and a portion of our chamber board here supporting us today. We appreciate the opportunity to be able to give you some thoughts that we've been discussing at our chamber table the last few months. Given the high cost of living and goods in general, and how new services with the waste water facility, the waste transfer facility, funds are going to be in high demand. We need to tighten our belts, and we used to have an old saying, live within our means. I think we want to bring that back again. It was actually removed from our agenda at one of the council turnovers. We used to always print that, live within our means. Taxation versus the mill site is approximately 18 to 20% of the city's budget, or it was back in a couple of years ago, a year ago. We will be seeing significantly less in this area. I know we are hoping to see an increase from Evolution Power, through the dam assets being separated from the mill tax bill and hidden within the agreement that we have with the tax exemption with Catalyst, which I think there's 1 year left. Overall, we believe that we're going to see a significant reduction in industrial tax. That's putting more tax pressure on the business and residential communities. Some examples we'd like to offer, I'm sure you have many. I'm sure you have a big list coming from your CFO and from your managers, but just three I'd like to point out that could offer us probably up to 3% in decreases. Example, the Zunga bus. It was a great project, one that I supported back in the day when I was sitting where you are, but it was a pilot project. It was done to show the province what can be done in this new world, this new day of technology. Unfortunately, they never came to the party. And I don't think we have the luxury to keep that up. Not at this time. Maybe it's something you can bring back later. But I'm very concerned at the next year, 2, 3. Also, we were wondering if maybe we could put a hold on the social planner. I know you're looking at that. And that could also give us a pointer, point 2. And as much as many of you are supporting the organics pickup, that's another area. I mean, most of us, we put ours in our local, in our outside, we have a bin, and then we take that organics and we put it in our garden. I know it's something we've done a pilot on for years, but it's a time of belt tightening, and we really need to do it. We really need to take it service. So these are just 3 examples I wish to offer in this area. Let's switch gears. We've had a lot of our members complaining about the crime, and I know how difficult it is. Believe me, I sat with you. We worked together on this in the community. I've spoken to many business owners since becoming the chamber president and looked at video clips that will just blow your mind. We would ask that in certain areas and times of the day when these activities are occurring, if council would consider the possibility of working with the chamber and LIFT to arrange security in certain circumstances on our streets and neighborhoods, let's refer to them as the hot spots. And I'm sure that we all work together, we can find a budget that can allow for 24-hour security when we have the cold spells and we're using the shelter, and then daytime security during the day, again in the hot spots, which would really make a lot of our citizens and businesses quite happy and feel safer. In closing, and I want to mention that we can call these security people street ambassadors. They don't have to be called security, seeing as how these days folks like to, come up with more friendly names for some of this enforcement that's required. In closing, I would like to add that after reading about our strategic plan in the paper, I see that we got there and we came out with a strategic plan. I cannot emphasize, and our board cannot emphasize enough, for the need for mayor and council to get fully entrenched and involved in attracting more industrial tax base corporations to the mill site, which is still within the city's area of responsibility and governance. Please fight for the continued and influence, the control that we have on the governance over that property. We need to work hard at attracting industrial customers for that site. We all know that there was a buyer that was removed from the process. And it breaks my heart that that happened, because we need tax revenue desperately and quickly. But I'm begging City Council, Mayor and Council, and if you want to work with the Chamber, that we need to attract industrial tax base to that site and work with whatever partners we need to work with, regardless of what it is the Premier is doing in his, I believe, pilot project on small communities that they have good control over. So we would love an opportunity to discuss these thoughts with you in the future. Maybe we could put together a small task force. Thank you for your time. All the best in 2024. And more than anything, thank you for your service to our community. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Formosa. We'll now move to
Your Worship, I think it would be appropriate if I could say just a couple of words. I just want to thank our Chamber President, Mr. Formosa, for coming forward today. His presence here means a lot to me, somebody that served with him for 14 years in this chamber. And I can tell you one thing, he always had the best interests of this community at heart. He wears it on his sleeve. He doesn't shy away from the tough issues. That's why he's here today. That's why he's the Chamber of our Commerce, the Board of Commerce. And I appreciate all the board members from the Chamber being here today. And the words that you have spoken here today, Mr. Formosa, mean a lot to me. I can certainly agree with a lot of what you've said. And I'm hoping to that your words were heard around this table as we discuss our budget, both in the open forum and in the closed forum to follow, and that we can address some of the concerns, especially from our business community, which, when you reference the strategic plan, there's very little wording regarding and associated to our business community at this present time. That saddens me, because we all know where the tax base in our community is when you reference the mill site and the business community. Thank you, Your Worship, ex-Worship, for being here today, and thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me to speak.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. To my former Your Worship, thank you for being here. There's a post in the way, but I do believe we received a letter from the Chamber a little while back suggesting maybe a liaison to the Chamber And I don't think we managed to respond to that yet. I wanted to remind council and maybe ask our CAO if we could put that on an agenda upcoming so that council could discuss a liaison to the chamber and increase our communications in that way. And I think that might be appropriate because we are coming to the juncture of when we're going to be trying to move on our strategic planning, and there are things in our strategic plan that want us to do more for business in our community, and I think we need to increase that liaison work with the Chamber of Commerce. Your Worship, if Mr. Formosa, Chamber of Commerce, I'm hoping that's still something you're hoping for. Thank you. Do we need a motion or do we just request and it happens? Or
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, given the shift with my predecessor and yourselves and the portfolio, I think it would be wise to make a motion.
okay, thank you. I'd like to move that we request staff put the idea of having a liaison for the City Chamber of Commerce on the next Committee of the Whole agenda. All of them.
Oh, by everybody. Councillor Doak, did you have a comment?
First, I was gonna say, I agree with Councillor Elliott, and since Councillor Elliott and myself consist of two councillors, we could simply ask to have it included on the agenda. But since you've made it a motion, I'll second it and we can have a debate about it.
Right, we have a seconder. Is there any further discussion before we move the motion? All in favor? Thank you. Oh, now that we've got the hard work done, we'll move on to reports for decision. 8.1 is the 2024 property assessment analysis.
Through the chair, if I might have a few minutes, or 1 minute, before Ms. Denniston starts, our CFO, our hope as staff today is that we get direction from you that's clear to help us meet our timeline for the May 15th adoption of the bylaw for our budget. And so Ms. Denniston is going to be leading us through that, and staff will be available as needed for questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I will present the 2024 property assessments, and based on this analysis, will provide a recommendation for the 2024 Financial Plan Draft 2. So first, what is the assessment and why is it significant? The property assessment, called the completed roll, summarizes the property values in the municipal boundaries by class. There are 9 property classes, and for the city, 92% of the assessment is residential, 6% is business class, and 2% is major industry. Now, there is a fraction of a percent here that covers the other property classes, but it's too small to be identified on the pie chart. This completed roll will be updated to the revised roll in April to reflect any changes to the property value through the appeal process. So just a disclaimer in this presentation that this will not be the assessment roll that the property taxes will be based on. After the city sets the total property tax revenue required to operate, the revised roll is then used to set property tax rates, which determine how the property tax burden will be distributed across property classes. So note that any changes in the property assessment do not change the amount of property tax revenue that the city will receive. So overall, with the 2024 property tax assessment, there were two notable changes that we'll mostly be focusing on today. So I'll note on the screen, I'm summarizing all the classes, the change in value from the prior year, and the change in value due to the market increase or change and non-market changes. So just as a quick aside, mainly for the public as well, market changes are those that are set by economic forces such as supply and demand. So we've known over the past 6 years that the demand for housing has outpaced supply, and that's increased our property values. So those are market changes, and those just change how the property taxes are shifted across all the taxpayers. But the other change that we're always very interested in is non-market change. And non-market change is everything other than market change. And we like to think of this mainly as new development. It can be class changes, changes to permissive tax exemptions, but mainly, such as the case for us this year, a lot of our non-market changes are new development. And this adds to the property tax base on which we can tax. So it spreads out the property tax revenue even further. So of course, we like to see new units built because it increases housing, but it also further spreads out property taxes. I will make one small caveat that as we grow as a community, we will have the impact of spreading out property taxes. But over time, we will hit a threshold where the increase in properties will increase our costs. There will be more infrastructure to maintain. The roads will wear sooner. At some point, we may need more protective service staff. So it's just something to keep in mind. It's not necessarily free money forever. And as a growing community, we're going to be talking in the next few years a lot about strategies we can implement in order to ensure that we're preparing for that. So for the 2024 property assessment, there's been two major changes that we'll hone in on. The first is the non-market increase to residential of 43 million, which is about 1%. And the second is the non-market decrease to major industry, and that is 34%. Starting in residential, we can drill down on the types of residential as vacant, single family, and multifamily, as well as farm. And when we drill down, we see that 40 million of the new development of the non-market change is single family dwellings. And we can see that 6 million or 3% of multifamily dwellings has increased. So this is very positive news. Of course, the offset being 3 million in vacant properties has decreased as we've seen this new development. So this is very positive news, of course, for the city in spreading out the property tax burden. So that's the story for residential. Of course, the next item, and the one we'll spend most of our time on, is the change in the value to major industry. So as you'll know, when the report goes into a lot of detail, and I'll summarize in a few minutes, that the assessment has decreased from 114 million to 82 million for major industry. And you can see that on the screen as the charts. This has been due to the change in status of going from indefinitely curtailed to permanently closed. And as a result, BC Assessment takes a look at the folio and depreciates some of the improvements on that folio that are no longer operating. The reason this 82 million isn't much lower is because there are power improvements that are related to generating power, and that is still operating on the site. And so those did not get depreciated, and that's very positive news for the city as a whole. So nevertheless, the value has gone down. At the same time, as the community is aware of, 2024 is the first year that we do not have a revitalization tax exemption on the main folio at the mill site. This means that there's no cap on the revenue from that major industry. So that would mean that there would be a shift from roughly 3.3 million for major industry to 5 million in 2024, even though the value of the property has gone down. So that's an increase of 1.6 million. So what are the implications for this? As we talked about before, it's no further increase in revenue to the city, but it does shift the tax burden away from the other property classes into class 4. And I think the graph on the screen really demonstrates this when we see the blue bars representing the property tax revenue that the city would collect. And then the gray line is an estimate of the property tax for an average single-family dwelling. So 2023, you can see that the average single-family dwelling paid $2,405. And if we jump to option 3 here, the average single-family dwelling would pay less this year because of this shift, the shift in the property tax burden. So the recommendation in this report is to set up a property tax stabilization reserve, increase the property taxes by a further 1.6 million, and then transfer this 1.6 million into that reserve. That reserve, to be clear, is not because of changes in costs. It's simply there as a savings program to dip into should the assessment of the mill change. And so I'll touch on that really quickly, but the mill site is producing roughly 5 million, we estimate, in property tax, but there are many risks to this assessment. It's outlined in the report, but in short, the mill assessment could be appealed, and that process could be lengthy. The future owners could decide to take it out of Class 5. They might start an industry there that is of much lower value than the current industry. The power operations could close. Any number of these things could happen. And we are at a point in time where we don't have any information into what direction the mill assessment will go. So it's a very high risk to the taxpayers if this year we don't create a stabilization reserve, and in 2025 we see a dip in the assessment for the mill property. It's a risk to the taxpayers having a property tax bill that could go down this year and then increase by 20% in 2025. So the property tax stabilization reserve would be there to smooth out that potential risk. So the report is proposing and recommending option 1. You can see on the screen option 1. The gray line is your average single family dwelling. And this is option 1 over the next 5 years in a scenario where in 2025, the mill site assessment decreases by 50%. It's a scenario we have no information to provide any guess on what it could be, but just to demonstrate. You can see that the property tax line is very smooth. And so for a major household expense, property taxpayers aren't going to be thrown off and not have set aside enough savings throughout the year to pay for their property taxes. Option 2 is a little bit less conservative. It recommends setting aside 1.2 million of the 1.6 million in the reserve. And you can see here, it creates a bit more of a dip in the average single family dwelling bill than option 1. However, it's still relatively smooth. And then option 3 is not recommended. Option 3 is where we do not set up a property tax stabilization reserve, and no funds are set aside in that reserve this year. If in 2025, the mill assessment is 50% of what it is in 2024, you'll see that jump from option 3 all the way up to 2025 there. So from 2,400 to almost 2,900 for an average single family dwelling. And so that adds unpredictability to the taxpayer's bill and is something that the stabilization reserve would prevent, at least assist with. I think with that, I'll conclude my portion of the presentation. I will take a moment to introduce Mr. Mandeep Mahanger, who is online with us today. He is the manager at BC Assessment, who has been very helpful to me and staff as we navigate this large assessment change with massive impacts to the taxpayers. And he will take over and do a brief presentation giving a little bit more information on the mill site, and then he will be available for questions as well as I will, as council should need. So thank you very much for coming online, Mandeep.
Thank you, Mallory. I'm just going to start to share my screen here. So are you able to see the PowerPoint presentation? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Councillors, City staff, and community members. As Mallory said, my name is Mandeep Mahanger, and I am the manager for the specialized costing with BC assessment. So I know at the beginning of the meeting, we did do an acknowledgement. I'd like to share my acknowledgement that BC assessment Langley office, where I'm located today, is on the traditional territories, the Kwantlen, Katzie, Matsqui, Semiahmoo First Nation of the Coast Salish people. So I'm sure most everybody here is familiar with BC assessment and what we do. BC assessment is a crown corporation of the provincial government. BC assessment develops and maintains real property assessments throughout British Columbia, in addition to providing real property information. We also provide assessment information. BC assessment maintains real property information in compliance with the Assessment Act, which requires properties are to be assessed each year as of July 1st. In order to do this, BC assessment produces assessment information annually to provide tax authorities such as yourself with a tax base. And we also provide other information that we collect. So a part of my presentation, I just want to touch on how we stratify properties. We classify properties throughout the province of British Columbia into 9 different property classifications. I came here specifically to talk about Class 4 major industry, because that is one of the major topics faced with your community today is the sawmill. And the sawmill is currently classified as Class 4 major industry. A little bit about major industry classification. So major industrial property class includes the land and improvements. Improvements are buildings or structures of the prescribed types of industrial plants in the Assessment Act. So we go back to the Assessment Act for direction on how to value properties. So we start out with the prescribed classes of property regulation. And in this case, looking to Class 4, it says Class 4 is major industry, which is described as property shall include only property referred to in subsection 23 of the Assessment Act. That is to say, land used in conjunction with the operation of industrial improvements and industrial improvements. So I'm sure most of you are asking, what is an industrial improvement? Well, the Assessment Act tells us what an industrial improvement is. The Assessment Act Section 20 defines industrial improvements as an improvement that's part of a plant. And now this is important, whether or not the plant can be operated as a going concern or is temporarily or permanently unprofitable. If the plant is designed and built for a purpose of one or more of the following. Now, there's A through Q listed here, and I've only listed manufacturing of pulp, paper, and linerboard, as that applies to the mill site. There are certain exemptions for major industrial properties, and there's a regulation that identifies those. But in the case of pulp and paper mills, there is no capacity regulation. So what that means is if the pulp and paper mill was designed and built to be a pulp and paper mill, it will attract Class 4 major industry. And included with that, the special valuation procedures in place. So you may ask, how are Class 4 assessments determined? Well, the Assessment Act deals with that as well. So as per Section 19 and 23 of the Act, the land is valued at actual or market value, similar to residential properties. However, in accordance with major industrial properties, we also have the ability of legislated and regulated manuals. The Assessment Act directs us to employ those legislated manuals to value major industrial improvements. So we have a major industrial properties manual and electrical power group manual. So I'm going to talk specifically about the major industrial properties manual. As you can see, there's 11 divisions within that manual. And Division 3 is specifically geared to pulp and paper mills. So why that is these cost manuals were developed to deal with those significant industrial improvements that caused a valuation problem. So government inquired a study and worked with industry and engineers to develop a costing manual to cost and value these highly specialized improvements. So that is the method we use to value major industrial properties. So within the major industrial property cost, there's also legislated depreciation. So that depreciation was developed at the same time to recognize dramatic changes in technology. A lot of time, by the time these major plants were built over years, that technology had become redundant. So the legislated depreciation table accounts for that. So it is a more rapid depreciation than, say, for a typical industrial type building or a residential house. In addition to the legislated depreciation table, the regulation also has a closure allowance. So what that closure allowance is upon application from a senior executive of the facility or plant advising BC assessment of a permanent closure or curtailment to the plant, we will follow up and inquire with the property manager at the plant specifically to understand what is taking place. So as you're familiar, we received that closure letter and applied a closure allowance. And what that closure allowance does is it provides additional depreciation to a maximum of 90%. A lot of major industrial properties with the accelerated depreciation max out at 80% depreciation. With the closure allowance, what we basically do is put 10% of the improvement value on there. In other words, the improvement is depreciated 90% of the base cost. So with that all being said, I'm sure you're all considering reliability, certainty within the assessment fabric and the annual assessment roles. So as Mallory touched upon earlier, BC Assessment does produce annual assessment roles. And the reason for that is things change, such as the mill site. We received the closure application. So just to keep in mind that every year we will review the facts on the property. We will be in touch with the plant operators or new owners to understand what they intend to do with the site. There's many, many variables out there depending on what the site use is put to or what the new owners put it to. So I just want to caution you that assessments are annual. They are subject to change every year. And that concludes my presentation to you today on major industrial properties and how they're valued. I can take questions at this time if anybody has any from council.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have a couple of questions. I'll start with the ones for the BC assessment. So we have a single property with both mills and hydro dam on the same property, and it causes no end to questions about how that works for BC assessment. Is if a property had only a hydro dam on it, would it be in the same class or would it be a different class?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And what I can tell you is it depends. So what you can see up on the display right now, this is the previous appeal for the subject property. So what I say, it depends on who built that dam and for what purpose. So for example, a BC Hydro dam is classified as class 2 because BC Hydro is in the business of generating, transmitting, and distributing electricity. So the prescribed property class specifically outlines that. In this case, the dams associated with the mill were at that time designed and built to provide power to the mill. So this is a very complicated appeal. And I know that certain council members were around at that time and remember the appeal to the Property Assessment Review Panel, which is the first level. And then it went on to the Property Assessment Appeal Board. In fact, this ended at the Supreme Court of Canada. The Supreme Court of Canada concluded that those improvements were designed and built to be a part of the plant. The plant is the pulp and paper mill. That is why those improvements are in Class 4.
Okay, so second question. The hydro generation facility is still operating as a business. So if it's all the same parcel, how does that impact your, or how does that addressed through the legislation when the property is still actually working, just not the mill? So it seems like legally they should have to split those out into two parcels and handle them separately, but that's not what they're doing. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that.
Sure, and if we go back to the Assessment Act, we go back to the legislation and designed and built. The industrial improvements that are still in an operation that are producing electricity do not have closure allowance applied to them. They are still providing electricity to the site and to the substations on the site, so it's still functioning. So you can see it specifically says whether or not the plant can be operated as a going concern or is temporarily or permanently unprofitable if the plant is designed and built for one or more of the purposes. So that is why that is the case.
So doubt.
Councillor Southcott had his hand up, but maybe he'll put it up again. But my question actually goes along the same path that Councillor Elliott's question was. Okay, you've answered the question about the power dam being put in place to support an industry, and that being the reason for the creation of the power plant, so it was part of the same property and part of the same major industry taxation group. What's happening here is the plant is ceasing to operate as an industry. The property still exists. And if I'm correct, there was recently a decision that PREI, which is the company that operates the dam, is a public utility. And it occurs to me that if they were to become the owner of the entire property and there was no pulp mill on the property, then the whole thing would be assessed as a public utility. And I think that has a really large impact on city taxation. Could you go into that in a little detail?
Sure. Like I pointed out earlier, we review assessments on an annual basis. And if that was to occur, we would relook at that. So if the mill ceased to exist or they demolished the mill, well, then there's a whole new set of facts we have to consider. That's why we have an annual assessment cycle. So PREI did buy the mill and demolished that and was in the business of producing, generating, transmitting, and distributing electricity. Well, that would have to be considered at that time.
So Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. And thank you very much, Mr. Mahanger. Really appreciate your presentation today. Been spending a considerable amount of time reading information from your website, and I've found it fascinating until I was kind of cross-eyed at about 11 o'clock at night one night. Appreciate it. So just to be absolutely clear, the depreciation of 90% for closure allowance has been applied exclusively to catalyst properties and not to the properties being operated by PREI.
So you're correct. So the closure allowance has been granted to the mill assets only. Any assets that are used for the dam and production of electricity have not been granted closure allowance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. When you have a contaminated site, such as a mill site, do the cost of potential remediation or the fact that it is a brownfield, is that considered in the assessment value? Because it would impact probably a sale price or market price. So I'm wondering how that fits into the assessed value.
Very good question. That is a very complicated scenario. We deal with that frequently with various different properties. So usually within the realm of the appeal process. So what happens is the property owner will undertake an environmental assessment. There's different levels of environmental assessments that are undertaking. So there's A, B, C, and G. So basically those environmental engineers are the experts to determine the contamination on the site, the level of contamination, and if there's remediation required. And the reason I say if is, if you have a gas station and you're going to continue to run it as a gas station, well, there's different environmental rules and specifications required to do that than there would be to build a single family dwelling on that gas station site. So there's a lot of factors that come into play: the land use, the proposed land use, the cost of remediation. And we would review that reports by the engineers. They are the experts.
Thank you. And one follow-up question. I'm wondering, given you mentioned that the value of the catalyst, the infrastructure is depreciated 90%, does that mean that we could then do some guesswork based on a decrease in assessed value and general market trends to determine the value of the land and the power generation infrastructure?
Yeah, that is very complicated. So there is a land value on the assessment notice. We do break it down. So that should give you an indication of the land versus the improvement split.
Thank you.
Councillor Pom.
Thank you, Worship. I want to thank you for being here today and shedding some light on this very complex issue that we're facing in our community. And my question is kind of theoretical, and that is, if the mill site became a light industry site and was built out in that regard, and the dam was still able to provide power to the users of that site, what would that do to the assessment overall?
Yeah, so, you know, these properties are very complicated. So in general terms, let's say they demolished the mill site, that there's no longer the paper excellence facility there. It would come out of class 4. At that time, that would initiate a review of the power generating assets. And as somebody pointed out, a review of the current status of the utility commission at that point.
Sheilah.
So my next question is for our CFO. I gotta go back a page. The proposed reserve for tax stabilization reserve fund, down the road, should we find things smoothed out, we got some more certainty on our mill site and we don't need it anymore, is it then restricted, or how does that come back into play, and can we broaden it to include other tax stabilizations such as linked to our population increased and needing to fund more of our emergency services or some such thing?
Through the chair, that would be up to the discretion of council. We would create the reserve through a bylaw, and we would outline in that bylaw what the reserve could be used for. Initially, I think we would have it used for decreasing property taxes in years where the mill site is contributing less than the 2023 amount. You know, should 5 years from now we have stability and predictability on that site, and it's determined that, you know, they're actually paying about the same amount of tax, say, as 2024, council could then use that reserve fund to slowly over time decrease that base level of taxes. Council could also amend or repeal the bylaw and change the reserve and use the funds in a different way, because it's not a statutory reserve. It's not required by the statute. So that could happen in the future. depending on the will of council. So it is up to the discretion of council how it's set up, how it's used, and if it's changed.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question. There's been a number of pulp and paper mills shut down in BC and the rest of Canada. Can you suggest a good model that we could look at that might help us look into the future in terms of our own situation here?
No, I can't give you any advice to that. If you want an example, because all the facts are different, all the fact patterns. What I can tell you is, in order to come out of the class 4 property class, they would have to do significant changes to that property where it's no longer capable of operating as a pulp and paper mill. And those are significant costs, and a lot of major industries don't do that. They will ask for closure on specific improvements and leave them in place.
Thank you. Councillor Dout.
Yeah. So first I want to say thank you for BC Assessment for being here and answering all these questions, which I think everybody around the council table and the public are really interested to know, and our CFO for a very thorough report, which I've read several times, and which I was very happy to see. And I'm going to make a motion that council adopt option 1 in the report, and to be safe, I'll read it. And the recommendation is that staff be directed to incorporate the following changes into the 2024 5-year financial plan draft 2. Bullet number 1, establish a property tax stabilization reserve fund. Bullet 2, increase the 2024 property tax reserve revenue by $1,600,000. Bullet 3, transfer the $1,600,000 increase in the property tax revenue to the property tax stabilization reserve fund. The reserve fund would be maintained until the assessment of the mill site is stable. During this time, the reserve fund would increase when the major industrial property taxes are greater than 3.3 million received in 2023, or decrease when the major industry property tax falls below 3.3 million. To be clear, the increase in property taxes in 2024 is to smooth out the potential significant increase in future property taxes and is not a result of a change in service levels. This is the savings program to protect taxpayers from volatility in their property taxes. And if there's a second here, I'll talk about why I like it.
Seconded by Councillor Silthcott.
Okay. So what this does is it adjusts to what may very well be a temporary increase in taxation. Because we had been crediting through a revitalization tax program, the mill, and they paid less taxes, approximately 3.3 million, than their assessment would have given them up until January 31st of 2023. We are actually seeing an increase, although the assessment value has decreased, we're actually seeing an increase in what the taxation would be for the mill. That's where the 1.6 billion comes from. As BC Assessment and our CFO have said, we shouldn't count on that continuing forever. Things are changing. We know they are. They're going to be volatile in the next few years, and it makes eminent sense to me to take those additional funds, not spend them right away, put them into a reserve account. We can use them for a number of things. The easiest one, the simplest one, is actually to smooth the taxation impact on the average single-family home, which this option will do. It'll smooth the increases. Other options will provide maybe a small or a larger decrease in taxation for the average single-family dwelling in 2024, but they end up having to collect the same amount of tax from the taxpayer in the years beyond, and actually result later in higher tax increases. So it doesn't make sense. This way we can create a reserve fund to to adapt to decreases in taxation we've received from the mill, or to focus on industrial development that we may need to do. So I think this is the best of the three options that are there, and that's why I'm making the motion that we adopt that.
Thank you, Worship. I support this motion. When I first read the report, I thought, well, option one is the most conservative for sure, and the other two are a little friendlier to taxpayers. But I have since changed my mind, like 100% the other way, and that is that in stormy seas, I'm going to sit in the middle of the boat, as Councillor Doubt alluded to. This is the most stable, though it is the most conservative option presented to us. Because of the great amount of uncertainty, it also provides us with the greatest promise, even though it doesn't give us like the quick relief for a little while, that if we were to use that money to give us a tax break would do. But that's short-sighted, and I think that the long game is the winning game almost every single time. It certainly has been in my experience, so I emphatically support this motion. Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. I also support this motion. I think what this requires us to do is make some choices related to what the delegation mentioned earlier, as in living within our means. It means that us as a council need to make decisions like we will be doing after this agenda item. And if we think a tax increase is too high, then we make choices related to service levels or other decisions to reduce it, rather than treating this kind of bonus money, quote unquote, as a slush fund. It mitigates risks, helps with fluctuation. And I think if we were to choose any other option, it might look good to some taxpayers. It might feel good when tax time comes, but it doesn't actually serve the interests of our community over the long term. And I think that stability piece is really important. I think it's the prudent option. It's conservative in order to allow us to have some stability in uncertain times. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would prefer option two. I think 100% of the increase in taxes at the mill going to the savings reserve for security and safety. I like the idea. I think it's a really good idea. My concern is that when costs are expanding across the board and we're not paying for any of those costs from our industrial base, in addition to what we paid last year, that transfers all of what would normally fall on that piece onto residential taxpayers. And that doesn't seem to be the equitable solution that we're looking for. So I like option two because it does what we want to do, and it prevents the entire increase in taxes being borne fully by residential taxpayers and distributes it across the classes in a better way. So I would move, if I could get a seconder, to amend the motion to use 1.2 million instead of 1.6, if I could get a seconder.
I think I might stand corrected that in order to fulfill Councillor Elliott's wish, we might just have to vote down the current motion and then.
Well, it's exactly the same, just a different number, so I could amend it.
The EAO to comment.
Through the chair, I believe Councillor Almeida is correct. You do have a motion on the floor. However, I'm just going to check and see if I've got any other guidance on that. Thank you.
Councillor Doubt would like to comment while you're doing that.
Yeah, just the intention of the motion was to choose one of the three options. The central to the intent is the choice of option number one. To change that to another option would be a total change of the intention of the motion, and most rules of order I'm familiar with don't allow people to do that in an amendment. You have to defeat one motion and move another one when the intent is different.
Okay. Through the chair, I've confirmed that both Councillor Almeida, Councillor Dowd, and my take on it are correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, any further, Councillor Palm?
Your worship, one key question when we're considering the option on the table is the word risk yet to be defined. And we have an expert in the on the screen from BC Assessment that I'd like to ask one further question as long as he's still with us. And that is, our CFO brought up the comment that we may be fine for year one as it is now with a increase of 1.6 million in our coffers, and putting that into reserve for future use may be a prudent idea. I'm just wondering what the worst case and the possible best case are associated with the word risk. Can you define that a little bit for us?
Well, I can say this, in assessment terms, we review the property assessment on an annual basis. So we look at the state and condition of the property as of October 31st. So for the upcoming October 31st, say for example, all the equipment and everything was removed from that mill, like all the heavy equipment that makes it a pulp mill were removed off site, dismantled and gone. And all you're left with is a shell. So in essence, it's no longer capable of being run as a pulp and paper mill. That would have us consider a class change. It would come out of class 4. And then we would look at the use. What is the use of the property? And that's all dependent on the fact pattern at the time. Best case scenario is you have a purchaser come along and open the mill and bring new jobs back into the community and get it up and running, and it stays class 4.
And worst case scenario would be?
Well, I think if you look at your property tax schedule, I think the highest tax rate it's higher in class 4 than it is in 5. So if it went to an alternate in light industrial use, and it would fall to that. So if they were to undertake a rezoning application, or if the current zoning allowed a light industrial, and that's a use they put it to where it's no longer capable of operating as a class 4 entity, then that's what we would classify it as.
So right now, major industry is taxed at 16-1 in terms of residential, and light industry is taxed 4-1. So we could receive, if they were to dismantle and we went down the light industry route, we could see a quarter of our tax revenue coming. Is that the worst case scenario?
I just want to caution you, there's too many variables. Say there's a possibility of it going to class 6, business other as well. So it's all dependent on the facts. I do not want to give you any assurances on worst and best case.
Okay, thank you very much. So in terms of what has just been spoken, it's quite onerous for the present owner to dismantle that mill site the next 7 or 8 months on October 31st. So we might be all right for the next couple of years until something else happens. But at the same time, I would like, knowing our present tax situation, which is out of control as far as I'm concerned, I would also opt for option 2 to give taxpayers in our community a break this upcoming year, because I know how bad it's going to be. So I support Councillor Elliott's call for option 2, but I will be voting against option 1. Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes, I understand you would like to make a further comment.
Yeah, just one point of clarification. The entire site does not have to be leveled in order for it to come out of class 4. Let's make sure you understand that distinction. So say, for example, I'll give you an example of a cement plant. So there was a cement plant. They gone in and they took out their kilns that produced the cement, which was a $10 million improvement. So they took that one specific kiln out, so it's no longer capable of producing cement. That may be enough to change a class.
Thank you for that.
Yes, Councilor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Mahanger, just out of curiosity, obviously, we're not the first town in BC to have a mill that then closed down. There's been towns that have had mills closed down for decades. So maybe we can learn a little bit from their experience. And as you said, there's a lot of variables at play. But when I think of towns like Gold River and Tassis, and there's more that I can't even think of, in your experience, or what you're aware of at the top of your head, how many of them in the past have changed classes when a specific mill itself has closed down? Those towns that I mentioned, as far as I'm aware, the mill was never replaced with any other industry. Just to learn from some other cities, maybe.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have those facts there. It is not uncommon for mills to remain in closure because the cost to rebuild a new one today may be prohibitive. So, you know, it's all case by case specific.
Councilor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wesno. I had some questions that I had hoped to ask before the motion on the table, but hoping I can still get them answered. One is related to the amount suggested, 1.6 million. The overall, in draft one of the budget, the overall tax collection increase was at about 9%. Does this 16 million allow for that same increase from the industrial, or is it set to the exact same as the year before?
Through the chair, the 1.6 million is set so that the taxpayers don't feel any additional decrease. So they will feel that, I'll put it in number terms. Draft one showed that an average single family dwelling would feel about an 8% increase, even though the tax revenue was set at 9%. So this 1.6 million is set so they still feel that 8%, no more, no less. On the financial plan bylaw that you will see, I will break out if it is approved to set some money aside. I will have to be very clear in our budgeting deliberations that a portion of the increase in property taxes is for cost increases, and a portion is for the stabilization reserve, because it's going to be a very difficult message to communicate to the public, because the public tends to hear the increase in the property tax revenue number. That is the soundbite, and really what we're saying here is, rather than let you feel a decrease, we're trying to protect you from that feeling, that possibly false sense of a decrease. We're going to just only pass along the increases that relate to a cost increase in our business that will continue year over year. So that's exactly correct.
Thank you. And the last question is, the approximately 5 million are taxes payable. Is there a risk of non-payment? And if they don't pay, who does? And what do we do?
Yeah, through the chair, that was another risk. I was a little hesitant to bring up, but we can talk about it. It is sort of beyond the worst case scenario. And there is a risk that they won't pay. And if they don't pay, you may apply a penalty of 10%, and we apply interest. And after a couple of years, the property goes to tax sale. If it doesn't get sold in tax sale, the municipality ends up with it. And so, of course, I've spoken with a lot of CFOs in other communities over the past couple of years as we've seen this issue arising. I've spoken with CFOs who've been in this seat as a mill went down. And for example, Prince Rupert went through this, and that's what happened. The bill wasn't paid. The municipality adopted the property. It was a massive asset retirement obligation. And over time, they divided it up into light industrial, remediated sections, and leased it or sold the land for light industry. And, you know, the community's actually done very well up in Prince Rupert from other sources of industry. But that was, you know, devastating. And there's quite a few actually that have had that. Now, I haven't seen that with Paper Excellence, so that's very positive. I've followed up with the mill in Mackenzie, who was Paper Excellence and went to permanent closure a year before us. And they're sitting in the same spot they were when it was permanently closed, no further movement. I will just highlight again that we are just a very unique community having the dam as part of this major industry taxation, because major industry is our most profitable taxation, and utilities is capped at 40 or 2.5 times the business rate. So we're fortunate to have that. Most communities that I've talked to, all of them had a decrease of the full assessment down to 10%. So we're very, very fortunate. But like the report also talks about, PREI is now, their rates are regulated. They've been selling power unregulated, and now that's regulated. And we don't know what the impact is of that on their business. And if they decide to close their doors, the only piece of the assessment that's valued at an operating level would then go down to 10% as well. So great question.
So Elliot.
Thank you, Your Worship. So as you were describing that, I had another question. So if the taxes, so first of all, I think the fact that PREI is there with hydro dams that they likely want to hang on to mitigates the risk of the taxes getting paid or not paid. But if the taxes were not paid, this bylaw for putting 1.6 million, should it pass, would still be there, creating an obligation for taxpayers without the revenue to support it. Is that correct?
Through the chair, could you repeat that question?
Should the taxes not be paid,
Okay.
we would have a bylaw in place through this that would create an obligation for taxpayers without the revenue to cover it. Is that correct?
Should the mill not pay the taxes, the funds in the property tax stabilization reserve would be used to offset, to gradually
So it'd be an
absorb that increase. Yeah, we would then use that reserve to offset that big shift that year where the contribution from the property taxes is zero. We would use that reserve to offset that lack of funding from that class.
Right. So there was no actual reserve until we create it, and we're creating it with revenue from the mill that didn't come. So it's just an in-out.
Through the chair, keeping in mind it's not additional. It's additional revenue because we're increasing it. Yes, yes. So we're increasing the taxes just in 2024 to set this funds aside to save for the future should there be a change to the assessment.
Mm-hmm.
Or should they not pay, or any number of things occur.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doak.
Yeah, just want to clarify a point I don't think I made clearly the first time, is that there are a lot of numbers in this report. There's a lot of complicated information. It comes down really to a simple choice of picking one of the three options here. And what changes in the three options? The line of the tax per average single family dwelling stays the same generally from the beginning to the end of the years in the plan. Okay? What changes is the decrease in taxation, possibly of 1% or more in option 2 and then more in option 3. And what happens next after that, for 2024, there are decreases in taxation. In 2025, if you choose option 2 or option 3, you end up with a larger tax increase in 2024 and 2025 to do that. So if you're choosing a different option, option 1 smooths the taxation over the longest period of time and creates a reserve. Option 2 and 3 create a smaller reserve and a big increase in taxation in 2025 after a relaxation in 2024. And I think long-term planning, which a lot of people I think would like to be able to do, suggests that option 1, getting a reserve in place, having a cushion for the future, and smoothing those tax increases as much as we can is a good idea. Then we have the rest of all our considerations that we're doing to actually decrease that revenue that we need to by reducing and cutting services. So I think that's the way to go.
Councillor Pong.
Thank you, Worship. I think getting back to Councillor Elliott's question, I think it's important, and that is clarifying if the mill this year did not pay their taxes, where would that 1.6 in the reserve come from? There wouldn't be a reserve, correct?
Through the chair, if they didn't pay their taxes, we would be short about the 5 million that they would owe. And
So we can't count on a reserve to bail us out if those taxes aren't paid.
this would be more, yeah. So anyways, yes, exactly.
So, when we talk about which option we're going to choose, it becomes apparent to me that with option 2, reducing our present stated tax increase from 9% to 6%, which I think the numbers reflect in your report, we're doing the taxpayer a favor in the short term, and we don't know about uncertainty going forward on what's going to happen to that mill site and what kind of taxation we're going to be getting. So our other item on today's agenda becomes very important for discussion, and that is 8.2, which is entitled Operational Cost Savings and Revenue Increasing Options. That's where the council has to sharpen their pencil. But for the time being, I support option 2 because it brings a little bit of relief, knowing that 9% is going to be compounded with regional district increase of 36% for city taxpayers through requisition, and school board taxes and all the other increases we put on water and sewer and every other application of our budgeting and taxation system. So I'm just trying to give the taxpayers a little bit of relief, especially those on fixed income, before this spirals right out of control this year. So that's why I strongly advocate option 2, and that we go to work on item 8.2, which is operational cost savings this afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship.
So we have a motion on the floor. I'm going to call all in favor. Opposed? Great. The motion was passed 5-2. Okay, we'll now move to 8.2. The operational cost savings and revenue increasing options. And I just want to explain what's going to happen. So there are, I believe, about 49 items. And after each item is discussed, these are items that are already in. But there'll be a motion which says that we can direct an item as presented to be in the financial plan, or we can move that it be deferred, or we can move that staff be directed to take no further action on that item. And so this is a way that council is going to move forward, provide staff some additional information so that when they produce the next draft, they'll have incorporated the results of our meeting here today. But bear in mind, it is going to be the second draft. It is not going to be the final. So it's, as our CEO has pointed out, this is a process, and this is so. Let's move now to the operational cost savings and revenue increasing options. And Mallory, would you like to go through and list each one, and then we will have a vote?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will give a brief introduction, but because of the number of items, I won't present on each item so that there's more time for council discussion. I'll just give background that this was a request from council in August to turn over every stone and look at cost saving opportunities or opportunities to increase revenue. Staff are continually implementing continuous improvement, but there are things relating to service levels that can change, that can reduce the property taxes. So, staff have poured in a lot of work on this file and are happy to present these options. But I will say, rest assured, if there are some items that overall council is feeling needs more information or they need more time, this is a living document, and budgeting is something that is ongoing. We will be talking about 2025 budget deliberations in the fall, and budget amendments happen throughout the year. So I just want to mention that this document is lengthy, and we're open to bringing it back at other points in budget deliberations for the next budget cycle or this budget cycle. should that be needed. So without further ado, I will turn it over to council to work through the items, and just know that staff are here from all of the departments to support you and answer your questions should you have any. Thank you.
So we'll work through until midnight. Oh, Councillor Doubt, did you have a question?
I just had a question, because this is a different process than council has used before. Council, in my experience before, has had a copy of the draft financial plan and recommendations from staff that include changes, but indicates the impact of the changes on the financial plan overall, so we could at one point look at any changes and understand the impact we would have. But I think what you're asking us to do is make a decision on each one of these items on the face of the dollar savings that are in this report, and then we will come back at some future date and look at the impact that has on the overall financial plan. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. The report only summarizes from an aggregate what the impact on property taxes would be. So this file in 2024 is showing about $600,000 decrease in property taxes. In 2025, it's 2.1, and 2026 that increases to 2.2. There's a chart in the report showing in aggregate that the property tax increase in 2024 would be 6% instead of 9%, and then it'd be 1% instead of 8% in 2024, and then it'd be about 765 as per the draft one. So we'll take feedback on any of these ideas that do pass would then be implemented into draft 2 of the budget, and you would at that point be able to see the total impact on the property tax. 230,000 is about a 1% property tax shift right now. So if that answered your question, I'll take a seat and allow you to carry on.
I just make one quick comment, it'd be one sentence comment. And I think that's, that we've got to figure out a way to go about it, and we're going to look at it in all these details. Seems to me that the process invites rethinking when we see the whole thing put together.
I think that's why this is not going to end with the financial plan, but it's going to end with staff bringing back a second draft. So, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to acknowledge the extreme amount of work that was put into finding all of these line items and describing impacts and helping us understand what the proposal is and how you would accomplish it. It's an incredible piece of work. Thank you so much to everybody who did that.
Okay, let's buckle up and get ready. And again, these are operational cost savings and revenue opportunities, which are not in the draft plan, but depending on the thoughts of council, could be put into the plan for the next draft. Number 1 is parking fine revenue. And the idea is to increase parking fine amounts. Do we have any comments, discussions?
I guess a question about process. Are you willing to entertain motions like right off the bat, or are we looking for discussions before you will entertain any motions?
What staff has suggested is that we provide one of 3 directions. One is to include the item. 2 is to defer the item for further deliberations. And the 3rd is not to move forward, bury it.
So I'd like to make a motion. We'll see how this goes. I'll move that staff be directed to add item number 1 as presented in Appendix A, operational cost savings and revenue increasing options included in the January 23, 2024 special meeting agenda to draft 2 of the City of Powell River 2024 5-year financial plan.
Okay, any discussion? No, we have a motion. All in favor? Passed unanimously. And a question to our CAO, in order to speed us along when we're reading it, do we have to read the full motion?
Through the chair, you have the option now that you've read the first one to just simply add the first sentence, move that staff be directed to add or defer whatever, and then say as per the wording, the first wording, and that will speed things up for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to item number 2, which is administration, and it's limit attendance at UBCM, AVICC, and FCM. Yes, Councillor Almeida.
Just a question for the CFO on this one here. We're talking about a $5,000 savings in 2024. And based on the report, it says that the current budget is 87,000. So are we saying that we're reducing that budget to 82,000 for the entire council for the events listed?
Through the chair, that is correct. This idea came through the corporate officer, so I'll speak on Mr. Jackson's behalf. So these weren't necessarily something I put forward, but I'll do my best to answer the questions. And I did vet the numbers, so I can confirm that.
Second, if I may. I know we're still early in the new year, so we might not have all the totals from 23 figured out yet, but do we have a rough idea as to how much of the $87,000 budget was used in 2023? I know my travel budget was maxed out, but not everyone had a big trip across for a conference.
Through the chair, to not hold up the process, it'll take me a few minutes to look into that. So if we could skip to number 3, and I'll let you know when I have the answer, just so I can carry it along.
Thank you. Thank you, Worship. I have a couple of questions, actually. Sorry for also probably for the CFO. In thinking about this over the past few years, I've noticed how expenses, particularly for staying in Vancouver, have just gone crazy. The conferences themselves are not the concern. It is the accommodation that just drives me nuts. And so my one, particularly accommodation that's close to where the conference is being held, which is obviously convenient, but it's too expensive for my my conscience. Would it be possible for staff to look into alternatives? I know of other councils, other communities that have had their representatives staying in less expensive accommodation than we have been in. And that's the first question. The second question is, if one of us, for example, attended and on our own dime, I understand that that can be work-related tax expense. Am I correct? In that, can it be a work-related tax expense? When I in my previous vocation, the employer would give me some form, which I don't recall getting in recent years, but is that available?
22.
Through the chair, I always caution that I can't advise on personal tax questions. So I won't advise on it, but I will say that it is common to deduct business-related expenses against business income. Whether you can do that personally with this position, it's a question for your tax accountant, but it's a very good question.
But if I may, if the city could confirm that it was a work-related expense?
Through the chair, the city would absolutely be able to confirm the
Thank you.
The work-related expense. Yeah.
Councillor Free. So Councillor Almeida.
You, Mayor. Just another question similar to Councillor Southcott's. I believe our current procedures, I guess, for our per diems and such are, specifically hotel bills and things. And as we've moved into our world of Airbnbs and so on and so forth, and many of us have connections in other cities and stuff, I'm wondering if do we have the flexibility, I guess, to update our bylaw with regards to this, where if we have friends in the city that are willing to take us in, but we don't want to necessarily, mooch off of our friends, is there a way that we can do it where we provide a gift card or some sort of thank you contribution to a friend who takes us in for a week while we're staying at a conference? I'm just curious if we have the flexibility to update our bylaws, which will help us achieve some of these financial savings as well.
through the chair, we can look at that as part of an update. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So the suggestions in this section, they seem to make a lot of sense. The effect of them would be to cap the budget. And if we can have higher attendance virtually, or we find cheaper ways and it stretches our dollar more, we may get better attendance than what you have outlined here. This is like approximate values to do these things. If we have only one person go to FCM, for example, we may have a little extra dollars to put toward virtual fees to attend without travel and so forth. So we may end up with the ability for all of the team to attend UBC, and with only some of them going physically and some virtually and so forth. So the point of it is to lower the budget for travel to these types of things and then creatively figure out how we can best use that budget. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, I believe that was Mr. Jackson's intent, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doubt.
Yeah, this is an easy one to make a decision on if you don't spend too much time thinking about it. Do we want to have council members spend less on travel and conferences? Sure. Why not? It's an easy way to save $5,000, maybe $10,000 in the future. It doesn't talk about the value that's received from the conferences that council goes to. You know, most of council has attended UBCM meetings, and most of council has attended AVICC gatherings. A small number, usually one or two, possibly have attended FCM in person, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in person. Others have done it virtually. There is a housing summit coming up in February. There's two ways you can attend that. One is virtually and one is being present. If you attend it in person, it costs $350 to register. If you attend virtually, it's only $300, a $50 savings if you attend virtually. But as Councillor Southcott has pointed out, it's in Vancouver and it's downtown Vancouver, so it probably means $1,000 a night accommodation. So there's a huge difference between those two things. So what I'm trying to do is go through the thought process of what's the value of being there in person compared to the virtual value of being there. What you miss out when you attend virtually is the interactions at the coffee breaks and at breakfast and at dinner, which is not insignificant. Anybody who has been to any kind of professional conferences before will tell you that the greatest value you make is connections with others that you might not normally have bumped into. And that disappears when you attend online. Yep. It's something we have to think about. Is this $5,000 worth what we lose? And, you know, I'm willing to have this included just to get more work on details about how we make these decisions. I've been told by more than one person that once upon a time, there was a requirement if you attended a conference on the city's dime, that you provide a written report on what you did and what you learned at the conference, which is a pretty reasonable idea if everybody's not going to attend. If you're going to send two people to the FCM conference, rather than here have a couple of sentences at a council meeting for a report, maybe we get a written report that goes through the days and the workshops and has the information attached so all of us can take advantage of that. But I'm willing to support this, but it's an easy savings to make. It's a popular one to say, look, the councillors are cutting their budget, but what's the value of what we're losing at the same time? But as I said, I'm willing to support it, but there's a lot more work that has to be done, fleshing out the circumstances. How do you choose the people who attend? What are their responsibilities when they attend? And what can we do to make savings wherever we can on accommodations? Because $1,000 a night for a hotel room for a two-day conference, it's probably $3,000 by the time you're done for that conference that only costs $50 more to attend in person.
Councillor Pom.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. There are, through the chair, there are many ways to look at this in terms of the dollars involved. In my humble opinion, UBCM traveling as a group is very valuable. The networking, the interaction amongst counselors and meeting ministry staff directly. Everybody brings something different to the table when you're in those meetings, and that's a valuable exercise. I would recommend that most of us or all of us should go to UBCM and keep that in the budget. I'm not in favor of everybody going to AVICC. I think we only need a couple of representatives there each year, and those can be done on a rotational basis. That would certainly cut down thousands of dollars. And as far as FCM, I agree with whoever said virtual is the way to go, because when it comes to climate change, you don't want to be flying all over the country. And at the most, we should only be sending one individual there as representation if we are to do so. So those are my recommendations, which would save not just thousands, but tens of thousands of dollars.
Councillor Isaacs.
Thanks, Mayor Wesno. I'm going to make a motion to maybe focus our conversation. I'm going to move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 2. That's enough? Sufficient? Okay. And if there's a seconder, I can speak to it.
No.
Thank you. I think as Councillor Doubt shared, there's a lot of further conversation that needs to happen. I think the benefit of having clarity in our budget is allowing individual councillors with the approval of the mayor to attend different conferences. I agree with Councillor Palm. UBCM is kind of like the thing that we should all attend. And then after that, I think there's room for discretion. There are conferences that we don't have a history of the council is going to. There's an economic development conference in Penticton. You know, there's resource industry conferences. There are climate adaptation conferences. And I think I think this requires some further discussion, and in the interest of moving ahead, I thought I'd put this on the floor because of the value of the in-person connections, and unfortunately there are costs associated with it. One thing that I would note is with UBCM, for example, I know our hotel rooms last year were very expensive. The hotel blocks for UBCM 2024 went up in October. They are already sold out. And so if we want to save money, because those hotel rooms, I think, were only 300 something a night, which was way less than what we spent last year, we need to make decisions early on so we can recoup some of the savings that are offered with those hotel blocks. Anyways, so placing that on the floor for discussion, that motion.
Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not necessarily opposed to Councillor Isaacson's motion, but I would like to see if the CFO's had a chance to gather an answer on my original question before casting a vote.
Through the chair, though the year end isn't being completed, so there could be some final submissions to come through. So I am hesitant to say these are firm numbers. And I also note that one councillor in particular might have not attended a conference, it looks like, and was much lower, whereas this councillor might always be going to the conference. So I'm hesitant, but I will say year end so far is at 60,000, so has come quite under. The budget was 75,000 for last year. 87,000 is the increased budget because of the prices have gone up so much with travel. So I will note that given what you know about what everyone attended this year, our estimate is about 60,000 plus anything we haven't been given yet to account for.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. This is not the first time that we've considered this question. We've always carefully considered who was going to go to what conferences, and I don't think we've ever sent more than a couple of people to FCM for one FCM. And just one other thought, and that is the UBCM before last, we, thanks to our mayor and council lobbying in one particular meeting that we didn't expect to have this opportunity, it was worth $100,000 that we didn't expect to get, and that was because of face-to-face meetings. So I echo Councillor Doubt's reflection on the value of at least some of us being face-to-face with the people with the money. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I think I'm okay with cutting our travel budget a little bit, but I did want to share a small story. about UBCM and the airtime that we receive with ministers in particular at UBCM or provincially sponsored housing symposiums or those types of events where the ministers show up and they give you quite a bit of face time that you don't get if you're not there. There's a small town in northern BC called Hazelton, and I know the mayor there. We grew up in similar proximity and we were friends, so we met. And I was surprised to learn Hazelton only brings a few representatives because that's what they do. The requests they had to meet with ministers, every single one of them was denied. And it's because the track record of their people not showing up has made it less important for the minister to give those people time. They didn't get a single meeting that they asked for. In contrast, the City of Powell River team shows up, we're impressive, and we make an incredible impact in those meetings. And we received 100% of the meetings we asked for. We were busy meeting the entire time we were there. And when resolutions come on the floor, each person present gets a vote, whether you're online or in the room. If we have less people, we have less vote as a community. So when we're trying to impact policy province-wide around resolutions, we do better as a group. When we are talking to a minister about something that's important for our community, we do better as a group. The impression that ministers get when you have less people in the room is that it wasn't that important. And so they don't give you the same amount of time or attention. Right now, we have a track record. We get everything we ask for as far as FaceTime, and I would hate to lose that. But I'm okay with cutting budgets. I just think it's more about choosing where we put people and doing our very best to lower our travel costs and maybe not staying in the same locations that we've always stayed, or being maybe a little faster on the draw to get those prized rooms that are close within the second that they open or what have you. That's just what I want to say. I'm okay with the motion. I'm okay with a different motion. I'm okay with lowering the budget, but we can save that for a conversation at a later date, as Councillor Isaacson has suggested.
Councillor Meter.
Thank you. I've got a question for the CAFO and then possibly an amendment based on the answer, I think. So the 5,000 you mentioned that we're talking about here is savings off of the 87,000 that you proposed in the budget, I believe. Is that, am I on the right wavelength?
80.
You proposed 87 and the 5,000 would bring it down to 82, right?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. And then based on what you said earlier, 2023, we had budgeted 75, but only actually spent, give or take, about 60, depending how the final numbers propose.
Through the chair, correct.
Okay, perfect. Then I would actually suggest an amendment to Councillor Isaacson's motion that I feel will cover all the bases that we're talking about today. And I propose that we actually make the amendment to keep the budget at 75,000 for 2024, which would actually be a $12,000 reduction from what the CFO originally proposed, and a $15,000 increase from what we actually spent in 2023. And then we also put it on the agenda to come back to it at a future council meeting to discuss strategies of how to better spend that money, and then even provide ways of being more cost effective on our accommodations. Because I do feel in person is probably 5 times or 10 times more valuable than a virtual meeting. I tell the same thing to a student going to university: get away versus staying at home, because that money you spend will never be better invested in that university year. So that would be my motion, if that was caught by corporate officer. Perfect. If I get a second as well.
Yes, Councillor Dowd.
I think if I'm correct, we have a motion on the floor that is to take no further action, and a proposed amendment that says to take action.
Fair enough.
That's correct.
I would suggest that we have to defeat one,
Okay.
against the other.
Good point.
Thank you.
So we have a motion which has been seconded on the floor. All in favor?
I don't know.
That's my original one.
No,
Take note.
the original.
This is the original motion.
So the original motion is to,
Could you read the Councillor Isaacson's motion, please?
I'm a little unclear on the amendment.
No, we're not dealing with the amendment. We're dealing just with the motion.
Sorry, Your Worship. In order to know how to vote on the original motion, to understand the amendment.
The amendment was not passed.
Okay, Councillor Almeida, would you clarify?
Sure.
Councillor Southcott?
So my apologies for jumping the gun a little bit. If we choose to vote on Councillor Isaacson's motion of reducing the budget to 5,000 by 5,000, of doing nothing, that'll keep our budget proposed at 87,000. If we vote that down, I would then propose a counter motion, which would be to keep the budget at 75,000 as it was in 2023, which would in essence, I believe, drop it by 12,000. Am I correct? No, okay.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Your Worship, may I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, Councillor Palm.
Because the motion is a little confusing. Councillor Isaacson, are you suggesting that we vote down and keep and defer this for further conversation later on?
no, my motion is to not take further action, which means this was a suggested cut and to not do it. And so to keep the budget as originally proposed.
I thought
And
you
so-
wanted to bring it back and have further discussion.
No, to make no further action. So it would mean no cuts to this area of our budget.
Very good. Thank you
Okay,
for that
so-
clarification.
Okay, we have a motion. I'm going to call all in favor. Opposed? All right, defeated? Now Councillor Almeida.
Thank you. I will propose then, so that I can propose the number okay. So I will propose that we include the item number 2 with by keeping the budget at 75,000 as per the 2023 budget, and then come back to deliberate at a future committee meeting how we best use that money, whether it's a procedure bylaw. That might be 2 motions, but I think the gist of it is there.
We have a seconded by Councillor Southcott. Any discussion before we call the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, we're now going to move on to item 3, and I'm just going to point out that I did a quick calculation and we'll be ending at 2:17 a.m. on Wednesday morning if we continue to this pace. So item number 3, it has to do with City Hall cashiering. Staff only 1 cashier during property tax season instead of 2. Councillor Almeida.
I will move to include item number 3 as presented in the plan.
Second. Seconded by Councillor Southcott. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the cost is having less people available to talk to our public that come in at tax time. It can create a situation where City Hall seems unfriendly to people who may be trying to stop in and figure stuff out around tax time. And we're looking to try and be a service-oriented culture for City Hall. We have been trying to move a lot of things online, increase efficiencies, get a little more virtual. Some of those things that we've been doing in that regard are making it difficult for our public. And so I'm just want to ask a question. The current phone system we have that bounces people around a lot, is that scheduled to stay the same? Do we have it looking at doing that differently? And if that would be the trade-off to improve in-person conversations on the phone, I think, and do we need to that person to do something different, or do you understand my question?
Through the chair to respond to that, that was tasked to staff a little while ago, and we're going through the process to update that with the contractor. So that is part of Ms. Denison. There's many other efficiencies that you won't see here. That is just part of what we're doing, and that is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make sure that council considers the idea that becoming friendly to our public means that we have people there to talk to them. And we are not necessarily doing that all the time right now.
Councillor Doudt, did you?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions to get familiar with what's going on here. First, I see that the savings for 2024 are only $3,500, and going for the future ones, they're $7,000 a year. It's a discussion about having a second cashier for a month during tax season. People get their tax notices around the 1st of June and have until the 1st of July to pay. I don't understand why only 50% of the savings would happen this year. And my other question is the corporate officer well assured that with only one cashier doing it, you'll be able to provide quick and available service to the people who want to get in there and pay their taxes and register for their homeowners grants and all of those for that 1 month?
Through the chair, I think the thought was that we would slowly decrease. So 2024, using maybe some part-time to see how it goes, and then fully in 2025, if there's not fistfights, that we'd maybe be able to fully launch into it. Just more of a conservative approach to it. It is difficult to predict how many people will pay online, but we do find year over year that amount increases. And the city used to, I guess to provide some background, the city used to process homeowner grants and the tax deferments, and now that's the province, and so it can all be done online. So we are really finding a decrease year over year. So it was just more of a conservative approach to see how it goes if we slowly decrease. It can be a very, very stressful time, but it is very difficult to predict when it will get busy and when you will get that angry customer. So it is already a hard target to hit when we try to schedule second cashiers as it is.
Favor? That's unanimously. Item number 5 has to do, yes. 4. Yes, item number 4. Replace computers every 6 years instead of 5. Do you have any questions for staff? Yes, Councillor.
I don't have any questions. I was going to make the motion to move direct to include that item as presented.
Seconded by Councillor Palm. That you were ready to vote. Councillor Almeida.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in general in favor of this. I guess had a question in terms of the numbers. It only seems like a couple of computers, and I'm just curious. I guess we have a lot of staff. 2,000 to me seems roughly like, depending on the computer you get, 3 to 5 computers. And I feel like we would change over more of those in a year. So I just thought the number might be bigger. So I was just kind of curious as to what that kind of volume represented. Someone's ringing over here.
Through the chair, I'll pass that question on to Mr. Tate, who's the manager of IT.
Through the chair, we purchase about 25 PCs every year. So if we extend that out, I think the savings would be about, well, it looks like about $4,000 a year. So
It was about 5.
yeah.
I actually don't support this motion for the level of savings that extra lag and having a slower computer really impacts the level of frustration that can exist in a workplace. It might be okay for some computers, but having the ability to replace after 5, I think is a way to demonstrate to staff that we support really effective, efficient working conditions. And I'm concerned that just that extra year, I think about my own personal laptop. I don't think this amount of savings warrants this decision.
Yes, Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I had a similar question. Is this actually a saving from the standpoint of performance and also maintenance? Like, honestly, is it? Is that a question that could be answered?
Through the chair, some PCs will last 7 years. We don't even see them. We put them out and we don't hear back from them. Some PCs after 3 years are, need constant care. I would say that generally speaking, you should be able to, the return on investment, I think is fine at 6 years still. It's hit and miss sometimes. I know it's not exact.
Good answer. Thank you very much.
Would anybody care to put a motion forward?
Did
We
already.
have one
Oh,
Isn't it?
to include it. Councillor Elliott made a motion.
He seconded.
Second.
any further discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute recess.
Good work,
Smart.
Mayor. Look, you got a blown up version that you can see. Wow.
I got my magnifying glass.
I actually just made it a little bit bigger and then I scrolled.
2025 on. And frankly, I think we spend more money debating whether we should or not. So I'm actually in favor of Councillor Almeida's motion. And if we want to set up something like a housing authority where we need to register a company, we can do that and pay the expenses at the time.
Any further comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? Passed unanimously.
Just a short comment. So everything, I'm okay with that as long as we're not giving up some kind of a right to power somewhere. And it was part of a conversation in a previous council, and I don't recall that conversation well enough, and it predates this last report. So I just wondered if we could get an answer to that at some point, and we might change our mind if that's the case.
Through the chair, if we find out anything that suggests that, we can bring that back and you can consider that as part of draft 2 or prior. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO.
Good. Moving to item 6, which is to close the Wildwood Fire Hall and save on annual operating and maintenance costs. Councillor Isaacs.
I have questions first. I'm wondering, perhaps for Chief Drakely, I'm not sure. There's a note that if it closed, auxiliary firefighters could respond directly to the incident. Does this mean that they're expected to keep their gear in their vehicles? Is that already the case? I was wondering about that. And I was also wondering about, maybe this isn't a question for you, about whether it would impact the city's ability to secure insurance on that building if it was closed.
Currently, yes, through the chair to council, there are members that do carry their gear with them to respond directly to the hall. The incident yesterday, we had over 4 members respond directly to the call. The others came in other vehicles. But yes, that would be the indication.
The question.
And there was the insurance question, sorry.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, vacant buildings do have a small premium in their insurance. I don't have the exact number on hand, but I would say that it wouldn't be more than the cost savings of the maintenance. And I would also say that maybe it wouldn't be vacant, maybe it would be used for a different purpose or sold for a profit or what have you there. This one particular idea is presenting just the operational saving, but of course, it's the capital side of selling that property or repurposing the building that has a kind of a different opportunity.
No doubt.
Yeah, I just want to point out that this is very close to the hearts of people who live in Wildwood because they like to have the fire hall in close proximity. It's not that it's never used. I live just down the street, a couple doors down from the fire hall, and I know that it's frequently opportunities for the fire truck to leave there with lights and sirens going and go, frequently either north or across the bridge into town to respond to incidents. It's a small savings that we're talking about, $13,000 a year over a period of time for the maintenance of that building. Obviously, we'd have to do something with it in the future, and we'd have to figure out, I guess, what the right thing for the city to do with that unused fire hall was. But I just seem to think that when we compare this $13,000 with other expenditures that are much higher than that, I'm wondering if it's worth closing this down, and certainly will, I guess, decrease the comfort level, if I can say that. Maybe not the reality of safety level, but the comfort level of citizens in Wildwood. And I didn't want to let this go by without mentioning that.
So really,
Thank you. So I take the chief's point around staffing capacity and travel times for those that are on the docket now. I'm wondering if temporarily closing it is the same savings as permanently closing, and the discussion around repurposing or possible lease opportunities or what it might be good for the community might be held in conjunction with possible future of the fire department actually growing, increasing capacity, or any of the above. I know that we are all hoping we do better recruitment on our auxiliary firefighters and looking for improvements in that area, and maybe the situation changes in the future where it might be useful. So I don't want to make a decision to save money today that isn't that hurts us in the future. And yes, the community deserves time and a conversation around whether this is you know, something they're okay with for their neighborhood. So I'm kind of leaning toward, I think it's okay to temporarily close it, but the conversation around permanent is a bit hard for me at this time.
I'm going to move that staff defer item number 8. Is the seconder, I will comment. Seconded by Councillor Almeida.
You said 8, so it's 6.
Oh, sorry, my eyeballs were going on me. Looked like an 8. It is item 6. I think it would be good for staff to come back and give us an idea of whether or not the property is worth 50,000 or 400,000, and whether or not there are leasing operations through our leasing manager.
You need a seconder?
I believe it was seconded by Councillor Almeida. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Elliott.
I think defer means that we get to talk about it again, and so I think I'm okay with that. Yep.
All in favor of the motion?
Through the chair, if I could clarify, to defer would be to defer it to the 2025 budget deliberations, because we won't have enough time to, and that's a fine motion to make. It signals to staff which ones we should bring back. But I just wanted to be clear on that.
Correct. Whenever we defer an item today in our discussions, it's for bringing forward in 2025.
Okay.
Councillor.
Just a question again, and my apologies. This was maybe described an hour ago and my memory has failed me. The difference then from defer to not move forward, cost-wise is the same, but defer means we're coming back to discuss it in a year, and not move forward means we're not discussing it or no plan to discuss it coming up. Am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, what you've got here, so defer would mean that this cost-cutting measure is not added to 2024, but we would look at bringing it back to you for the 2025 budget. Then your other option is that we take no further action, which means we don't bring it back to you for consideration at all.
I wouldn't be in favor of that motion. Then I kind of like where Councillor Elliott was going, would be to temporarily and then at least give us the option to discuss it later with some savings in mind too. So.
Yes, Councillor Doubt.
So just to try to catch up on where we are, because I think the mayor has made a motion that was seconded to defer this item, and staff has said to defer this item means it'll be considered in the 2025 budget process. So I'm against deferring this because I would like to see us make some decisions, and this is one I'd like to make.
Yes, Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. My recollection is that the chief was comfortable with this motion. In going back to my experience, which operationally was in pretty close relationship with the fire department, the hall did not get a lot of use and was not used as a base essentially to respond from for calls even back when I was involved. It is practical to carry gear in a car, and in fact, more direct to go from home for those firefighters in Wildwood that would usually provide first response kind of services for calls that the ambulance would be there for. And it's remote enough that they'd get there first. And that personally would be my big concern. And what I really appreciate about the members in Wildwood providing as a service for that community as well. So I don't support deferring this. I would like to see and I'd like to see this included, actually. And as much as I do understand the community up there loves its fire hall, and it's been there for a long time.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Palm.
Yeah, I concur with, through the chair, that with Councillor Southcott's recommendation. This, I'll remind council, was a staff recommendation. It's been on the docket here for some time already. So I'm going to agree with staff on this, and just this is one that we should keep, utilize.
Thank you.
$60,000 over the next 5 years.
Yep.
Savings.
So I'm going to agree with Councillor Southcott and Palm, so I'll be voting against my motion. Do we have any further discussions? All in favor of the motion? All opposed? Now, do we have another motion, Councillor Southcott?
I move to include this.
Read the motion.
For staff, read the motion. The actual language.
The motion that was defeated was that staff be directed to defer item. So I'm now asking if Councillor Elliott.
I move that staff be directed to add item number 6 as presented in Appendix A, operational cost savings and revenue increases options, including the January 20. That's a big one. Anyway, to include this item in the next draft.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Palm. All in favor? Passed unanimously.
Small comment.
Great. Item number.
Can I seek clarification on that item for a second? So I'm okay with passing it. I just wanted to know that the closure would not necessarily mean we're finished with the conversation about what to do with the building and whether it might be temporary or permanent. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. That's part of our looking at all our assets and buildings and coming back to you with some work on opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
Now move to item 7, which is the Zunga bus. Yes, Councillor Almeida.
A question for staff, or I guess the CFO on this one here. When we had an earlier meeting a couple weeks ago, the mayor challenged people in the community to find the funding for the Zunga bus if they want to continue the Zunga bus. I started making some phone calls and started thinking outside the box to figure out different ways we could do it. So I am wondering if we can delay the conversation on this particular item and still have it relevant in this budget, because I just don't have enough information yet to provide to council to see if we can find other sources potentially.
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, the question being, would the Zunga bus still be operating in 2024? And it is in the 2024 plan, so that is correct. So if this doesn't get voted to be taken out, it would continue to operate in 2024.
But Councillor Palm.
I just want to clarify the numbers here that before us. Cost savings for this year, if we were to cut the Zunga bus, would be $110,000. And I recollect that we passed a motion just a little while ago for another 3 or 4 months continuation at a cost of $52,000. So how are these numbers different than that?
Through the chair, I'd have to go back and exactly check. The 52,000 doesn't necessarily exactly ring a bell, but I will say it's about 220,000 for the year. 110 is assuming it would stop in halfway through the year. And I'd have to go back and check that other report to verify your information.
Just to clarify, I'm thinking it's probably all in council's mind that we voted to continue service for another 3 or 4 months at a cost of $52,000, not halfway through the year.
Wait, through the chair, I have a clarification there. That is that refers to a budget amendment for the 2023 financial plan, 2024 year. So the 2023 financial plan that we're currently operating under, it's a 5-year plan. And when January 1 starts, because we don't have the 2024 budget completed, we operate under the budget assumptions in 2024. There was no Zunga bus in 2024 of the 2023 plan. The Zunga bus was included in the 2024 draft proposed budget. So that's where that gap was. And that's what that amount related to.
Councillor Dote, excuse me, Councillor Dote.
So I'm going to make a motion so we understand where we are. And that motion is going to be that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 7. See where I was on my list. Staff be directed to take no further action on number 7 as presented in Appendix A, operational cost savings and revenue increasing options included in the January 23rd, 2024 special meeting agenda. If there's a second, I'll talk about it.
By Councillor Isaacson.
Oh, I see the numbers in here as reflecting the savings that we would have made in 2024 relative to what was spent in 2023. Okay, so 2023, the city paid half of the cost of the Zunga bus with another $100,000 from the government. So the reduction would be that $110,000, and the savings in the future years of 224 to 236,000 would be the continual savings. Okay? I've spent lots of time debating this. I think we have to debate it today rather than defer it to some other time, because the last time we had the big discussion about this, council made a decision to fund the Zunga bus until a particular date in time, not until 2025 or not until sometime later, but to a specific date. And I would like to make the decision because we committed to do that, basically, by passing the last resolutions we did. And, you know, we've heard former Mayor Formosa talk about his position on the Zunga bus. My position on the Zunga bus hasn't changed. It's a wonderful, good idea to provide on-demand transit. It'd be an even better idea to provide on-demand transit to the whole community. But that would cost somewhere around $500,000 every year, not $228,000. I don't think we can continue to afford it, particularly when we were making the kind of savings we made on the first 6 items, where we're looking at, you know, $1,000 to $2,000 to a few $100s in every year, and closing the Wildwood Fire Hall. And I don't think we can do that and spend money on the Zunga bus. So that's my position.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Councillor Dote, you've moved to do not move forward or no further action. And currently the Zunga bus is in the draft 1 of the 5-year plan. And so no further action would leave it there. And you appear to be speaking as though no further action would somehow change that. And that's not the motion we have on the floor at this point. So you have moved for us to leave it in the 5-year plan is what draft. So that's the motion on the floor.
My intention was to have a motion that requires council to not spend money on the Zunga bus.
Okay.
And I'm just reading the draft motions here but my intention is not to spend money on the Zunga bus and to save money.
Clarification, please.
Through the chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, if this motion has already been seconded. Okay, so we'll have to work with that. If the intention, Councillor Dowd, is to not continue with the Zunga bus, you would be adding this as a cut. So you would be including it in the, so you'd be moving that staff be directed to add this item as presented as a cut into the draft 2 financial plan. I'm going to look to my right to the CFO to see if I'm correct.
That's correct.
With that answer, I'll just simply say I'd urge everybody to vote this motion down and to vote and to follow it up with a motion to include this in the list of cuts.
So I'll speak to the motion now. I was just trying to get clarity at first. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Doubt. So my intention on the Zunga bus is to leave it in the draft. And I like the motion on the floor as it is. And the investment that the Zunga bus puts into livability within our community far exceeds the amount of money that we're spending on it. The amount of people that I have had come to me and tell me that their particular situation really requires the Zunga bus. The fact that we will never get frequency of regional transit in Powell River because of our size and how spread out we are, that would make commuting possible in Powell River. The fact that the Westview area houses well over 60% of our population, which is the service area, and the need for a transit system that can allow people to get to and from work and also take care of their kids, their groceries, folks that don't have cars, seniors that can no longer drive, and people who cannot get out without the Zunga bus. It just seems to me that it's an investment into our community that we can't afford to lose. Thanks.
Councillor Pong.
That's it, Chair. Thank you. Obviously, this is a contentious issue amongst councillors. They all have a different view, but the one thing that I think we can all agree on, city financially, in terms of the comments we heard earlier today, is at risk in the future in terms of assessments and taxation. So this, if we were to remove the Zunga bus from service, I would save 1% taxation to our residents per year. I don't think we have any other option at this point because of the uncertainty that this luxury service provides our citizens to go ahead and continue to fund this in the foreseeable future. If things happen and come back from BC Transit, say they will like to help us out, which we had help for on the pilot. We had 50% funding the second year we continued the pilot. I'm fine with that. But when you're between a rock and a hard place, you've got to make cuts. And this is one that's very easy for me to make. Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. So I think the dependency that is pretty clear to me in amongst our community, particularly people who don't have cars, younger people, and an increasing number of older people, was an unintended consequence. We didn't expect 3 years ago when this was introduced, or in half now, we didn't expect that, but that has happened. The success of it is comparable to many other communities and a growing number of communities across the continent, both in the United States and Canada. There was success that we saw before we introduced it here using federal grant money. I might remind us, there was a lot of grant money involved in the beginning of this. So yeah, we are in a bit of an unfortunate situation, but there are advantages both from, absolutely certainly from a social standpoint here, and it's not an advantage to people who have cars, who are fortunate enough to have cars, who are the ones who are going to pick up the bulk of the taxes that would be required to continue to sustain this. But I'm one who still supports that, because in my house over here in Westview, it would cost about $37 for what this is costing. So I do support this, and I wish we could expand it. I expect we will be able to in the future, but for now, I do still. Thank you.
I'm going to vote against the motion for vote for the reason I've expressed before. If in fact benefits are as huge as people would suggest, there are people in this community that can come forward and raise the necessary funds. We've seen that for many different projects. That there's the will, there's the way, and if it's more than just words and people really believe it, They will form a society or a foundation, and they will raise the money to make it happen. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wilsno. I'm probably going to vote in favor of this motion. It is a pilot, and I think the community just needs certainty one way or the other. I think dragging out the not great. From my understanding, the willingness of BC Transit to support us in the past was to see it in full operation to all of our community and not just Westview. And I think that if council set clear direction that we are going to prioritize it, we know we won't get the frequency we need in this community to get people out of their cars, and so we need another option. I would actually be interested to find out from staff what the costs would be to put the second vehicle into operation and expand to all communities. I know it wouldn't strictly double it because we already pay for both vehicles, but obviously there would be staff time. Right now for this year, and I think most of next year, a lot of the funds come from a climate action reserve fund, but this would set it into the 5-year budget. So in supporting this, it also for me means supporting some heavy advocacy and showing that we're interested in truly piloting it to the entire community like we have done with organics this year to demonstrate what transit on demand can do for low income and vulnerable folks or people without vehicles. So I've thought a lot about this because this is one of the harder decisions for me because I absolutely see both sides, but I've been leaning towards supporting it the entire time. And so at this point, I will support this motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in favor of keeping our Zunga bus as is and finding ways to improve it in general. 3 months ago in October, we sat around this table, had a gentleman from BC Transit come in, propose a plan for us that will expand our BC Transit service, kicking in 2025 at a tune of $185,000 to the city. That was unanimously voted by this council, and we heard zero from our community about an increase in the taxation that was almost equivalent to what we received so far of a Zunga bus. So I'm not saying that we keep the Zunga bus forever. I think we need to find a way to make it work, but I'd also like to revisit our potential BC Transit expansion and see, is that actually the best way to go? Or maybe did we vote a little prematurely on the BC Transit expansion and can use those funds to expand transit in a slightly different way, potentially as well. So I would be in favor of keeping as is and then coming back to the table and discussing a little bit more.
Next item number 8, street lighting.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask you, when there's a vote, to declare whether the vote has been passed or defeated at the end, because I've heard from people before who say that when they're participating online, they don't know if there isn't an announcement of whether or not a motion passes or fails.
Thank you, Councillor Doudt. The motion passed.
Worship, appreciate if staff would include my vote for reference in the agenda minutes coming forward later on.
Great. We'll move now to item number 8, street lighting. Reduce street lighting by 40%. Yes, Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for staff on this. I guess we're looking at reducing the time that the lights are on, I presume. I'm no electrical expert by any means, but I guess I was curious with technology now and lighting moving towards LED. Are we currently using LED lights, or are we more, because I've heard they're also more energy efficient, so I would like a a mini education if possible as to what we're currently doing and if that might help.
Sure. Pardon me, through the chair. So our streetlights have been changed over to LED. So they were done a couple of years ago. So we are 98% LED. There's still a couple on some side streets as well. So.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I see the savings from reducing some side streets and so forth is fairly significant. So I'm assuming that's our power bill. And if they're LED lights, my understanding was the power to operate them was fairly small. Does this mean we're going to be shutting off quite a lot of lights?
Through the chair. So the thought in front of you now is there are side streets in Powell River that don't have any lighting at all, and I'll just Strathcona in between, just up from Manson. So there's the roads like that don't have any street lights. So something like this is for you to consider, those side streets making more that would be dark. This proposal would retain kind of the main roads, their arterials, collectors, as much of the bus routes as we can, that sort of thing. So be kind of those local roadways that don't get much traffic. And obviously it would take just a little bit of, it would take some further investigation with BC Hydro as well.
One more question. Do we set timers on them and so forth? Could we do like dusk to a certain time, shut them off for the remainder and turn them back on at a certain time, or like partial? Is that an option or not?
We could, through the chair, we could check on that. My gut sense is no. Typically they're a hard on, hard off electric eye. Dusk they flick on. So likely not. But if you do wish to proceed with this one, we'd ask that question of BC Hydro if that's an option for us.
Councillor Siltka.
Thank you, Worship. I do support this. I live on a street that has no streetlights, and I've heard more complaints about streetlights on people's streets than I have about not having streetlights. Although I did get one once. And just a tiny bit of history, we're not actually paying much less for our electric bill to BC Hydro now than we were when we had sodium lights that use up about 10 times the power, because of the argument was the asset had to be paid for. I have my own suspicions as to why BC Hydro kept our bill up as high as it is, but I definitely do support this. There's always flashlights. Thank you.
Doubt.
I've got a couple of question marks about this. First, I don't think we've heard anybody complaining about the street light that was on their street disappearing, because they haven't been disappearing. I think the first way to find out if someone's going to complain about a street not being there anymore is to remove one. And just my history of doing things is that when you do something, there's frequently somebody who's not happy. and they don't get unhappy until the street light in front of their house goes off, and I hear what Councillor Southcott's saying. Sometimes not having a street light in front of your house might be preferable. If you're worried about street crime and disorder and things like that, not having a street light might worry you. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm wondering about the dollars in cost savings. I don't know if all of the street lights that are LED lights are computer programmed and the programming can be changed remotely. But if we're going to talk about changing the timing, I wonder about the actual physical ability to do that. And for downsizing from street lights, You know, $69,000 for this year isn't very much money. And it seems to me that it wouldn't take very much person power to overrule that savings if you have to pay people to actually remove lights or to make changes to the lights. So I'm wondering if all of the changes and the cost, the person power costs that everybody's going to have to put in and the costs that BC Hydro might come up with have been taken into account here. Is that a real $69,000 savings in 2024 and $145,000, or is that going to be reduced or difficult to achieve?
Thank you, through the chair. So there's some costing still to be determined with BC Hydro and discussions to be had with them, and just how to implement it. So with that, if it's council's choice to pursue it, we would connect with BC Hydro and just investigate further what really all our options are. So and this one's really just a 40% off the top power costs for those side streets, and keeping in mind we would retain the main thoroughfares lit.
So Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wesno. Through the chair, I think that the safety that lights provide on streets would be very noticed if lights started going out, people walking at night. I think in lieu of this, what we would see is more people having more lights on their property. And because those lights often direct out for more, they impact their neighbors even more. I think this is a really high savings opportunity. And so I think about, like, are there elements within here, for example, rather than turning off lights on all the side streets, turning off like every second light on side streets so that there's still some lighting. I am concerned about removing all lights on side roads. So is it an option is it just like blanket one or the other, or is the opportunity to just reduce it instead of 40%, 20% or something like that?
Through the chair, I think that kind of discussion, along with Councillor Elliott's point, we'd look at those items. If there are options such as that, and I think there might be, if we could look at every second one on the side streets where there's say 4 or something like that, you know, have 2 that are dark and then 2 that aren't, kind of thing. We'd pursue those options as well. So it's one of those ones where we'd still need to dig in with BC Hydro to get a little more info.
So Amita.
2 questions. Thank you, Mayor. Somewhat lighting related, not completely on this topic, but I was curious, I guess, with Crossroads Village. I remember back in November coming out of a library board meeting, which ends around 5-ish. And in November, I remember walking out of that library and finding the parking lot extremely dark, but looking over to the opposite side of the parking lot, fully lit up. And that building always confuses me because the city owns the library, but we don't own the rest of the mall. So I was curious, I guess, since Councillor Southcott mentioned, you notice the absence without light when you expect light. And I drove through, I was in Ottawa in 2003 when all the lights went out in the eastern seaboard there. So I know what it's like to drive through a street with no lights whatsoever. So I'm curious, I guess, with that particular lot at Crossroads Village by the library, do we control those particular lights? Because at 5 o'clock in November, I felt precariously unsafe, and I'm a rather big strapping man.
Just through the chair, just looking at my counterpart back there. Oh, Rebecca, I'm like, no.
Through the chair, the city has a covenant on the parking lot. The lights in that parking lot are maintained by the owner of the mall, and those lights have been in disrepair for a while now. They are working on it, I'm told.
Okay. I'd like to propose then, I think we don't have enough information here to fully decide. I think we'd be arbitrarily picking a number, and staff has admitted that the number is roughly calculated, and there's so many different options that we can look at this. I'd like to defer this item to 2025.
Secretary? Elliott, are you seconding? Yes. Any further discussion before we vote? Councillor Palm.
Yes, Your Worship, I'll be voting against this motion for the simple reason that this references lighting in residential areas. And where I live, I don't have streetlights. And in my particular neighborhood, it's pretty dark at night. But if people want light, it's very simple for them to go and spend $40 or $50, put in solar little lights where their steps are and the perimeters of their property, and they have all the light they need in my neighborhood. And I've never heard any ask of street lighting. And I've also heard the opposite, that the more light, the more pollution, the more light pollution we have in the city. So I'm all in favor of this, and that's why I'll be voting against the motion on the floor.
Yes, Councillor Almeida.
Just to answer or counter Councillor Palm's thoughts, I'm not against it either. My only thought is we don't know what the strategy is. We don't know. I'd be curious to know how many lights are we actually looking at? How many lights do we have in the city? How many lights are we turning off? What is the strategy we're looking at? And our staff have admitted, to no fault of their own, this has been a quick turnaround. We don't have all the information from BC Hydro as to what we can and cannot do. Councillor Isaacson had a great idea of every other light. I live in front of a street light. And so I'm very familiar with light pollution because it comes through my master bedroom every single day. But I'm also on a bus route, so I can understand the value of lights. I just feel like it's a conversation that I don't think we have enough information to blanketly just say yes to this. That's my thought.
So question to the CAO. Do we have the option now to ask staff to come back to us with additional information, read the questions that have been asked, prior to the final decision on moving forward, which I believe will be in February?
Through the chair, some of these asks have some significant implications for staff to look into in terms of the timing that the CFO needs to stick with the adoption process for the budget. So this particular item, I guess I will turn to our civics manager, Rod Fraser. I think this would take a little bit of time for us to figure out which wouldn't necessarily align with our timing, because for draft 2 to get back to you is literally in February 27th. So, Mr. Fraser.
I got a green light. Yes, through the chair, I would confirm that. Probably the best scenario is, if that's of interest, is the 2025 budget.
Okay. So, seeing no further comment, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Noted Councillor Palm opposed the motion.
What was the result, Mr. Mayor?
The result was the motion passed. We'll move to item number 9, airport and waterdrome, city facilities used for scheduled passenger flights. Any discussion? Councillor Isaacs.
I'll start us with a motion. I move that staff be directed to add item number 9 as presented.
Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Do we have discussion?
As the person that moved this, I liked seeing the reference to other communities. This cost would get passed on to air passengers, and I'm comfortable with that.
All in favor of the motion? Opposed? The motion is passed. That was item number 9. Item number 10.
Could make a
Road-
motion?
Yes.
I would move that item number 10 be included as presented.
Councillor Southcott, any discussion? All in favor? Motion was passed unanimously. Item number 11.
Worship, just one quick comment in terms of the last motion. Didn't get a chance to say. Our painting and markings on our roads at present needs to be addressed because it is simply faded away. Not sure the last time they were redone, but they are in deplorable state at the present time. I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just wanted to observe it wasn't unanimous because Councillor Dowd had temporarily stepped away from the table. Councillor Dowd was absent for the last motion that was moved on item 10 with the road marking. So it just pointing out wasn't unanimous. Because the vote took place when he was not present.
Right. I'm sorry. My understanding is that if the councillor doesn't vote, it's seen as a positive vote.
He's not here.
Through the chair,
Councillor Almeida.
Just to answer Councillor Palm's points, actually, I believe the roads were painted last year. Because I know the bus stops were painted red. I don't know if they were red before. If they were red before, they were definitely very faded. And several of the center lines were repainted last year. There's a few crosswalks and white lines that I thought I was going to see painted and maybe didn't. But I thought overall, actually, the roads got improved. So I'm curious which roads Councillor Palm's referring to, because I did see our city staff out there last year painting things and definitely noticed a difference on certain bus stops and sewer zones that were painted yellow and stuff as well. But
just to reply, Your Worship, through the chair, and that is, I've received phone calls lately from citizens in regards to the faded lines on many roads. And if you do drive around, you quickly notice them. Thank you very much.
CAO wish further clarification on the last vote.
so Councillor Dowd, while you stepped away, council voted to approve adding the road center lines into the budget for a cut. It was observed that it was unanimous. I reflected that because you stepped away, it wasn't unanimous. So we'll just make a record that Councillor Dowd stepped away at that time and that the majority of council were present. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We move now to item 11, which is utility locates. Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I will move that staff be directed to add number 11 as presented in Appendix A.
Seconded by Councillor Southcott. Yes, Councillor Isaacson.
And I'll just speak to this as someone who has kind of done this is, I believe, related to kind of a call before you dig situation. And I have done this before and was surprised to get the lines painted on my side or painted on my road because I was just looking for a map. And so I do think that communication will be required, but I think this makes sense because oftentimes it's just a map that's required, not the actual paintings on the property.
Yes, Councillor Elliott.
So I was just looking for a quick education and because I don't actually know what this means. And I'm gathering from Councillor Isaacson, it has to do with going to someone's house and writing on the road.
Yes, through the chair, I can give you a quick Coles notes. So typically, it's, as Councillor Isaacson said, it's typically that BC1 call. People are looking to locate the water shut-off valve and utilities on their lot. And previously, city staff would come and mark them all for you, that the city-owned ones anyway. In looking at other utility providers, the gas and power, typically they do not do that level of service that the city does. You can get a map and you get that utility locate on site only if you request it. So right now, city staff are still providing that level of service where we go out and we will mark those lines for you. And this service cut would put us more in line with those other utility providers where they actually don't. They only go out and do a physical locate at your house with paint lines if you request it. So we would still do that if they request it.
So then the information would include a GIS pinpoint information, and people with their little handhelds could go out there and find them with the GIS coordinates?
Through the chair, typically we have a pretty good GIS system already for people to look at. And so we would just look to make that a little bit more accessible for folks. So when they do the one call, I think we would propose that we would actually physically email them that map. So rather than go out, we would just provide them that electronic copy of the utilities on their lot, the city utilities.
Thank you.
Councilor Almeida.
Yeah, I would be in favor of this as well. And similar to Councilor Isaacson, last year out of curiosity, I did the one call thing, and I did it in Burnaby when I lived over there and got the email report. And so I wasn't surprised as much as my wife was actually the one that got surprised when city staff came by to visit the house, because I didn't know they were coming either. So I think staff's moving in the right direction over here, and taking this off would be a good savings.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? We have passed that motion unanimously. That was item number 11. We'll now move to item 12, parking at city harbors, increased parking fees. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
I just had a question. It's the information speaks to this parking rate being below market value and then suggests an increase to $7.50 per day instead of $5. I was curious what the market rate is. Do we know that?
Through the chair, I'm looking at some other harbors. I mean, $5 is pretty reasonable. I've seen some where it's a $5 boat launch fee, and then you're paying $20 a day. So, I mean, I haven't done a lot of looking and comparing, but I have seen that. So I would say it's fair to say we're quite low with our rates.
So I think it's great to increase it. I wouldn't mind increasing it up to whatever the market rate is, but maybe we adopt this increase at this time and then look at it again in 2025 as far as transitioning on upward to market rate would be my thoughts on that.
Councilor Almeida.
Well, if Councilor Elliott's proposed to include, then I will second that motion.
Yeah, I'll make that motion, and my other thought was for future, but yeah.
Sorry, for clarity, what is the motion?
I'll read it again. Move that staff be directed to add item 12 as presented in Appendix A.
Favor?
Discussion.
Discussion. Councillor Isaacson.
I'm gonna wait.
Councillor Doubt.
I'm in favor of doing this. I think, I want to point out that the motion is to increase parking fees at Mowat Bay and the North Harbor by 50%. And I think the reasoning is both of those are basically frequently used for parking trucks and boat trailers. And, it's reasonable to that. I think there is a fee for cars and for boat trailers at both of those places. But it's a discretional thing, and I don't mind increasing the prices to a market rate for things people have discretion over. You decide to park your car there or park your truck there. There you go. But I think we might get a different reaction from people paying to park at Mowat Bay than we do at North Harbor.
Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wasno. I think, I know when we had security concerns come before council, there's a question of what value do people get for the fees that they pay? I think these fees are still reasonable, especially since they fundamentally include use of the boat launch. So I think it's reasonable, but I'm expecting public pushback on it.
Okay, we have Councillor Palm.
Yeah, Your Worship, I feel obliged to speak to this through the chair, and that is Councillor Isaacson is absolutely correct. We had a presentation from cabin owners and boat cabin owners and people that park at Moet Bay regularly, and they were strongly advocating for some type of security be put in place. And I know that for a fact that we have ignored their asks. Now we're going to be asking them to pay more without any upgrades. Sorry, I can't support this.
Any further comment? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? The motion passed 6-1 with Councillor Palm opposed. The next item, 13, reduce harbor summer staff. Yes, Councillor Isaacs.
I'm going to move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 13. I may change my mind if I hear from other councillors who use that harbor more, but I think it's a valuable service to both tourists and local folks in the summer.
Councillor Dote.
It hasn't been seconded.
Who's a second?
Oh, I was going to second it or speak to it, but I'll just go ahead and speak to it because I think Councillor Elliott was there to second the motion. So I'm suggesting that not doing this or deferring it to 2025 is a really good idea. We've just started the process of setting up a harbor advisory committee that can have discussions with city staff and with the users of the harbor about the needs down there. And I can say from, spending evenings on my boat down at the South Harbor, particularly, the business doesn't tail off in the summertime at 4 o'clock. In fact, you get a lot of boats coming in, been out on the water, they're coming in looking for a place to park. And if nothing else, they need harbor staff there to say, we're full. There's no place to tie up. You should have been here at 1 o'clock. But I think it needs careful consideration to reduce these hours, and I would like to discuss it after our harbor advisory committee's been in place for a little while, and still an opportunity to bring this back again in 2025.
Thank you, Worship. I do support this. It's in the later hours where you actually need staff more because the harbor's filling up and boats bump into each other and have problems. It's not like parking a car. And staff can really make a huge difference. Sliding people in, people come in late and they're like, oh my God, please fit me in somewhere. And if this, I've been in and out of many harbors on this coast and I've experienced really good service. And this is what makes the difference, is having people to provide it. So I think this would be an unwise thing to cut. Thank you.
Shirley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of the motion. I think it's not a good idea to stop service in a harbor at 4 o'clock in the summertime. Summertime hours for boaters are out on the water at that time. They don't even arrive in harbor until after that time, quite a bit closer to the evening hours. I think the whole matter around working and staff and how the harbor operates is before a committee that we just convened to talk about this. And I would like the committee to have the opportunity to bring recommendations forward for the harbor. And I think we're singling out the North Harbor in this motion, and it's harbor management in general that really needs a good look in how we might share labor between the harbors and where the people are needed to go at different times. It is my experience, if anybody cares to know, that we are already understaffing our harbor operations during our busiest times, and that traditional hours are maybe not appropriate to harbors. And that's one of the things we're looking at through the committee and how things are done. So I'm not in favor of this motion now, nor will I be in favor of it until the committee can tell us what they recommend. I'm also not in favor of removing garbage bins when that comes up. Thanks.
So, Pom.
Yeah, thank you, to the Chair. So the motion presently on the floor is to defer this for a year. Is that what I'm hearing? Or is it to accept?
Not move forward with it. So
Not move forward. Okay. Well, I'm going to support that for the simple reason that I am looking forward to hearing what our new harbor committee has in terms of benefits and how we can better serve the public at our harbor. Because one of the problems we're presently having at the harbor is that boats that come in late and leave early the next morning are not being charged, and we're losing a lot of substantial revenue. So there needs to be some adjustments to the hours of staff and how they're and when they're on duty. And I'm looking forward to those suggestions. So I support not moving forward with this item.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? The motion number 13 was passed unanimously. We'll move now to item 14, which is sidewalk weed control. Any questions, discussions for staff? Councillor Almeida.
I'm actually surprised that this is currently not part of the procedure, so I will, I've always been raised, I don't have a sidewalk now, but when I grew up, I always had a sidewalk, and I was raised to, you maintain your sidewalk. So I will move to include item number, what are we here, 14, as presented in Appendix A.
Any discussion before we, Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not entirely in favor of this item just because the amount of people we have in our community that are disabled or not quite as up to the task is fairly high compared to some other communities. And I think it would be a hard transition for people to move that direction when we're used to it being different. The amount of money it saves is not worth the distress it's going to put that small minority of people into. And yeah, I think this is not a good use of our, I think we need to take care of our sidewalks, and I don't think that all people who live in the city even have the equipment to take care of their own sidewalks. And so possibly not the greatest idea.
Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. I disagree with Councillor Elliott. I think it's a great neighborhood bonding exercise. My neighbor kids and I have competitions as to who runs out there first and clears the snow off, and yeah, and it's always really annoyed me when people don't trim the grass between the sidewalk and the road. I do that for neighbors too. So anyway.
Going to support Councillor Southcott. I think this is a great opportunity for neighborhood building. It also allows the neighborhood to decide how they're going to do this. They can choose to use non-pesticides, a variety of ways. It gives them a lot more ownership in their neighborhood. So, see no further discussion. Yeah, Councillor Dote.
Yeah, I think we're all talking about the same thing and not using the same words, because the motion talks about sidewalk weed control, and a lot of the discussion is about owners maintaining the sidewalks in front of their home, and those two things are extremely different. Okay, now if the concrete cracks and separates and lifts up, is that the homeowner's responsibility? If it's normal wear and tear? I don't think so. I don't think that's included in weed control myself, and it would be included in sidewalk maintenance. So I think we need to be careful about the words we use. I'm totally in favor of saying that we expect the homeowner to take care of the sidewalk weed control. But sidewalk maintenance is a different thing.
Through the chair, if I could, to clarify Councillor Dout's comments. So right now the city is responsible for the concrete maintenance as far as differential separation. So if there's a trip edge, a crack of a certain width, the city will repair it at the city's cost. So there's actually a policy approved by council that says anything less than a certain criteria will get repaired or replaced. So that would remain. I think this would be just the weed control itself. That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, the service is the sidewalk weed control. Do we have any additional, Councillor Palm?
Just have to make the comment, Your Worship, through the chair, that it was interesting last summer that our crew was on Joyce Avenue where there's a wooded section of road with no residents. And our crews were out there removing those weeds, halfway through the summer. And I appreciated that because it made, the road of Joyce Avenue, which is a major artery, respectable when visitors are coming down in the summertime. I appreciated that work greatly. So for those areas that do not have residents living in behind the sidewalk, will we continue that practice of weeding that section of road?
Through the chair, typically what a bylaw like this would do is it just typically makes that whoever owns the adjacent property maintains the weeds on the sidewalk. So if that's city property and there's no residents on that property, then it would be city staff.
Up to the owner of whoever owns that property, so that won't get done then. Anyway, that's fine.
Councillor Almeida.
Just wanted to provide a glimmer of hope to Councillor Palm's statement, because I believe I understand the property he's referring to, and I did see that particular property also get maintained by a tree removal company this year. So that property owner, it is privately owned, but they do put a little maintenance into it too. So I think we'll have some faith that they'll do their part, and they're a big part of our community here with the property that they own. So let's hope that continues.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion passed 5-2. That was item number 14. We'll move now to item number 15, which is garbage service at North Harbor. Proposal is to remove this bin from service. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
I'd like to move to not move forward with this item number 15.
Second.
Discussion? In favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Southcott.
I just want to mention that I personally support bringing my own garbage home. That's what I do from my boat. So I'm really a bit ambivalent about this. I'd like to see us save that money as well. But the group, the ad hoc group that I chaired, actually prior to the committee coming in, arriving, this was one of the issues, is that they wanted garbage. They wanted to be able to unload garbage from their boats in the harbor. So there is pretty strong public support for that facility, and I just wanted to mention that.
Councillor Almeida.
While I'm not an active harbor user, the little bit of feedback I've heard from other members of the community is that we don't have enough garbage disposal bins throughout the city, especially through our downtown core. And at the time when garbage bag tags were a major part of our system, I could understand maybe why there was a reasoning not to have garbage, because people might put their residential garbage into a public garbage can. Now that we've moved to our bin system, we don't have bins to reduce the litter on our streets. And so I'm in favor of the motion here, and then I'd like to figure out how we can make waste disposal a little easier through our community down the road as well.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? The motion passed 6-1. And would you like clarification on what the motion?
We would, please.
Was to not move forward with the item and remove from future discussions.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. We'll now move to item 16, which is engineering, reduce part-time staff hours, reduce part-time assistance for department. Councillor Elliott.
I'll move to include item 16 as presented by Appendix A.
Through the chair, if council could help us out by actually saying move that staff be directed to add the item number. You don't have to read the rest of it, but that would really help us be super clear.
Certainly. I amend how I spoke. I move that staff be directed to add item number 16 as presented in Appendix A.
Seconder, Councillor Palm.
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion.
Well, my first question is to just reach out to engineering staff. And my question is, now that we're basically finished the liquid waste facilities construction, which I'm sure you need additional staff for, is this limited consequences for the engineering department?
Chair, no, it doesn't. Actually, when we did the treatment plant, we did not add any staff. We just manage it with the current capacity, and we never actually had part-time staff. We did have part-time staff, then we didn't have a full-time staff. Did that answer the question?
It adds to another question, and that is, if we're trying to reduce part-time staff and we don't have any, how do we do it?
Right. So if I may, through the chair, what that means is that the possibility of hiring a part-time staff in addition to the full-time staff will be removed if we keep this item added to the list.
So it's a proactive move.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? In favor of the motion? Passed unanimously. That was item 16 passed unanimously. Move now to item 17, which is snow clearing and reduce snow clearing on lower use roads. Discussion, Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I'm going to move that staff be directed to take no further action on item 17. And if there's a seconder, I'll speak to why.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. For me, not clearing local and lower use roads is an issue that results in impact to our seniors, people that use strollers and need to get around. It's really an issue that impacts people who are not able to just drive out of their driveway or who want to walk around the neighborhood and stay healthy and during a snowstorm. So I appreciate all the work that snow clearing staff already do, and I'd like to see it continue so that people can remain moving and connected to their neighbors during snowy periods.
Yes, Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question. Does what is being suggested here actually address Councillor Isaacson's concern? Over the years, I've been aware of whenever we've had snow, many people wanting sidewalks cleared as well, which isn't something that the city does. I understand it's expected of the neighborhoods. So I'm not sure that this item really addresses people walking. From what I understand from the notes, this isn't going to make any difference to that, but I want to clarification on that, please.
To clarify my point, I meant walking on the road. Like if we're talking side streets,
Oh,
you can still walk on the
wider
road.
to walk on instead. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. That clarifies it, thank you.
Elliot.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm a little bit torn on this item. Snowfall is not a large duration of days in our community. So we're talking about having single lane plowed traffic on side roads, not eliminating it on lower use roads. I think it kind of depends on what lower use roads means, so I'm not entirely clear on that. I mean, there are some streets where that would make no difference whatsoever, but there are some streets that density is pretty high on that aren't arterial or main, that it might make quite a difference on. And so I guess maybe some clarity around what a lower use road is might help me.
Sure. Pardon me, through the chair. So the intent with this one is those roads that are typically, if it doesn't have a hill, hill is a bit more priority for us. So we need to clear that just to make sure we're controlling the ice and keeping safety at top of mind. So there'd be typically local roads that don't have bus service, not in a school route, that kind of thing. So if it's flat and it only serves a few residents, typically that would generally fall off the list in this case. So we would likely just do one punch through with the plow and not clean it up all the way to the curb during a snow event.
Just follow up. So we have limited snow plowing ability, and do we not prioritize that? And is that not our current practice during a snowstorm?
Through the chair, we definitely do prioritize the main roads, the bus routes, those sort of things, school zones. It's those local residential ones are the ones that we're looking at here, is they could potentially drop off the list for plowing.
So Amelia, did you have a?
I would, I'd be in favor of Councillor Essex's motion to not touch this. I think in my experience, you can probably never have a big enough budget for snow. And even if we only get a little bit of snow throughout the year, I imagine the excess budget, if we do get excess snow removal budget, the CFO will put it into a reserve of some kind for the following year if we happen to have extra. So I think for the little potential savings we have here, it's probably better to play on the side of safety and get our roads cleared when we have snowfall.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? We have the motion passed 6-1. That was item number 17. Number 18 is the BC Housing Shower. Currently open to provide public shower facilities, and the proposal is to cease operations and return the structure to BC Housing.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Through the chair, it mentioned alternative facilities are available again. I'm wondering what those alternative facilities are.
Through the chair, I'll defer this to Mr. Cam Reed.
Through the chair, the history on this facility, it was through COVID that it was basically given to the city, provided for us to operate because other facilities, complex, harbors, campsites, stuff like that were all shuttered through COVID. So yeah, essentially this was extra brought in to be able to cover those times, difficult times. Now everything is pretty much back to open again.
So the alternatives are like harbor, campsite, rec complex.
Everything pre-COVID, basically.
Councillor Dote.
Just while you're still there, just a quick question, whether you have any figures or stats on the use of these facilities?
We don't. When it was brought into effect, we were essentially told, don't pay attention to it. Sensitive. We don't want people feeling like they can or can't use it. Just basically open it up, turn a blind eye to it. We know there's use. I don't have any good stats on how much it's used. It's used regularly. I couldn't tell you how many people.
I'm going to move a motion that staff be directed to add item number 18 as presented in Appendix A. Second by Councillor Isaacson.
Wanted to speak to it, sorry, but I'll second it for discussion.
Yeah. Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I did reach out to Julie Jenkins, the housing manager at Lyft, to find out what they could tell us about use. They currently refer people to these showers. And so there will be people who rely on those showers. But she welcomes a conversation about alternatives. So for example, there may be other communities where people who can't afford like an entrance fee to pay for a shower might be given, you know, chits or whatever to be able to use those. So I think I support this motion, and I expect, given that it is often people who connect with Lyft services, but not exclusively, who might rely on those services, a willingness to open a conversation on what those alternatives are.
Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think our pre-COVID numbers around homeless and the people who need these kinds of services are considerably higher now than they were then. If we're to close the access to free use showers for people and direct them to other things that are available, we need to make sure those other things are also free and there are no barriers to those other services. So, and then also there's a concern around the neighborhoods of the various showers. I would suspect the rec center might be maybe a better place for showers, but I don't know that. I don't know if the people using that might put them really far from where they need to be. And so I'm kind of against the motion at this time, because I would like to know more about impacts to users before I would vote on this, and I think we can't know that between now and February. I think I want to be cautious about making decisions about this service without having any input whatsoever from the users or any avenue for input. So I'm against the motion, and I think my preference would be to defer it to next year and gather some information around the users. Thanks.
Thank you, through the chair. I heard what Councillor Isaacson had to say, that she's done her research. The only question is, in my mind, in regards to this, it refers to BC Housing shower. Did BC Housing not offer to pay for the opening and closing of these shower facilities?
Through the chair, so we currently clean it. So our janitorial staff go in and clean it. So it's a cost to the city right now.
I'm in favor of the motion then. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? The motion passes 4-3. Now move to item number 19, which has to do with gravel roads. And the proposal is to increase intervals of ligno application and utilize water only when appropriate. We have questions for staff. We have a motion. Councillor Elliott.
So I recall not very long ago the strip of Sutherland at the end that is gravel services, a park where people, or an access to trails that people use on a regular basis. And the residents along that road were considering the dust control inadequate at this time. Would that mean they would have less dust control now than, or is that a different road and not considered part of this?
Thanks, through the chair. So this would be reducing the amount of dust control product on roads that aren't as well traveled as others. So we'd prioritize the ones that have the most traffic. I believe the Sutherland one, we'd have to look, but I believe that one would still receive it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I have direct experience with this in my neighborhood, which is right across the street from me, and it affects my neighbor greatly, who was complaining to me last summer. And that was because we couldn't get the suppressant for some time. I would look across the street, and when cars traveled down the road by Ocean View Field, there was a great dust cloud that encircled his residents and many of the residents in the area. And he was not happy at all with that, because they were using water. It would last an hour. The heat would burn it off. And we had dust cloud after dust cloud on that little mini road. I'm just wondering how many roads like this are in the city. And does this also include the road up to the end of Westview that is unpaved?
Yeah, through the chair, it would be any of the gravel roads within the municipality. So we typically do dust control on almost all of them at the moment. So this would be just reducing the amount of roads that we do with dust control product.
Councilor
Almeida. Your Worship, can I move a motion for discussion, and that is to not move forward with this item? If there's a second.
I'm going to second that motion. Discussion?
A point of order. I think staff want us to read out the red text. So move that staff be directed to take no further action.
No further action on item number 20.
19.
Yep, 19.
19. Okay, Councilor Almeida.
I was just curious, I guess, for staff. You have some communities in town that have laneways that are semi-gravel. Is the laneways included as part of this, or we're specifically talking roads like Upper Westview and stuff as well? I don't know if we actually do any dust control on laneways.
Through the chair, yes, we do the laneways. So basically anything that's gravel, we'll hit it with the dust control.
Hey, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor? The motion for item number 19 was passed unanimously. Moving to item 20, conference attendance.
Yeah.
19.
No, it's 20.
Oh,
It's passed. Oh,
oh, did we? Wait a minute.
Yep,
Yellow Roads was 19.
roads,
Oh,
Yeah.
I quoted the wrong number. Sorry.
no problem. Councilor Almeida.
I'm going to look to the CFO. I sent her a last minute, like literally last second request on number 20. If she gives me eye contact to go ahead, and she doesn't. It doesn't look like she's ready. She is. Okay. I was going to say we can move forward to the next one if you weren't ready yet.
Sure. More time would be appreciated to answer that.
So if we can, I have a question for the CFO that she's still getting the answer for. So I'd like to say if we can go to 21 and come back to 20 in a couple minutes.
Sure. Is that everybody fine with that? All right. Item 21, pathway weed control. Reduce frequency from 3 times per year to 2 times per year. Discussion, Councillor Isaacson.
To focus discussion, I'm going to move that staff be directed to take no further action on item 21. And if there's a seconder, I'll explain why.
Seconded by Councillor Southcott. Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I think the main reason is pathways are a prime use of visitors to our community, and to put our best foot forward, I think this is part of that. The amount of cost to help keep our community, especially our paths, which are part of our natural assets, beautiful, I think is the right decision, but I'm open to being convinced otherwise.
Yes.
I have a question around weed control and our current broom situation. So if weed control is done twice a year, can we still try to tackle the broom problem on pathways, or will it lead to a need for like more intense actions later?
Through the chair. So this one put forward, so from 3 times a year currently what we do on the pathways to 2 times. The staff thought when we were talking about this one that we couldn't reduce it more than 2 times per year. We just thought it would just become too much of a problem to stay on top of. So currently we do it 3 times a year. Our thoughts are we could reduce it to 2 times per year, but we would not recommend reducing it further.
So Armida.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a follow-up question, I guess, because we're focused on weed control, but I imagine regular maintenance of sweeping or whatever of paths would still occur, or so and to kind of answer Councillor Isaacson's question and putting our best foot forward, we're still keeping our paths clear, just maybe a little less weedy.
Correct. That is correct, through the chair.
Okay. Questions, comments? We have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Sorry, the motion's to not move forward. Is that correct right now?
I have a question in that regard. Through the chair, there's nothing to stop citizens from upgrading pathways near their homes or anything using weed whackers or whatever. It's nothing to prevent that, correct?
Through the chair, it's a typical practice that adjacent homeowners just will weed eat on occasion the pathway next to their fence. It's a common occurrence, but city staff will do it also.
So just to be specific, the pathway from Ladner Street through to Ocean View by the field was weed whacked at least 2 or 3 times last summer. If it's only done twice and there's prohibitive weeds growing, can a citizen take it upon themselves to go in there and cut down those excess growth?
Through the chair, I guess it just kind of depends. I guess one thing I'll say is if it's something that's immediately adjacent to your home pathway in between, next to your fence kind of thing, that makes a lot of sense. And we see people trim it as they do trim their lawns. It's just, natural. But if it's something where they go out of their way and do an extra block or 2 of thick weeds in kind of no man's land, I guess, we don't see that too often, but I guess there's probably nothing stopping folks from doing that.
Yep.
So Amira.
Just a question for staff, I guess. I had a resident come to me last summer who lives adjacent to a pathway and spent some time not only controlling it, but actually attempting to beautify it with some flowers. And then to have city staff happen to come by and their maintenance efforts and all the flowers went bye-bye. So I'm wondering, I guess, I don't know what the solution to that is, but if there's a way that we can find a happy medium so that residents who do put that extra effort in to beautify, yeah, I don't know what the answer is to that, but I didn't know what to say to them.
I do have a comment through the chair. So most of the time, obviously, if a homeowner wants to make some kind of different approach to something next to their house. I think if they reach out to us, we'll try and work with them. And sometimes we just don't agree, and it's something odd that just isn't maintainable kind of thing. But if we can, they can certainly reach out to us.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor?
And the motion again is to not move forward. Okay.
The motion is great move the staff be directed to take no further action on item number 21. All in favor? Opposed? We have 2 opposed, 5 in favor. The motion passes. We'll now move back to item number 20, which is conference attendance.
Thank you. I asked the CFO at the last minute if she had some numbers for 2023, because my thinking was that similar to my recommendation for when we earlier discussed council travel, to get an idea of what how this budget lined up from last year as well. So I'll turn it over to the CFO.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, the numbers might not be final. There's still some processing to do. Currently, there is $8,000 under budget in 2023, and that's of a budget of 72,000. And the 2024 budget is about 72,000. So there was no budgeted increase from the prior year. They are 8,000 under right now, but like I said, I hesitate to say that that's where they'll land fully.
Yes, Councillor Elliott.
I would like to move that we not move forward, or we move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 20. And if I get a seconder, I'll explain why. Thank you. So costs have gone up a lot. The one thing I think we can do to lower our overall costs is better staff retention. And I want our city to be able to offer staff the training, the collaboration with other cities, and the improvement to their skills that would make it attractive for them to work here. And I don't think nickel and diming the training budget is going to help us in that regard. So I'm against cutting, and if anything, I would consider increasing budgets in order to retain staff, because we are currently struggling in that area and spending a lot of money trying to recruit people, and retention would be the better goal. Thank you.
I would concur with Councillor Elliott, and also wanted to just extend a quick thank you to the CFO for some last minute number crunching to help me with my deliberations.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Motion, item number 20, the motion was passed unanimously. Move to item 22, which is gravel road shouldering. Reduce frequency from yearly to every second year. Do you have any questions for staff for a motion? Southcott.
I have a question, and this is another one where the question is this really wise? Preventative maintenance, I've always found, saves, and this seems to be threatening preventative maintenance, but is that true? Like,
through the chair, yes, absolutely. This is a typical preventative maintenance for our gravel roads.
Thank you, Councillor Isaacson.
I will move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 22 as presented in Appendix A.
Seconded by Southcott. I'm in favor of the motion. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor? Item number 22 was passed unanimously. Item number 23 is street sweeping, not by council, but by staff. Recommendation: continue arterial collector roadways as priority, reduce local roadways to 1 sweeping per season. Yes, Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. I would move to include, or sorry, move that staff be directed to add number 23 as presented in Appendix A.
Second. Councilor Dixon, any discussion? Yes, Councilor Silkcroft.
It's another question kind of along the same lines. Being a cyclist, I do appreciate the cycle lanes being free of flotsam and jetsam. And I'm wondering how much compromise there's going to be to cycle lanes if we go with this.
Thank you, through the chair. So typically the marked cycle lanes are on those main thoroughfares. They would still remain as being swept.
Yeah, and reducing the sweeping of local roadways, and when we look at that, say there's probably some opportunity there. But then I read the whole thing and it says, continue arterial collector roadways as a priority and reduce local roadways to 1 sweeping per season. Now, when I see the sweeper come by, it's usually because it's happening in either after some storms that have brought a lot of vegetation down on the road, or it's in the fall when the leaves are falling off the trees. And what happens after the leaves fall off the trees is we start getting our winter rains. And if you sweep enough to get the leaves out of the gutters, you avoid the drainage problems with the plugged gutters that end up causing even more expensive to fix problems than the street sweeping solved in the first place. So I've got a concern just with the idea of limiting it to 1 per season when it might not be the most economical and appropriate thing to do, because the result of not doing that sweeping could cause flooding or could cause drainage problems. It could cause all kinds of things to happen. So I like to reduce the sweeping of local roadways, but not the prescription of 1 sweeping per season.
Councilor Elliott, just before, do you think it's possible that the curling club could become involved in street sweeping as an exercise?
Well, there is a lot of sweepers there. They have the wrong kind of broom.
Thank you.
So my comment is, I was listening to radio news or some news program not very long ago, and Vancouver has an Adopt a Drain program where they have people who live in a neighborhood adopt a drain and go and just make sure it's free of debris, especially during big rainfalls. And so I don't think we need to sweep the entire street to get clear drains. And there are other ways to do that. And I think from the public, I've been hearing that we probably could sweep our streets a little bit less than what we're doing now. And the main arterial routes that have most of our traffic, they're not proposing to lower sweeping on those streets. I think that particular downside could be, we could creatively look at ways to address that throughout the city that would lower our costs, and I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. Yeah, echo Councillor Elliott. This is one of these weird things that one of the most comments I get about regular operations is, why do we sweep our streets so often? People feel like they're, and it's true on my street as well. I'm like, weren't they just here sweeping? And I totally value, there's a reason for it, to protect our drainage systems. I support this motion, but I would also want, like, if it turns sideways and it turns out that this is really impacting debris getting into the wastewater treatment plant, or there's too many blocked drains, that we revert this. But I see this as I'd like to try this. And if it becomes a problem, I expect us to hear about it.
Okay, Councillor Palm.
Thank you, through Chair. I agree with Councillor Doud's comments in regards to the seasonality of this service. When citizens are out cutting their lawn and looking after their property in the summer months and spring and summer, things are pretty well kept because they take it upon themselves to make sure all those drains are clear and everything. But in the fall and when the winter, when the leaves are coming down and the cedar leaves are coming down from trees, the wind's howling, the rain is coming down and it's washing all those things down to our drainage areas, there needs to be a little bit more frequency. That's the time of year that it needs to happen. So having once a season really doesn't do it for me, I can tell you that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Does anybody require it to be read?
Motion is to direct staff to add item number 23 to the, as presented in Appendix A.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? The motion passes 5-2, and that was item number 23. We'll move now to item number 24, which is Powell Lake Washroom Facility. The recommendation for discussion is to close the facility. Discussion, Councillor Isaacson.
I will move that staff be directed to take no further action on item 24, and if there's a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Second by Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor Wesno. I think closing the washroom would cause a lot more problems than the money that it would save. It is such a heavily used location, and it will impact a lot of people, local folks and visitors to our community. I don't think shingle mill is a possible alternative for people at Powell Lake. So I don't support cutting it, and I support the motion of removing this from discussion.
Further discussion, Councillor Almeida.
I would agree. I think when you're on the water, you're more likely to need to use the washroom. So keeping a washroom there, I might be open to having a consideration at Sunset Park where we have 2 washrooms in a fairly close facility, that maybe there's opportunity for conversation on that matter, but I'm in favor of the motion as it stands.
Motion, all in favor? Opposed? The motion for item 24 is passed unanimously. Move to item number 25, which is a special event and seasonal banners flag installations. Eliminate the special event banner installation is the issue to discuss. Councillor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for staff, I guess. I'm curious on an average year, granted we had some COVID years in between, but on average, how many banners and flags are we looking at here? Like, what does this break down to roughly per installation?
Through the chair, I can't recall exact numbers. It would be the large banners that you see entrance to the complex, down by the waste recovery center, things like that. Plus there's seasonal ones that go up around the complex, down around the harbor, along Joyce Avenue. So I don't have exact numbers. I think we spend around $5,000 a year sort of putting these up, taking them down, repairing them, replacing as they get damaged. So yeah, I don't quite know the numbers.
Sorry, and these are just referring to community events, because you mentioned the complex. You're not talking about like the signage at the front of Complex Way or something like that.
So some are the big banners for community special events. Some are sort of advertising. Others are just the ones more on street posts, more the decorative seasonal type. Yeah.
Sir Elliott.
I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 25. If I get a seconder.
Sir Palm.
I was going to speak to my motion, if that's okay, Your Worship.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you. So one of the things we're pretty proud of in our city is that we run amazing festivals, special events. We're a fun city, and we had struggled with that a little bit over COVID. And I think we're getting back to some of our really great festivals. And I don't support making it hard for staff to work with people who are trying to do amazing events in our city. And this doesn't save that much money. And I want staff to have a budget to work with our public who are trying to have events. And I don't want to be no fun city. I want to be this city that we are proud of, and I'd like to keep it there. Thanks.
We have a motion on, Councillor Palm, did you have a?
Yes, Your Worship, I just want to speak in favor of this motion, of keeping this service on the docket, because the special events that happen at the complex, to put banners up at the front entrance, whether it's Bartholomew, Prisma, Sport Hall of Fame. I can tell you that by being involved with Sport Hall of Fame, staff is very pleased to offer assistance and go above and beyond the call of duty to make those events stand out in our community, and I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Motion is passed unanimously. That was item number 25. We'll move now to item number 26, which is staff training. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 26, staff training. If I get a seconder, I'll speak to that.
Seconder, Councillor Isaacson, and you may speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. This goes back to my comment earlier around staff retention and making our city a good place for people to work and getting appropriate training when they need it. And I'm not in favor of reducing staff's ability to provide that for people working here in our city.
We have a motion on the floor, which has been seconded. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item number 27, which is tree trimming along roadways. We have questions with regard to trim trees only when they interfere with sight lines causing safety concerns. Sir Elliott.
I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 27 as presented in Appendix A. If I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Almeida. Councillor Isaacs. Elliott.
Thank you. The numbers that are presented as far as savings are not very much. The ability to have flexibility to make sure that they can stay within budget and still keep a handle on the significant growth that happens in our climate and make sure that people can see when they need to see, I think is that this is not worth trying to chip away at. Thanks.
A question for staff. This is tree trimming along roadways. Does that mean trees that are on private property are getting trimmed? Like what trees are we talking about?
Before.
Test 1, 2. I'm back. So I think through the chair, the question was, is it private property trees or city-owned trees? I think it's a mixture of both. We do end up doing both.
Yes, Councillor Palm.
I just want to clarify that answer, because I thought this was referring to city-owned property. And the private property, the responsibility of those, we send out notices if the trees are growing on roadways and whatnot for the citizens themselves to take care of that problem. Isn't that the case?
Through the chair, quite often we don't get response times fast enough. Sometimes through our bylaw staff, they're working with the homeowner to address it. And just in the growth season, sometimes we have to deal with it, even though we do ask the homeowner or the resident to deal with it.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. See no further discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We have 2 opposed. The motion passes 5-2. We're going to deal with one more item before we break, and that is item number 28, which is road marking. Proposed yellow curbed areas would not be painted. Discussion, Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. A previous recommendation on painting was painting every 2 years instead of 1 year, and I'm wondering why that wasn't an option. And does this mean it means that the yellow areas and curbs would not be painted at all?
Through the chair, so these locations are typically those curb and gutter locations where at a curb return intersection where they're marked yellow. There are bylaws and laws in place where they actually don't need to be marked yellow. You can't park there legally. It's an extra thing. The problem is when you start doing those yellow curbs, you have to maintain them unless you make a decision to not do it. So the thought process here is to discontinue doing those yellow curbs. There will probably be a few that we actually just have to do for safety reasons, but in this case, we would the majority of them we wouldn't do.
Councillor Almeida.
So if I'm understanding Mr. Fraser correctly, then I'm going to look at Staff Sergeant Weeb. I guess would that give you the ability to, for those that disobey regular parking driving rules, to add some tickets for those that might park in an area that used to be yellow, but they're parking on a curbed corner or something?
Through the chair, so we don't often do parking. That's more bylaws, but I can tell you if they're not painted, I can't see our members getting out there with the tape measure to make sure vehicles are not within 6 meters of a stop sign. So enforcement would be challenging for us, but like I say, it's normally a bylaw issue.
Councillor Doubt.
Where I hear from the public about issues of no parking zones, which are the places that get painted yellow, are when people call me and they say, my neighbor is parking right close to the corner and I'm worried I'm going to get in an accident when I go around the corner. And I've talked to the neighbor and they said they're okay to park there because there's no yellow paint on the curb. And if you leave that alone, it becomes a confrontation between the two people. One person says, shouldn't be parking there. Other person says they should. There's no clear way to define whether it's a parking zone or a not parking zone, and those personal confrontations can end up being something that the police actually does have to attend to. Because, I don't see the RCMP showing up to tell anybody they're parked, 15 feet from the corner instead of 20. But I do see public relations issues and neighbor-to-neighbor conflicts going on, and it's a small thing to paint those yellow lines so people can tell where the no parking zones are. And I can tell you that after a year, there's pretty faded and they're getting pretty hard to see. After 2 years, those paintings don't exist anymore. So I'd be in favor of not taking any further action on this.
Councillor Pond.
Mr. Bishop, I agree with Councillor Doubt that this is just another step forward in unsightliness, and a little bit of paint goes a long way on our roads that are deteriorating, and we don't have the money to fix them. What we have to do tonight when we're walking in here is walk around cones in our lovely parking lot to see the state of our roads. So with no yellow lines, we're just going down the wrong pathway in my estimation. And when it comes to safety and the amount of non-parking spaces that we are advocating for in new builds, multiple housing units, just adds to this problem. And I'm certainly not in favor of this direction.
Councillor Isaacs. Councillor Isaacs.
Yeah, I'll make the motion referred to by a few. I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 28 as presented in Appendix A.
Second by Councillor Almeida. See no further Discussion, all in favor? The motion is passed unanimously, and we'll now take a 5-minute break.
We do food. Does everybody here want food? Is there food for everybody? Because our staff has to stay too.
Oh,
Usually
they can't have anything to eat.
I don't want to eat if staff can't.
You can eat. I can eat.
I want to make sure that they can eat.
they typically get enough.
Oh, you don't know, I gotta move over here.
Lips. Well, I don't have a. That's actually good. Asking the CAO how. That's where I. There. Yes, it could.
consider.
The new thing.
Like a dinner break.
Flowers, they'll be. No, but I can buy them.
Can if I give you.
Okay, that's what you want.
Right near the couch.
Yeah.
Here on the left hand.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Do you start calling people back?
Okay. Mr. Galinsky, are you ready to go back to work? Thank you. Are we back online? Great. Okay, we're going to move to item number 29, engineering, and it is to reduce the number of paper maps printed. Councilor Southcott.
Is this the street maps, the Powell street maps? That tourism does? No? Okay.
Through the chair, I can speak to that. So this would be reduction in the within the office supplies for the engineering department. And just one of the reductions would be a reduction in just the amount of maps that they print for internal use.
I move that staff be directed to add item 29 as presented in Appendix A, given that the impact listed as minor.
Councilor Elliott.
Seconded.
Seconded. Thank you. Councilor Almeida.
I'm in favor of the motion. I just was curious with staff. Do we get requests from the community to acquire maps as well? I've been in other municipalities where I had to buy a map. I'm just curious if we sell them or offer them, or it's probably a minimal number, but.
Through the chair, I'm just seeing nodding of the head from our engineering manager that we do get requests from the public for maps. So they do receive maps from us.
Is that for sale or? So on, just as a suggestion, I don't think we need a council motion on, maybe we do need a council motion on that, but I think a nominal $5 $5 or whatever, or $10 if someone wants because I used to love it when I did door to door in the country. I needed those big maps, and but I'd happily pay the $10 to get them as well. So just as a small option.
I just wanted to ask a question. I'm assuming that we have a natural progression toward less maps because of our wonderful availability of electronics anyways, and so that's why this has been put forward?
Through the chair, our GIS, our geographic information system is really helped with that regard and reducing the amount of paper maps.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? The motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 30, which is equipment. And it's moved to purchasing DEF in larger quantities to achieve bulk discount. You have questions? Yes, Councillor Elliott.
Not a question. I was going to move to include this, move that staff be directed to add item number 30 as presented in the Appendix A.
Yes. Good. Any discussion?
I think it makes sense. Oh, sorry. Speak to my motion. I think it makes sense to purchase things bulk when we can, and having the small investment into a tanker, a way to pump from the tank, is going to last us a number of years. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Great, Councillor Armida.
Yeah, I would also be in favor of this motion. I wanted to thank staff for bringing this forward, and I hope in future years, this is a relatively small dollar amount, but I think there's other things that as a city we can look at as we grow that we might need to make an initial investment in that'll cost some money, but actually lead to efficiency and savings down the road as well. So look forward to seeing other things like this in the years to come.
All in favor of the motion? The motion passes unanimously. Item 31, Sunday library hours. Questions? Yes.
I was going to make a motion, if that's okay.
Yes.
Move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 31 as presented in Appendix A. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Lots of seconders.
Yeah, the library hours on Sunday are already reduced, and it's sometimes the only day that some people can go to the library. And so I'm not in favor of further restricting the 4 hours that are there to something very tiny. I think getting the staff out for half a day already is probably a little less cost effective than, and going even shorter would not be good. It's, hard on part-time staff to have such short shifts.
Speak in favor of the motion. I've seen significant number of people in the library on Sundays, and I think it would be very unfortunate if we moved in this direction. Councillor Almeida.
And I just wanted to clarify for the records, I'll look at the chief librarian while I'm doing this as well. But as I said on the library, you don't actually have the power to control the hours of the library, but this would be to continue the funding of the library. And the librarian had suggested that if the funding were to be cut, Sundays would be the easiest one to cut it. So we're just continuing the funding of the library. We can't actually tell them when to open and close.
Further discussions? I'll call the motion. All in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Move now to item 32, which is social planning services. Position has been vacant for a year. Planning work with a social lens would continue to be managed by other planning services staff. Councillor Elliott.
I'll make the motion, move that staff be directed to take no further action on item 32 as presented in Appendix A. And if I had a seconder, I will speak to that.
Out has seconded that.
So we have some of the most intense social issues facing us in the last 30 years, as far as I can tell. We have a housing shortage. We have a need to focus some staff attention on ways we can get affordable housing happening. And we have a need of a social planner to help us integrate all of our plans in a way that is cost effective for people who have a hard time with affordable living. And the social lens put on how we go about that, and not dropping any balls on the childcare, the housing, the transit, and all of the things that work together to make a solution for affordability in our community is needed. And I haven't been a big fan of the operating without a social planner. And so I'm going to say that I'm not in favor of removing it. And we need our social planner.
I second and agree with the motion. I think the social planning service that has been a partnership between the city, the regional district, the Cathett Regional District, and the Palaman First Nation has been an example of how to deal with social planning for an entire region, and was a three-part group that worked together. It wasn't just the social planner working. The social planner was supporting a region-wide committee that could deal with social issues and bring them back to all the three of the local governments to resolve them. And the fact that the social planner has not been in a position, or there's been no one in the position, hasn't been seamless, and it hasn't been unnoticed. There are things that are not being done that used to be done. And I think if we're even going to look at it, we need to do the kind of thing that the regional district just asked us to do in their letter of last week, is take a really good look at the whole service, the whole operation, how it's organized and dealt with from the bottom up. And I don't support the idea of not going ahead and having a social planner without having a plan about how we're going to deal with the issues. So I support this motion.
Yeah, Your Worship, this is a tough one. We right now we do not have a social planner at the cost of $84,000 to $86,000 a year, and increasing the road. So if we vote this not to go down this road and hire a social planner, that's $160,000, $170,000, $180,000 ticket. And when it comes to budgeting, all the big items that we are seeing on this are somehow being thrown off the table, and we're dealing with the little 2-cent items that are not really getting us very far in cost reduction. I just can't say, it's nice to receive a letter from the RD, but I'll point out to council that the RD in earnest pays maybe, if we're lucky, 25% in the cost of that social planner, and the city's stuck with the rest. And this is a form of downloading from the provincial government, in my estimation. Right now, we don't have one. We seem to be still surviving. So somehow where we have to make major cuts. This is one area where we can hold strong and not hire and reduce costs. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'm going to comment that I'm not in favor of this motion. I'm not in favor because I've had an opportunity to talk with the individual that was in this position, and to, I think, safely say that she's expressed this to others. It was extremely frustrating. I think Tracy Lawrenson, when she was working with us, pointed out that there are some issues that are best treated by a lens. We have a very competent planning department. The planners in the planning department are well aware of social issues, and they bring that lens to the table. And I think that it would be wise to move forward, recognizing the skills and experience that our planners have in dealing with social issues. Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you, Mayor Wesno. I support this motion in maintaining this position and filling it somehow. I look forward to the staff report that we've requested on what are options on how to potentially move forward. I do agree with the mayor that there was frustrations with how the position worked previously. There were some complications, and I think there are some potential ways to move forward, but we need to see those options. And also, if we are going to move forward, especially on affordable housing, we need someone who can act in this area, who can work with nonprofit organizations in our community. And I know that current staff have the ability, the capability to do that, but we have, between the provincial government and the bills 44, 46, 47, and the draft strategic plan of council, we are going to be putting even more pressure on our planning department. And so I think this is an important piece to keep there. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I see in the topic is social planning services. And the social planner is referred to in the explanatory notes, but to my awareness, there's still much planning or much consideration as to how that should actually be rolled out here. I don't think any of us disagree that the function is absolutely necessary. It was an important function during COVID. Our social planner then was fully occupied with looking after the social related necessities of that period of time. Prior to that, our social planner also did a lot of good work, the individual that we had on staff here. How it's to roll out, I think, is still in some question, but the function is, in my view, utterly essential anymore with the senior governments having backed off from looking after the needs of community, ours as well. So I support keeping this amount in the budget, because I think sometimes when you don't put the money into situations, you end up having a lot more expensive problems to fix because you didn't. Again, it's preventative maintenance. I can compare this to. Thank you.
Two thoughts, Councillor Doat, you spoke first. I can't remember you were leaning towards, I think. Stated your reasons.
I support the motion.
Okay.
You know, you can, perhaps staff can read back the motion that's on the floor.
Through the chair, it's to move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 32, which is the social planning services. So it would not be added to the budget for cuts. Thank you.
I think I know where the vote's going to go anyways, regardless of my thoughts on it. But I am curious, I guess. I did get the chance to meet our former planner recently, but I wasn't paying attention to city politics when the planner was last here, and there's been no planner since I've been paying attention to city politics. I'm curious, I guess, and I'm not too sure who on staff might be able to answer this question, actually. Is the reason for us not having had one since a lack of not posting for the position, or a lack of applicants for the position, or a lack of, because I don't remember council deciding not to fund it at the time. So I'm just curious.
So through the chair, timing wise, I've been with you about 4 months or so. So I'm not too sure. Actually, I'm not 100% sure how long the position's been vacant.
Since before the last election, I think, or just around.
Blimey, okay. So one of the things you'll recall is we have promised to come back to you with a report on a couple of things. One is all the different housing changes coming down the road, and the other is to make sure we respond to the QRD's letter and give some suggestions and options for council on how this position could be pivoted. One of the pieces was waiting for the strategic plan, seeing what the direction was there. And what I will say is, in terms of the capacity of the planning department, there is a need for added planners who can help move forward things like housing of all forms, whether it's affordable, market, supportive, the whole spectrum, and working with BC Housing. So we haven't had a chance yet to come back to you with that report. But I'm looking at Mr. Gao. We hope to in the spring. And that will also be, I think, linked to our update on all the various bills and the implications for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. So yeah, I think my thoughts are, I can kind of resonate with the mayor and Councillor Palm in terms of the costs, and there are a lot of big items that we have kept in the budget and small items that we've taken out, and so I can see that point of it. But I also look on the other side of it, and as Councillor Elliott's referenced a couple of times, is our staff turnover and job satisfaction and stuff as well. And if we put too much on existing staff, we might not have as many of them moving forward as well. So it's kind of a catch-22 at this point. And I look forward to that report down the road to see what options are there and moving forward as well. So thank you.
Just had a response to Councillor Alameda's question. Last year at this time, when we were discussing 2024 budget, the 2023 budget, Council made the conscious decision after much discussion to put funding in the budget for 2023 for a social planner position. Okay. The councillor made the decision to fund it. The money was there in the budget, and to my knowledge, there's been no effort by anybody to put out a request for filling the position.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? We have 5 in favor, so the motion passes. Next item is dealing with decreasing permissive tax exemption. And the specific tax exemption granted could be eliminated or decreased over time, starting in 2025. Councillor Isaacson.
I'm going to move that staff be directed to defer item number 33 as presented in Appendix A, and if there's a seconder, I'll explain why.
Thank you. Seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Isaacson.
I think this is worth a really hearty discussion, but I want to wait to receive information that we've directed staff to explore, which is assessing our variety of community support agreements and how that might look like and how it could be done more effectively. And I'm not ready to make a decision on this until I have all of that information.
Councillor Southcott. Oh, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I agree with this motion for now. I think by not increasing the limit to go along with inflation or increases that organizations that we currently support require, we're already impacting those folks. The permissive tax exemptions are a huge part of the community, the nonprofit community, the community that we support in many of the areas for the social fabric of our community. And these nonprofits that currently receive those grants rely on them. So I'm okay with looking at it as far as the broader grant program goes, and perhaps I've heard ideas of replacing it with just a grant and aid program instead of permissive tax exemptions. So, you know, I want to see all that information when it comes out. I'm not at this point in favor of lowering the support we provide our community in that regard, but we could shift it to be sure that we're distributing it in the most effective way. Thanks.
Yeah, I just, for a little bit of background, okay, council has already decided on all the permissive tax exemptions that are going to be granted in 2024. That decision was some months ago on the basis of that $400,000 cap. Okay. If we defer this decision until 2025, the decision for 2025 for permissive tax exemptions will already have been made. If we stick with the stick with the cap that's there now, a $400 cap on granted permissive tax exemptions. That will mean that every organization that has been getting used to getting permissive tax exemptions will find that they're getting a smaller grant than they did this year and last year. That's because we take that 400,000 and divide it by all of the people who apply, and you get a proportion that it reflects how many people have applied for that $400,000 and wanted it. So if we do nothing, we will continue to use the same amount of money, about $400,000 for permissive tax exemptions. If we change it, it'll have a bigger impact on organizations than the one it will already have. And I think just saying we're going to defer this to 2025 doesn't make any sense to me. There's no dollar savings attached here. We could simply take this out of this year's budget consultation discussion and commit to actually doing some work on studying permissive tax exemptions and the rules for it. We could start doing that next month if we're having that discussion outside of the budget process. So those are my thoughts on it. We don't have to solve this problem here. If we defer it to 2025, we're just putting off any impact we could have till sometime in 2026. So I would like us to deal with the permissive tax exemption question outside of this budget, because as I said before, the decisions on how much is going to be contributed to permissive tax exemptions has already been made for 2024.
So Isaac.
Of information. So I think my intention is exactly what Councillor Doubt shared. I don't think we can deal with this discussion now. We need a more fulsome discussion. And that was the motion that I intended to make. And so I'm wondering, can we do both? Like, yeah.
There we go. Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, yes, you can do both, because we actually are in the process of doing that very review of the permissive tax exemptions to get some of the answers that Councillor Doubt and others are speaking to. So Ms. Matthews is taking on that project this year. And so the plan would be to provide you with more information ahead of the next budget cycle. Thank you.
We have a motion on the
I just want to clarify then, so I'm clear on the motion. Councillor Isaacson's asked for a deferral.
Yeah.
From what I'm hearing you are saying, we're moving in the right direction if we were to include this direction.
That's correct. So
which motion are we making?
So I think, sorry, now I've gotten confused. So we've got a motion on the floor that staff be directed to defer item number 33, which is permissive tax exemption. And one of Councillor Isaacson's questions was, does she need to make a separate motion, I think, related to the information?
Yeah, because
that's needed.
My intention was that we would still carry through with previous direction to staff, which was to assess our current program and come back to council with some recommendations on how we can improve permissive tax exemption. So I still want that to happen. And so I don't want to make a decision on doing something about it until I've heard more that. So that's why I voted.
Well, to clarify, your motion then is not to defer, but it's to include what's written on this item.
No, it's to defer any what was that?
Which goes back to staff for further work.
No.
No, the staff, the work that staff are doing is based on a previous motion that we directed staff to investigate how we provide support to community organizations and come back to us on how we could do the permissive tax exemptions, et cetera, more efficiently and more equitably to our community organizations. And so that work I'm hearing is in process. My motion is for us to defer decreasing the total amount till the future. It may be that this discussion becomes moot because we've given direction to staff outside of the budget cycle, but It's like, I don't want to make a decision at this time because I want that information to come back to us.
Thank you.
Councilor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question to the CFO, I guess. So if we vote on this deferment, it'll keep the numbers the same at the 400. But later on this year, when we hear the report from staff, there'll be the opportunity to then revisit the conversation of the total amount. And if council wishes at that point to then increase or decrease, there's still the full capability to do that for the 2025 tax year, basically.
Through the chair, that is correct, as long as the discussion would need to happen quite early because the bylaws need to be adopted by October 31st. So we start discussion on permissive tax exemptions in, September. So we'd need to be pretty far down the road. So there is definitely a chance. But if not, then it would likely be picked up for the 2026 year. So it really depends on when we come back with information and how decisive it is and how much discussion is required. So it is possible, but it does depend.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Motion is passed unanimously. We'll now move to item 34, which is advertising and promotion. Utilize other media platforms and intergovernmental relations to communicate matters which affect all organizations. Proposal, yes. Elliott.
Just kind of a question to staff before I figure out how I feel about this. The descriptions are a tiny bit vague. Do we mean that we're going to try to do a lot more things electronic and not through newspapers, or through our own platforms rather than paid for platforms? Is that what the proposal is?
Through the chair, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Matthews to offer her explanation. Thank you.
Need a green light.
Through the chair. Councillor Elliott, yes, as a cost-saving mechanism, there is the ability to utilize online resources which don't cost the city. So if we are directing people towards electronic communication as opposed to print, that is a cost-saving option. One of the other mechanisms that I'm bringing forward here is section 94.2 of the Community Charter, which allows for an alternative method of communication with regard to public notification. So it would allow us to continue to meet our criteria within the Community Charter while at the same time saving costs when posting notices. So it is an option for cost saving.
So for folks who maybe don't have an online ability at all, how would they receive notifications and information?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we would still be required to post on our public notice boards. So there would be the option for a print version on our public notice boards.
I don't know how I feel about this.
Councillor Dote.
Yeah, I keep coming back to these things and reading them again to see if I can understand what we're doing and where the savings are coming from. So this one says advertising and promotion, and the idea is to utilize other media platforms and intergovernmental relationships to communicate matters which affect all organizations. And the savings somewhere by spending less from somewhere of $22,000 this year and $52,000 in 2028. And, I keep saying everywhere I am that there is no such thing as too much communication. Okay? You can do all the communicating you can try. You can use every kind of media you can think of trying. And somebody will always say, why am I surprised and why didn't I know this was happening? So I'm wondering how it is we can get more communication, which I think is, I've heard everybody around the table say at different times, we need to do way more communication and get in touch with people. How we can do actually more communication with spending less money. And I'd be interested in hearing some details about where these dollar savings are coming from. What is not going to be spent, and what we spent it on is obviously doing something. So what's not going to be done when we don't do that spending? And I don't see that on this line. I think there's probably been a lot more work behind the scenes, but those are my concerns. What are we not going to do? What's going to be left out? And what about doing our communication? Because I think that's actually a priority.
Through the chair, if I might just comment, Councillor Dowd, there is still budget left. This doesn't deplete the budget completely. This still leaves around 40,000 in the budget each year to use towards marketing and promotion. It may just be that we target our marketing promotion a little more carefully, and where we're able to combine our efforts with the QRD or combination on certain topics that affect everybody, we will be able to reduce everybody's cost proportionately. So those are the types of ideas that we're looking at to create those cost savings, as well as considering that we may be moving as a community towards a more electronic approach in the future, and exploring the capability of that.
Palm.
Your Worship, so it's very confusing as to what we're trying to portray here, but I've got one simple question. I'm not sure if it applies, but are the cost savings that are outlined here from 22 to 52 over the next 5 years annually, is that a reduction in staffing time to deal with communication, or how are these monies saved? I still don't understand it.
Through the chair to Councillor Palm, it is not a reduction in staff time for creating any of this content. It's the cost of actually publishing the information. There's certain campaigns that we could do collectively with other governmental bodies, and the cost of that publication would be saved. There's certain, subscriptions that maybe we could look to reduce, or target certain events as opposed to every event. It's just looking at a way of saving funds while still being able to spend on the most important ones.
So just follow that by saying, Councillor Dowd has heard from a lot of councillors suggesting that communication needs to be addressed to the public. And I know a perfect example of that is the advertising we've just done on the Harbor Committee. We put one ad in the paper, and I've got people phoning me saying, where can I get that application? I refer it saying, it was in the paper a couple of weeks ago. You'll have to look back in that hard copy. And then I made the mistake of referring that individual to our website, and I understand that advertisement is not even on our website. So that's very confusing for the public when we're talking about communication.
Sir Elliott.
I'd like to move that staff be directed to defer item number 34 as presented in Appendix A. And if I get a seconder, I can speak to it. So the reason I want to defer it is because I like the ideas, I really do. And I'd like staff to try to move toward that, develop it. And I'd also like the ability to swing back if it's not working out. I guess I'd like the ability to do both, and then see where we're at next year and see if it still makes sense and whether it's panning out the way we had hoped. As an exploratory sort of exercise, we might not land exactly where we thought we would, and I want the ability to communicate in all the ways we can until we are assured that things will pan out the way we hope. So I would like to defer this one to next year and also encourage the development of everything that's in the action sections. Does that make sense?
So I made
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, did we have a seconder?
Yeah, I seconded it. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think Councillor Elliott was in my brain just now because I had exactly the same thoughts, and I'm totally in favor of deferring this. I like the idea and the gumption that staff's got to save some money in this way because we've asked for cuts, but I find in our electronic days rather, with more and more technological tools at our disposal, we have too many places now to market, which requires more time and energy. So my challenge to staff was to work your plan like you had suggested and try to save the money, but we'll give you the budget to have. So I look forward to discussing it next year where you've saved 22,000, even though we gave you the full budget, because that's what we'd like to see. Because Ms. Matthews wasn't here last year when we had certain things come up in conversation that might have been easier for council and staff to handle with a little bit more communication. And I've heard from staff how we need a communication plan in general. So I'd be in favor of having this conversation again and seeing the results while having the freedom to, if it doesn't work middle of the year, we can still go back to where we were.
I would like to compliment staff on bringing this forward. I think they have identified the key, which is to focus the public on where to find the information. And although I think it would be lost to defer a year, because I think that this is well thought out. And in terms of communications, I think that we know a lot about the impact that social media and others have had. But I think they've clearly said the key is to let everybody know on Powell River that if there's an issue that emanates from City Council, this is where you go to it. And that's not a major issue to get to. There are many organizations that would help get that message out. And so that's my position. Councilor Almeida.
I forgot to add one thing because this actually just happened today, but a very significant member of our community who's previously sat at this table before, very active in the business community. I just found out today, didn't know of a vote that had been passed by council last week, thinking that the vote was still being decided. And this is a person who I know gets the paper, is very in tune with the news going on in the community. So just wanted to amen that there's almost never enough communication we can get. Someone's going to miss something along the way.
Great. We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Great. Opposed? The motion passes 5-2. We will now move to item 35, which is NPO partnerships. And it has to do with the decreasing of grants in aid. Councillor Isaacson.
Similar to the permissive tax exemption one, I move that staff be directed to defer items 35 and 36. I can be a bit cheeky, as presented in Appendix A.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Almeida. Councillor Isaacson.
Just to speak to the motion, again, we're expecting a report back from staff. I would like to have that information before, I am not interested in decreasing it this year, and so I would like to hear back from staff later this year and be able to make a thoughtful decision when we have more information about the whole package of how we support community organizations.
Okay. No other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? We have the motion passed 6-1 with 1 opposed. So that covers items 35 and 36. We'll move now to item 37. Dealing with common costs. Charge all tenants upstairs at the library building the same rate starting at $4.15 per square foot. Any discussions? Motions?
I have a question.
Yes.
I think we were talking about a report about all of our leased properties not very long ago, and I thought we had approved this action at that time. Am I not correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the report that we brought forward was in relation to the lease rate bylaw. This is a separate issue. We did include the information for context, but this is just to bring forward that is the plan that we foresee in helping us get towards a more accurate description of our actual costs at the upstairs of the library building. So the first year is higher in order to bring the level up, and then the increase in revenue is more consistent from there onwards, showing an increase of 35 cents per year to achieve the increase at a rate that doesn't make it too challenging for our leaseholders.
Okay, thank you.
So Dote.
Yeah, just for clarity, would these changes create costs for all those organizations this year or next year?
It would be effective immediately. It's something that could change year on year. And most of the lease agreements refer to the actual common costs. Historically, this hasn't been followed and is due to be brought in line. However, to do so all in 1 year would be a significant jump. And this is the proposed increase in order to get there gradually, while also looking at our own budget to bring it in line.
Yeah, but Elliott.
I move that staff be directed to add item number 37 as presented in Appendix A.
Councillor Almeida. Councillor Elliott, would you like to speak?
Having heard from our, is it director or manager of lease people? Anyway, sorry, I need to update my brain bank. But it sounds to me like this has been well thought out, and it's we've talked about it in a previous meeting, and that's why I thought we had already approved it. It makes good sense. I like the way it's proposed to be gradual and impacts spread out. So I'm in favor of the motion.
Palm?
I'm just a little confused when it refers to the location nonprofits. Does that also include our cultural nonprofit entity?
Through the chair, Councillor Palm, are you able to clarify that a little further for me?
It is above the library, the large space that the
Art Center.
Remember the name?
The Arts Council?
It's the Art Center, yeah.
It would be applied consistently to all leaseholders, which would include the Arts Council, to which we provide a contribution agreement with a grant in kind.
Yep.
So
thank you, Mayor Wasno. Question, it sounds like because the rates are currently inconsistent, it sounds like some groups might be impacted more than others in this first year. I'm wondering if, like, do you have a sense of who might be hardest hit and to what extent?
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson. I hasten to answer that without looking at the spreadsheet in front of me, but the information was included all in the lease rate bylaw report, and so I could easily reference that for you. The 415, just to be clear, was the base level that most but not all were paying. And so the first step is to just bring everybody to the base level in the first year and then increase by 35 cents per year from there.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? The motion passes unanimously. Now move to lease rates. Consider moving away from a bylaw and charge market rate regardless of the MPO status. Recommendation to prepare a report to council to establish either a new form of lease rate bylaw or no lease rate bylaw at all. Councillor Isaacson.
Question for staff. So last year, you were kind of catching up on how leases were done at the city. And so we've gone through that process, but in the process of suggesting things to council, you're looking at everything, including the thing that we've just decided on. So this is presented as a possible option because, yeah, it sounds like we've historically had a lease bylaw. You were updating those, and now in terms of cost savings or increased revenue, this is a new idea, right? Okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, correct. So this sort of reinforces what was brought forward in the report. Given the 5-year impact of the budget, it's there for completeness, as well as to keep it on our radar. That this is something that we're looking to bring forward in a more detailed report to council later this year, so that we can determine how the lease rates will be applied going forward. But it is to indicate that there is a potential saving or revenue increase.
Councillor Doubt.
Yeah, and I wasn't going to bring this up at this point, but I think I need to, because what we're talking about here is increasing costs to nonprofit organizations. And while that will provide more revenue for the city, I don't know if that's always the best thing for the community. We've talked about going to the Union of BC Municipalities convention and meeting with ministers. And when we say to those ministers, we sit down at their table and lobby for more funds and more grants for the city, we almost invariably talk about the strength of our nonprofits and the strength of our volunteer committees and the interlocking nature of all the committees and the nonprofits in our community, and what a mega difference they make by their existence in the community. And I am paying attention to the fact that that is a major cornerstone of the existence of our community as it is. So when we say things that roll off the tongue quite easily is create more revenues from nonprofit organizations, a big alarm bell goes off in my head, because we are chipping away at the cornerstone of what supports this community. And I think we need to be critically aware of what we're actually doing in detail before we do it. Now, this seems to be an examination of a concept that would come back to council later, but I hope people don't see this as a ticket to go and propose things that cost more for nonprofits to provide more income to the city, without thinking about the fact that those nonprofits are a key to who we are and what we are as a community.
Clearly.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I like the investigation. And I think that one of the benefits of this system is if we're going to do in-kind grants to nonprofits, it gets on the books for the actual value. When we do a bylaw lease agreement that undervalues the lease, we don't get credit on the books for how much support we're providing to those nonprofits. So setting lease rates at market value does not mean we necessarily collect market value. We can then offset that with grants in kind to nonprofits that we wish to support in our lands. And as we move forward with our city-owned properties into various different uses and trying to get leasing, we're going to be leasing a lot of property, and I think a standard market rate set makes really good business sense. And if we are to support nonprofits by giving them a reduced rate on that market, those are called in-kind grants, and it gets recorded appropriately. And I think I like the idea. I want to see the report. I want to see how it works. I'm not suggesting anything we're doing right now would change overnight and we wouldn't make a change that was going to make a nonprofit all of a sudden have to pay a lot of money. And I don't think that's what our manager is suggesting. So I'm in favor of this, and I'd like to make that motion. I move that staff be directed to add item number 38 as presented in Appendix A.
Second motion. Any further discussion? Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I somehow dropped the fact that this is really related to impacting nonprofit organizations. Had I had time to make a motion, I would have done the same thing with the other ones related to investing in our community, which is defer, and to review this as a full package. So I, of all the different ways we support nonprofit organizations, because I do agree with you in the sense that we should record the true value of our investment in community organizations by doing market and offset that with grants, but that's a part of a larger conversation that we haven't had yet, and we haven't received options back from staff. So I won't support this motion. Instead, I would support a motion to defer.
Okay. Councillor Almeida.
I think Councillor Elliott and Isaacson are almost on the same page, just maybe on different ends of the corners. I think since there's just no financial impact right now, and the council has, staff has already said they're going to come back with a report and investigate and look at the options, I think there's going to be plenty of time for council to make a decision. As this has no financial impact, so I'm in favor of the motion as it is, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of time for debate and discussion, which I'm sure there'll be plenty of when Ms. Matthews comes back with her report later on.
Yeah. I'm in favor of this motion for a number of reasons, but first of all, Councillor Dowd has indicated there's some significance in us being able to point out to our MLAs that we support non-for-profits. And if you can table with them a list of all of the grants and aids that have been made, that's significantly more impressive than verbiage. And so I support this motion.
A question for staff. The proposed recommendation mentions preparing a report to council to establish either a new form or lease rates or no lease rate bylaw at all. Do you see this as being a part of the overall community support analysis you're doing, or do you see this as a separate motion to council, or a report to council?
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson, I think everything is interconnected, and so I see it as being part of the full review that we do, because everything has an impact on each other. So I'd be looking at it alongside everything else.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Oh, Councillor Palm.
Just want to be clear on the motion, because I've heard Councillor Elliott move include. I've heard from Councillor Isaacson that referred to defer. So which motion are we dealing with here?
To include.
Right?
To include.
Thank you very much.
Great. All in favor? Opposed? The motion passes 6-1. We'll move now to item number 39, which is dealing with the complex and revised financial assistance program, and the suggestion to eliminate the financial assistance system as we know it and explore a single stream on-site financial assistance program built on a pay what you can afford philosophy.
Your Worship, I would like to move that we include this item for the simple fact that it's a cost-saving issue and a cleaning up of the way we operate at the complex and creating problems for ourselves with having to bring RCMP, fire, and ambulance in on a regular basis. And one thing that is perplexing to me is in terms of the number of passes annually. I can remember sitting here years ago when there weren't any passes being given out to the under part done by families in our community. At that time, we passed a motion to include about 50 or 60 passes a year to those families. And now we have 100 or 1,500 passes annually being handed out. I don't understand. Are the bulk of these coming from the ministry that are applying for these?
Through the chair, we have of the 300 passes that we provide annually, and when I say passes, that means every single pass means 52 passes, so one per week. Of the 300, approximately 195 of those are through the ministry, and approximately 111 are through our own process. We do have challenges, some significant challenges with a minority, some of the ministry access passes. And what we do find is there's high levels of anonymity with those. There's low levels of engagement and low levels of accountability. And we just believe, we believe in access to all. And I think we could explore ways to increase accountability, as a rough example, instead of 52 passes for free, if there was a nominal charge to that, even $1 per pass, we could recover some of our costs. We think we could increase some accountability. We could increase some of that front end engagement that I think will help the patrons and help our staff, and we could save some money in some of the responses that we have to utilize as well. So we think there's a win-win there, but it would be if we get a green light to this, it would mean beginning to explore this idea.
Thank you for that explanation. I would like to move that we include this item on the agenda if someone wants to.
I think we should read it out. Read out the red text.
I will move that we include the revised assistance program.
So for greater clarity, move that the staff be directed to add item number 39. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I have some questions. For the on-site application process, is the criteria that a person must be receiving social assistance to qualify, or is it something else?
Through the chair, currently it is not that they need to be receiving assistance. Currently, there is a stress test involved that involves the provision of a T4. There are other municipalities that are looking at similar processes and have a range of approaches. Some do, some don't include submissions of T4s. And I think part of the exploration would be a review of best practice as well.
Okay.
But the simple response through the chair is no, they do not have to be receiving social assistance.
Okay, so if I understand the idea correctly, it is to remove the ministry program altogether and replace it with an on-site application form or process where people can get passes on a pay-what-you-can basis. And there's some type of way we develop to determine what that is.
Through the chair, yes, conceptually, yes. It wouldn't mean necessarily we'd need to remove the ministry from the equation. It would just mean that we would need some engagement at our front end. It very well may include one of the check marks being, are you receiving social assistance? But we need more front end engagement. We need some way to have some conversation, to relay some expectations, to gather some information, to have their name on a card as an example when they come in, instead of just the numbered cards. Nobody knows who's coming in the building. So I think there's ways that we could just increase in a respectful way some accountability as well.
So it could theoretically then increase staff time required to implement?
Through the chair, I just wanted to maybe reframe slightly. So we do have a program that's in place, and it would be expanding that program and transferring the ministry relationship to that, because staff have found our existing program to be more successful in how we engage with community members for whom cost is a barrier. So I would frame it as more of a pivot to put more towards our existing program that's in place. So it's not getting rid of the existing program, but expanding it to include the second stream that comes through the ministry. And what happens, I understand, is the ministry gives out passes and they have no connection with staff. And so when there are issues, it's much harder for staff to monitor and work with community members coming through that stream. Would that be correct? Thank you.
So then just one last question, because I'm trying really hard to understand what this looks like at the end of the day. If there's no real reason to believe we would end up giving out less passes this way, or that there would be any, and there's a very real possibility that it increases staff time. So I'm not opposed to any of that. That's what I'm hearing. Is that kind of where we're at?
Through the chair, we may give out more passes, but I would also rephrase give out more passes. I think we need to relook at what that means as well as part of this idea, in that instead of getting 52 free passes, that we could apply a nominal charge to that. That's where some of the cost savings comes from. Additional cost savings. We have significant costs in our cleanup efforts after some of the incidents that happen, and staff time that we don't have the staff to skills or capacity to deal with on a day-to-day basis. So we would definitely have some savings there.
So the program development or the changes have a sort of uncertain outcome at this point then?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I'm really glad to see this come forward. I remember when it, I remember when it was initiated. It may have even been initiated before my time, but it goes back, I think, probably to my first term. And it felt very good to be able to provide this for less advantaged people in our entire community, regional district as well as the city. And we felt good about that. And I do remember some conversation about, trying to decide how. I think I do remember when the ministry got involved in handing out passes. So I'm glad it's being reviewed. I still feel I'm glad we can still do this. I see that the social realities of our community have changed quite a bit in the time that this program's gone on. So, and especially if you're involving emergency services or needing to, then that definitely shows some dysfunction that could save staff angst, let alone possibly money as well. I think that's more the what I'm glad to hear you're heading into this work to do than even possibly cost savings. Again, prevention is an investment. And yeah, so I really support this. Thank you for doing this work, bringing us up to date.
Thank you. I'm going to agree with what Councillor Southcott just said, and I'd like to compliment staff for looking at a challenging issue, and I think bringing forward a very concise approach to deal with this. And I think if it goes ahead, we'll be sitting here a year and 2 years from now complimenting the staff for bringing this initiative forward. Councillor Isaacson, did you have a, no? Okay, Councillor Elliott.
So mostly been learning. My concern right now is pulling dollars out of the budget before we know where we're going to land, and creating hardship for staff trying to implement a program that is intended to help people. And I don't want any young kids, running out of the ability to get into the rec center because we didn't put enough money in our budget. So I'm going to be against this motion because I would prefer one that puts the onus on the 2025 budget once we know more about how this works, so that we aren't impacting people that we shouldn't be impacting. And if we do manage to save those dollars, that's wonderful. We'll have them at the end of the year to roll over to next budget and we'll have a lot of information, be really sure about what we're doing. So I'm going to vote against this one just because I would prefer a deferral. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Isaac.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wasno. Question for staff. With this potential savings, it sounds like that is based on staff response time to some of the incidents that occur. It wouldn't result in a lower budget for passes to go out, or would it? Like, will there be a cap, and as soon as that's met, no further applications are allowed?
Through the chair, probably have to think through that idea. In many ways, this may be increased revenue versus decreased costs that we'd be looking at. So I would be looking to the CFO to work with her and my staff to figure out exactly what the best approach. This is a little bit conceptual, but I'm confident that we could make it work.
Councillor Almeida.
I think if I get the gist of what Director Bretzlaff is presenting, last week, if you were paying attention to Swap and Shop, I happened to notice that someone was selling a bundle of passes to the complex, that it was quite a significant stack. And now I think I have a better idea of maybe how a bundle of passes was received. So I think this is helping to fine tune a program, avoid abuse of a program potentially. And I experience in all levels of it's human nature. I think when we invest in something, we tend to take it more seriously and partake in it a little bit more. And even if it's as little as 50 cents, and even if we can move to getting a membership card versus printing off paper passes that can get destroyed and misplaced, I think we're moving steps in the right direction. So I'm in favor of moving forward and seeing where the complex staff can go with this.
Through the chair, just quickly as well, we did investigate that and everything was above board and fine with that specific circumstance, but it's exactly those types of circumstances that we are abundantly aware of as well. So thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? The motion passes 4-3. Now move to item 40, which is local advertising. Decrease print advertising. Decrease or eliminate print media. This is related to the rec center uses print media. Almeida.
I'm going to throw out a motion similar to what we did with Ms. Matthews just a little earlier on, and I'm going to challenge staff to attempt to work with a smaller budget without having the reins of having a smaller budget and seeing where it goes. Because in my experience, especially when we're targeting something that's going to generate revenue for us, running the risk of less marketing, I think might be detrimental to that. So I would move that staff be directed to defer item 40 as presented in Appendix A.
Councillor Elliott.
Just seconding, and I concur with Councillor Almeida's thoughts.
Yes, Councillor.
Question, does this include the program that is sent out annually or biannually? Is it twice a year anyway, for programs?
Through the staff, through the chair, sorry, our program is seasonal, so we do 4 programs a year, but that is just on digital media now, so we don't have any printing costs for that whatsoever. This is primarily for advertising in the Peak and Get That Living. We have a full page ad in both papers each season for the programs coming up. And upon review, there's not a lot of competition for us. We're unsure of how much the ads generate revenue at this point and are trying to figure out ways to test that.
This is to defer.
Just for Councillor Elliott's benefit, my motion was to defer this, to give staff, similar to what I requested of Ms. Matthews, to challenge staff to mentally work with a smaller budget, but have the ability to put it in. So go ahead and test it out, try different methods, go with a smaller ad or different things and see what impact it does to revenue, but have the comfortability of knowing that the budget is there, because this does affect marketing and it does affect revenue directly.
All in favor of the motion? Opposed? The one opposed, the motion passes. Move now to item 41, which is Winter Wonderland. So the proposal still host a Winter Wonderland skate program, but significantly cut the scope of setup to not include trees, logs, brush, and other large scoped setup. Yes, Councillor Elliott.
So the idea of this saddens me too much to vote for it. I think it's a great idea for saving money, but I think it's a real morale buster for our community, and I'm not really in favor of it. So I would move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 41.
Councillor Southcott. Discussion. Councillor Almeida.
I'm gonna, surprisingly, as much time as I spend in the complex, actually oppose this motion. I was appreciative of staff to come up with a creative solution, knowing that Winter Wonderland is a great program. You know, I won't deny I somewhat got engaged through Winter Wonderland many years ago before I even moved to the city. So Winter Wonderland holds a special spot in my heart. But I also had thoughts this past season of Winter Wonderland as the cost effectiveness of it. And so I appreciate staff coming up with an idea where there could be a best of both worlds, where we could still have the uniqueness of Winter Wonderland, but also not lose the opportunity to generate revenue from ice programs that are regular users of the ice throughout the year as well. So I'd be curious for staff to give it a whirl and see what they can do to make it work. So.
Palm.
Your Worship, this is the chair. This is an item that is ingrained in our community for a number of years, and cutting this is really cuts to the bone for me because it serves the youngest in our community, little toddlers that come there to enjoy this at this special time of year, skate around that ice and with their family and enjoy a cup of hot chocolate or whatever this complex is serving that evening. This is really, really saddens me to see that this is going to be lost.
Almeida.
Sorry, just to clarify, we're not losing it completely. The thought crossed my head earlier this year is like, what would happen if we completely lost it? But this is a reduction of the impact of it, and having the kids that Councillor Palm just referred to, many of the things other than some lights and an inflatable or two, which probably don't cost us any extra, many of the trees and logs my kids probably overlooked for most of it. So I think there's a way that we can have a happy medium and maybe accomplish both things, and that's why I'm curious to see what staff can come up with on that.
So
a question and a comment, just to remind me of the motion is to take no further action. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm with Councillor Almeida on this one, but I acknowledge that if this does not pass, if the motion doesn't pass and a motion to add is included, we will absolutely hear from the community on it. And so this is why we're here, to make hard decisions, and I'm willing to I would not support this motion, I think, and support an alternative motion to include it.
So dope.
And I'm in favor of the motion to proceed no further with this. And I think we need to be careful about passing a motion to proceed no further and saying, well, go ahead and try. I think, if we're passing a motion that says proceed no further, I think that's what we mean. And I'm in favor of proceeding no further. This event is something that kids talk about for months before and after. It's a central thing that's available in this community that people don't find other places. And I think we can afford to keep doing it.
Through the chair, I just wanted to make it clear as we're getting late, that council is clear that the suggestion on offer to council is not to cut the program, but to reduce the scope. So just to make sure that you're aware of that. Thank you.
To remove some aesthetics on the ice. The event is going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing where we're at on this one.
Hey, could we repeat the motion?
We are voting to include?
No, we're voting to take no further action on that item. Thank you.
Motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes.
Oh, good. I don't have to cry.
Item 42, eliminate Get Active, Stay Active program at the complex. Eliminate the program with the target of recouping 50% of the applicants through normal intake. Yes, Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wesno. I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 42. And if there's a seconder, I'll say why.
Seconded. Yeah.
To me, this is almost like the good version of what cigarette companies did on trying to get kids hooked when they're young. This tries to get youth hooked with the rec complex and with staying active when they're young, and providing this just seeds that healthy behavior. I think it's part of preventative action, and it's a way for all kids of a certain age, once they hit it, to have that experience. And so if it makes it more affordable for families to go as a family to the rec complex, I support it. I don't think that that amount would get necessarily recouped if we removed it.
Yes. Okay.
It also has the added benefit of being a marketing, attracting young people who don't have to pay for going to the rec center. And then when they find out they really enjoy it there, they then become future users. Whereas if they had never been used to going there at all, that, you may not have the same level of participation when they become older. So I think that the balance is in favor of the program.
Okay, Councillor Amita.
Just a question for the director. It sounds like this is an application process. So, and do we normally fill all the spots that we've had in the past?
Through the chair, yes, and it's a very healthy program.
And then follow up, I guess the students are getting the pass for themselves, but they're at an age where they might need a parent to come with them as well. So there's a likelihood of extra revenue coming in because a parent or sibling is going to be joining them.
Through the chair, quite possibly, yes.
Abel?
That's to not, right? So not move forward? Okay.
All in favor? Motion is passed unanimously. We'll move now to 43, which is our favorite subject, doggy bags. It's to discontinue supplying doggy bags to users. Have any questions, comments? Councillor Elliott.
I move that staff be directed to take no further action on this item number 43. If I get a seconder, I'll explain.
Yes.
So the efforts to keep our parks clean of dog feces are already challenging, and taking away doggy bags will make it more so. Anybody who happens to have run out of doggy bags because their dog did more feces than they thought they would will then be at the park away from their home with no way to get a doggy bag. And I think we're just going to end up with a lot of feces in our parks if we did that, and that's no good for anybody.
Scott?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is another case of that we've trained the public, and to untrain the public would be possibly in some ways more expensive than it's worth.
We have a motion. Councillor Palm.
Nothing worse, Your Worship, through the chair, that when we're walking down a beautiful trail, you see doggy bags in the middle of that trail left by patrons. Please, public, use them wisely. Take them home, dispose properly. Thank you.
Great. We have a motion. All in favor? Motion is passed unanimously. Move to the block party. There is a block party and there is a move to eliminate this program. And I'm going to take the initiative of starting. For the first 8 years that I was in Powell River, we had a block party every year, and it was down at Grief Point. And there never was a need to even think about applying, because it's what the neighborhood wanted to do, was to get together. So I would be somewhat supportive of this, because I really don't see the need, although it's a small amount of money. We'll open it for discussion. Councillor Isaacson.
I don't think I heard a motion in there, so I'm going to make one. I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 44. And if there's a seconder, I'll speak to why.
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Wosnow. So I think, in the past, residents have been afforded a budget of up to, I think, $250 to do a block party. I think this is a proactive measure in service of social cohesion and reducing, bylaw arguments and emergency planning as well. I know that through a block party on my block, I met all the neighbors on my block, and the neighbor and I who initiated it wouldn't have necessarily been able to front that money to organize it ourselves. We ended up getting more donations and people, it was a potluck, and so it was well served. But I know that having a block party fund triggers the idea for people to take action, and not all neighborhoods or streets have the people willing to take that on without a little bit of a prompt from the city. So I think it's a good proactive measure to keep residents on good terms with one another and be prepared for emergencies.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question of staff. Do we not have infrastructure that goes along with the block party supplies, and does it cost us a lot to maintain it, or is it fairly easily, like there's a cart or something that has a whole bunch of stuff and supplies or whatever? Is that correct?
Through the chair, we do have some supplies and barricades that we use as well. The primary challenge came through insurance, quite honestly. The biggest challenge, we used to provide insurance as a city. We changed providers. We don't have the option to provide insurance for what is supposed to be a low risk activity. And then that would mean there's no alcohol there. The fact is that there was alcohol at some of these, and so our insurance wasn't covering it. Homeowners then would have to provide insurance, and the cost for that insurance is anywhere between $100 and $250. And when we're providing only $200 to the fund, the homeowners didn't want to do it anymore. So we ran into a roadblock there, and that we haven't been able to overcome yet. Okay. With your direction, we'll continue to look to overcome it.
Thank you.
Through the chair, if I can also add to that around the process, what I've seen from the finance staff reviewing the reimbursement forms is that we just receive receipts for items purchased, and sometimes it's hard to decipher a regular grocery list from supplies for a block party. And so from a financial control perspective and from a risk perspective, this is a difficult one for finance. So just to weigh in, like to support my colleague here as well, we can look for alternatives, but it seems to be that those two roadblocks have sort of paused or halted any progress in this area. And just in our discussions with MIA, just hating to imagine, you know, a child getting hit by a car at one of these that the city sponsored, though we didn't provide the insurance. So we had to run through some pretty difficult scenarios as we do as part of our risk mitigation. So that's sort of partly some other history as to why maybe it landed here for more discussion.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I think about an organization like Vancouver Foundation that does small neighborhood grants where they give $500 to smaller groups to do street party type things. From my understanding, they don't ask for any receipts. The amount is so much that they're just like, you know, provide us evidence that you did this, and that is sufficient. I think a lot of oversight on $250 distribution is, anyways, so I understand the need to revisit the program and make sure it's done well, but I think I don't want to give staff direction to not seriously pursue figuring out a way forward on this. I think there's so much value to it for the amount that it costs the city.
Through the chair, if I could, I can't speak to their audit procedures, but for us, every expense needs to be supported. That's a difficult one. I would have to run it by the auditors to know if we could. Ms. Paulson may add to that.
Through council to staff, the chair. I was going to add to the financial component. I think there is some creative ways we can do things differently, and I think that's what you're speaking to. And one thing I'd like to remind council is just because staff put these pieces together didn't mean it's necessarily a staff recommendation, but we're looking at all the different things that we could give you to come up with a range of options to look at our tax rates and give you those choices. So just a reminder. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Sorry.
Okay, we have Councillor Palm.
All right, through the chair, I just have to ask, do we still have the trailer that is at the complex for these type of street parties? I know at one time we had one.
Through the chair, since my arrival here, we haven't had the program, so I don't know about the trailer. I'll look into that.
So
I think we have a trailer. But my question is, since we haven't run these for some time, and there's reference to alcohol and liability, did we run into problems when they were occurring in that regard? You know.
Through the chair, it was just through the ethical responses to the applications for insurance themselves that was where the problems were happening.
Thank you.
So I think I heard right is that you had concerns in the application process about alcohol use?
Through the chair, because we knew it was happening, yes.
Right.
We had staff at some of the block parties, and they indicated that absolutely there was alcohol at some of these events. And so, yeah, that's when staff started making sure that the insurance applications were filled out appropriately.
Okay, thank you. I just had one more question. You say insurance that would cost $250 now can a community group who wanted to have a block party get insurance through the city, or did they have to go seeking that through their own insurance provider?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact details, but I do recall in our discussions with MIA looking for as many solutions as we could, and I don't recall that being an option. I could go back and check, But I do know we asked for all the possible ways to facilitate it, and at the end of the day, there was nothing they could offer us. But I would have to check my notes because this was a discussion from a while ago.
So Southcott.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I think some of us know that I'm very committed to this program, and right from the very beginning, at which time I was involved with the emergency planning committee here in an operational way. The social cohesion benefits from this kind of thing, it substitutes for a gigantic gap, in my view, and that is resilience gap, and that is food security to a community that is in 95% dependent on food imports that has zero warehousing of food by suppliers. So people's pantries, I think the ultimate conclusion, and there hasn't been, I checked with the emergency coordinator, hasn't been any discussion at that table in the 5 years that since I've sat there on a regular basis. And that was the conclusion. There's no cooperation with local suppliers because they're in competition with each other corporately. So the corporate policy don't allow any actual agreements with the emergency program. The reason why I go into this detail is because people's pantries are the food security in this community, and people find out about each other's pantries and who is cared for and not through things like through exactly this program. There are other ways as well that support social cohesion, but I haven't seen one that does it better than block parties. So I'm really hoping we can get past the insurance, even if it somehow means signing waivers or something like that, because I really think this program is valuable from this standpoint, but also many others that social cohesion benefits. Thank you.
Okay. Motion on the floor. All in favor?
Exclude.
Do no more.
No more.
Yeah.
Take no further action. So
To keep block parties going.
Yeah.
Full block parties.
We have a motion. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion passes.
Oh, wait.
I just have a question, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Councilor Doubt.
So we have a motion was to suspend the program. The information tells us that the program was suspended actually in 2023. So what's the outcome of this motion now that it's been received no further?
Through the chair, it was still in the budget, even though it was paused. Staff didn't take it out of the budget. It's being included in the budget as we try to figure out if it's something we can accommodate. So there is still a savings because the property tax revenue is based on our budgeted expenses. So, but there is no savings because the block parties are staying, but there would have been.
Move to item 45, which is staff development, decrease staff development budgets, strategically reduce some of the additional training and development budgets. Yes, clear.
I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 45 as presented in Appendix A. My reasons are similar to other proposed reductions to staff training, and it is simply for retention.
Thank you. Now you can
Sorry.
comment.
I was trying to be fast. I think that staff retention is important. So
Further discussion? All in favor? Passed unanimously. 46, advertising. Been use of spectral digital signs. Do this in more cost-effective manner using TV screens and memory sticks. Councilor Almeida.
Just a question for the director, as I spend several days at the complex in the week, but I'm still not they're referring to. So
Through the chair, these would be the most of the small TVs that you see. There's one TV that is one of the small TVs when you first come in on the right-hand side of the complex, outside of the director's office. That one is purely an advertising that we get sales revenue from. It would be all the other smaller TVs, both upstairs and downstairs, that spin through different programs, different events, different advertising from us that is controlled in one place from a computer.
For the software.
We are, yeah, essentially, yes, yes.
Councillor Isaacs.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on this, but for the sake of advancing conversation, I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item 46, mostly because it can be a pain to do the alternate.
We have a second? Yes. Great. Discussion. Favor of the motion? Great. Councillor Almeida?
Director, I'm kind of just that fence there. I imagine, I guess, since the software is already there, that the TVs are somewhat all connected in some way or form already. Is it all done via internet or?
Through the chair, I don't really know the technical details of it. I wish I did. I just know that it currently is reasonably easy for our one staff member to make any changes on the fly. She believes that she could figure out a way to do it by going to each TV independently with memory sticks. And
be curious to see if she can still do it on the fly without software, because that would be the ultimate feed. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion.
Question.
Question, Councillor Elliott.
So it sounds like you would be doing staff time instead of some other expense. Is that some other expense, some sort of a software licensing or something? Like, where's the expense coming from that you're saving?
Through the chair, the expense is purely through the purchase of a Spectrio software licensing. It's a special software licensing program often used in recreation centers and sports complexes that we currently buy for that amount per year.
Okay, so you get rid of that and you get a person running around with various sticks and stuff.
That's correct, yes, okay. Through the chair.
Just to be clear, you're advocating a cost saving by going what you're proposing here, and you are saying that this is going to be a more cost-effective way to do this through our TVs.
Through the chair, it will be more cost-effective in a sense that it costs us less. Am I advocating for it? Not really. I'm suggesting it's definitely one way we could save some funds at the end of the day.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is passed. Number 47. Aquatic Center, half purchase of new lane ropes. Yes. Councillor Isaacs.
Yeah, I'll get us started. I move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 47.
Seconded by Councillor Southcott. Any discussion before we call the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Passed unanimously. Number 48, Rec Complex Contribution Agreement. Yes, Councillor Doubt.
Mr. Mayor, respectfully, haven't we already done this? Requested that with the regional district that they increase their contribution to the rec center every year?
Plus the CFO to comment.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. Apologies, that's an oversight on our part. What happened was the first version, when this was brought forward on November 2nd, was also the same meeting that the report came forward to discuss the recreation complex. It was in the same meeting. And then the direction from council was to come and grow this list. So I think in an oversight that we should have taken this idea off. We wanted to keep the original ideas on here and then grow them, just so council knew that everything that they had already thought through was would already be there to consider. So really, direction has been given to staff to pursue the maximum amount in 2024 without changing, without requiring inspector approval. And then beyond that, to discuss negotiations of approaching representative contribution. So a motion has been made on this. So it might be easiest, I'm not a corporate officer, but to call the question and have the vote as though to add it.
Sure. Okay, Councillor Dote.
My question was to make sure that the council has actually already made a decision on this. I don't think it's wise to ask council to vote again on a decision that's already been made. I think you simply accept that it's been made and we go forward.
Is there a consensus on council that we will discard item 48? Yes.
Did we include these specific amounts that are on this screen before us in that previous? Was that part of the?
Well, yeah, we'll ask the CFO to comment.
Through the chair, I know it was in the report. I don't know if it was in the motion. One moment. Okay. Through the chair, it was not in the motion.
Okay, so there's something unique about item 48.
Through the chair, it does have more detail than the motion that has already been passed.
I believe that the decision is to move forward with these negotiations based on the maximum amount. And so the details here are what they believe the maximum amounts are. So just for clarification, the decision's already been made. I don't think we need another motion. And the fact that the numbers are here and weren't in the motion is okay, because the maximum amount might be found to be different. You kind of got to work with the QRD to figure that out. And so I don't think we need a different motion, because you're just going to confuse the issue and maybe make it more difficult for us to comply. So it is my opinion that if the decision's already made, that we just skip to the next agenda item.
I'll ask again, is there a consensus on council to, I see our CAO.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to concur with Councillor Elliott through the chair.
Good. So is there a consensus? Nod of heads, yes. So that concludes the first half. We are
49.
on.
Get in.
Not a small one.
I thought we were on 17, but perhaps RCMP Protective Services, decreased transfer to the RCMP reserve. So proposal is to decrease the transfer by 100,000 each year, so that there's 300,000 in 2024, etc. Any questions?
Yep.
Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wesno. First question. I appreciate that we are planning for a future where we're going to have to pay 90% of costs. I am wondering why it's been 400,000 and then to 200,000. Like, how were the amounts decided for each year?
Through the chair, the reserve is quite low, and we have historically had a buffer with surplus. And we'll see as we present the financial statements that the asset retirement obligation that we're now required to record is going to absorb a lot of that surplus. And without that surplus as that backup, staff recommendation is that this was one of the reserves that was a little bit vulnerable. And I'll also, add more information here is that it's a guess every year what the expense will be. They do their best to get 20 members, but historically we haven't reached that. And so we're trying to tax for the actual cost that we'll pay. And if in the event it's higher than what we've taxed, we could use this reserve to supplement that. In the past 6 years, it's been lower than what we've budgeted. We've paid less than what we budgeted. So this reserve does have some multiple purposes. And so it being low and not having the surplus that we used to have, we thought it'd be financially prudent to give that initial increase.
So it wasn't that long ago, you were really, really worried about the back pay for a settlement that was agreed to by the federal government and passed along to municipalities. Is that where our reserves went? Is that why they're low?
Through the chair, that will be paid in the next couple of months. And I think the funding for that was a portion of surplus and a portion of the RCMP reserve. I'd have to check because we made that entry years ago when it first came online. So I can't exactly recall. I know partially surplus funded it, and I do think partially the RCMP reserve, but I would have to check our notes. I think it's truthfully to be low because we haven't budgeted transfers to it over the years.
One more question. The change that we are planning for from 70 to 90 or whatever it is, those can only happen in census years. Do we have a sense of whether we're looking at the next census year, census, or the one after?
Through the chair, it would be 2031 would be the census year that we are looking at.
Okay. And so the proposed reduction would, in your opinion, make it so we have reserves to address that, or we're still going to look at a huge increase at that time in taxation?
Through the chair, you know, the 400,000 in 2024 and then 200 after is ideal. Decreasing it will likely result in a sharper increase in 2031. However, it will be partially smoothed out by the reserve. So similar to what we spoke about earlier with the property tax stabilization, is any amount will help to smooth out an increase that we see.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
I'm going to move that staff be directed to take no further action on item 49. I trust reserves are the easiest to cut, and I don't want to mess up Council of 2031 because we weren't doing our due diligence now. Sorry, there's not a seconder yet. Reset my stuff.
Thank you, Your Worship. This reserve would also be used in case we had a major homicide lacking the Vancouver Island program that we're trying to get in on still, right? Thank you.
Councillor Dote.
I want to agree with this motion because I think if we're looking for ways to reduce taxation, which is what we're doing, I think the most unwise way to do that is to do it by putting less into reserves, because the idea of the reserve is to smooth tax increases from year to year, look ahead to risks that are coming along and try to find a way to mitigate those risks while we can and while it's easier on the taxpayer to do it. So I don't think we should decrease what we put into reserves to save tax money. I think we should keep our reserves where we think they prudently should be so they can cover the emergencies that are going to come up in the future. And 2031, you know, maybe we'll be over that threshold for cities that have to pay more for RCMP. I think there's a pretty good chance of that.
I wanted to ask Sergeant Weeb if there are any things, other things that could crop up that we have no idea of predicting that we haven't thought of or talked about yet.
Yeah, absolutely. The province is in the process of reaching out for consultations regarding the integrated major crime unit. That could be a significant cost, but it's also what this reserve fund is being set up for in the interim. So perhaps some of that can offset the costs that this integrated team would cost the city on a yearly basis as well.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Your worship, is it to include or not to go forward?
To not to go forward. To
Even as is.
move that staff be directed to take no further action on item number 49. Great. Just again, call the motion. All in favor? Passed unanimously. So at this point, we are half through our agenda. I'm gonna, since I announced a break at 7:30, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with special project prioritization.
Being arrogant for a minute.
So in moving into Appendix B, which is the special project prioritization, it was recommended that we take 10 minutes and identify those projects that we would like to discuss removing from the budget process. And then that would allow us to move forward. And once we know the number, we can then decide whether or not we want to deal with those tonight or move them to the Thursday meeting. We could also consider doing our in-camera meeting, which is already scheduled for Thursday, to pick up the items that we can't discuss tonight. So is there a consensus that we take a little bit of time to, again, we've all looked at this, and just be able to go around the table and identify those projects that we would like to discuss taking out? Councillor Dowd.
I'm not going to take a lot of time. I just would have appreciated knowing what we were going to do before I got here. We could have spent more time trying to look at special projects that we might not want to do. But I'm just willing to wait and see what other people have to say.
So Isaacson.
Thank you, Mayor Wasno. I think what's difficult for me is some of these items, I don't know what they are. And so I think a bit of a description for some of these would be helpful, like I&I testing / rehab or Franklin Street building roof, just random ones. So yeah.
We do not have a unanimous consensus, so that we will simply work through the items one by one. And so let us start. Yes.
Through the chair, just to remind council, your cheat sheet with motions, you're looking at possible motions for Appendix B, special projects, and some wording there for you in the red at the bottom of your page. So you'll see move that staff be directed to remove item number, and then you have the rest of the motion there. But as before, you don't have to read out the whole motion. Maybe just start with the first one. Okay, thank you. Oh, and sorry.
I was just going to say it's simpler. We only got two choices rather.
That's right. Yes. And it's a reminder that these are things that are in your budget as it stands. So it's a different, these are capital projects currently in. So you would be looking at what you want to pull out for draft 2. And before we continue, our CFO has some clarification on an item that you'll see in there that might cause confusion if she doesn't explain. Thank you.
Just around item number 5 is the Zunga bus, because it's classified as a special project. If we could skip that item, having already discussed it. Ideally, it would not have been in the last file, and it would have been just in this file. So I apologize for that confusion. So just to clarify, item number 5, if council agrees, could be skipped as we've already discussed it.
Councillor Elliott.
So I just wanted to clarify the special projects. Are your list before we have actually an approved strategic plan? Would there be items that might be missing from this list?
Through the chair.
Budgeting goes?
Yeah, so through the chair, just to clarify, this is based on draft 1, so it would not include any special projects that relate to the proposed strategic plan. And the reason we didn't make any changes to this particular special projects list is because when the request came, it was on draft 1. And so staff didn't want to muddy the waters by adding or removing items to this version. So we've, for version control and not to muddy the waters, we've kept it at draft 1. This is your window to make changes, and then we'll propose draft 2. And as the strategic plan it nears a full approval, staff may come forward with special projects that need to be added at that point in time. It won't be known until the final plan is fully approved, because possibly some of the projects are maybe already in the budget, for example. So thank you.
Okay. Well, Amita.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. And just for clarification, I guess, because I'm reviewing this again, your column that says reserves, when I read reserves, I think of money we've already set aside previous years. Now that I'm looking at your numbers again, this is, you've got it also broken down in future years as well. So reserves are, if we were to say no to a project, we're actually taking it out of taxation, basically. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, that is correct. The column of, and I can quickly maybe go over the file. We have all the special projects, and we have sorted them based on priority 1, 2, or 3. And the priority matrix is in the file explaining what a 1, 2, or 3 would be. We then sort it by strategic project as yes, and then we did it by total amount of project. The percent complete column is simply the percent of cost spent divided by the total projected cost of the project. And the column project spent year to date is what has been spent. And then there's these 3 columns, grant, debt, and reserve. That's what has or will be spent. Sorry, this is how we will fund the remaining portion of the project. So sources of remaining funds. So this is all future spend to occur on the project. And then the spending remaining, the final column shows which years that would occur in. And of course, the notes column is mainly just to note which projects relate to that large CMHC grant that we applied for. And so it was a large grant. It's a new kind of structure of grant, and we're not certain what our chances are of receiving these funds. So it's grant pending, but it was a large amount. So that one is, it was kind of helpful to note those.
Yeah, just a question on our process. So we have 2 possible motions on the table. There may be items where we don't want to make any motion. So is there a motion in that case? Or how will we deal with things that we don't want to make a motion on?
Sorry, let me just think about this. So once you've removed them, made motions on what to remove, what we would be going for, we can make a motion at the end.
But it's not a motion to remove. Like, so for example, number 1, I want to keep that. It's not one of the motion options.
Right.
I don't
So
know
it
to make.
Okay, so because it's already in the plan, you don't, yeah, it would just remain. And so what you're doing is if you want to take something out, that's the motion. And then whatever you're not taking out just stays. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions of staff before we move forward? Great. Let's start with number 1. The project is the new OCP and zoning bylaw, actually CMHC grant pending. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Almeida.
I think we're all in agreement, so we need to, our OCP needs to be done. I'd say let's move on to number 2 if we got unanimous approval there. Thumbs up for me.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said I think we all know we need a new OCP, so I don't know if we can avoid this, even if we'd like to. So I think we'd have, my suggestion would be to move to number 2. I don't know how we can do any better on that.
Good. Just put up a motion so we can go through the.
Well, staff said we didn't need a motion if we were keeping it, so.
No motion is the motion.
Is the motion. And do we have a, yes, Councillor Palm.
Clarifying question. OCP grant is pending, 520,000. Does that mean we have received it, or
no?
Are we still waiting to hear?
Through the chair to Councillor Palm, that's correct. So all the CMHC in the notes, you can see the CMHC grant pending. We are waiting on the Housing Accelerator Fund grant that we applied for later in 2023. And so there's a number of projects that we are waiting on. The OCP is partially funded from that grant.
Oh, I'm going to suggest first on this one. It's a change to the OCP and zoning bylaws, and we've been talking ever since I became a councillor about the need to renew the zoning bylaws so that people know what it is they can build without having a bunch of extra hearings and stuff. And as far as the OCP, no, we had at least 3 new pieces of legislation from the provincial government that have come down and require changes to our OCP. So I don't think it takes a lot of debate to realize that we have to have this on the program. If we get grants, that'll be really nice. If we don't, I think we still have to do it. But I'd like to suggest from this one on, we just simply ask the question, does anybody want to remove this, or we could just going to leave it on the list? And if nobody wants to remove it, then we can go to the next one.
Great. Does anybody want to remove this? Okay, we're going to go to item 2, which is land developability analysis. Does anybody want to remove this? All right. Number 3, city-led development process. Does anybody want to remove this?
We get definition of city-led development process.
Yes.
Through the chair to Councillor Baum, admittedly, city-led development process lives in the Housing Accelerator Fund grant application, and I don't have that currently here. I can give you a very broad understanding of a city-led development process. Currently we have a number of city-owned lands. It would be great for staff to have a process in place where we know how to deal with individuals, parties that come forward and want to engage the community on how to develop those lands. That would be one way to use the half funding.
Thank
you, Mayor. So, Director Galvin, if we happen to not get that CMHC funding, does that mean these projects that are completely reliant on them wouldn't happen at this point?
Through the chair to Councillor Armenia, that is correct.
Okay, do I see a consensus that we leave this one on and we move to item 5? Oh, no, item 4, housing strategy to address housing needs. Leave it on, all right. We'll skip Zunga and we'll move to infrastructure servicing heat map.
Does that mean?
No.
I'm curious, Mr. Mayor, about what a heat map is.
All right.
Through the chair to Councillor Dowdy, heat map, an infrastructure servicing heat map is an easy, quick way that we can be looking at our community and speaking to developers about what the extent of servicing is in that location. It's a good understanding for us when we move forward and develop the OCP. There are areas of our community that make sense to add density. There's our areas to add, perhaps a minimum amount of density because there's already capacity there. There's areas that have limited capacity, and those would be areas that maybe we want to look at higher density because we need the cost to build out that infrastructure. So it's a tool that would allow us to have easy conversations with the development community when they come in and talk to us.
Thank you.
Councillor Amita.
And again, reliant on us getting the development or accelerator funds. So.
Good, I see a consensus that we can move on to item page 7, ECC bylaw update.
Yeah. Looking at 7 and 8, as they also are completely dependent on the accelerator fund grant funding, I suggest we just move to number 9.
There consensus?
Yep.
Yes, okay. Item number 9. Unit 9002-2020 Dodge Ram ProMaster, in quotations, Zungabus 2.
Well, we just voted to keep the Zunga bus for now, so we need a bus to drive. I'd be curious, and I think a couple other councillors would be curious about, I think Councillor Isaacson already mentioned it earlier today, what would it cost in terms of staff and labor and fuel, I guess, to get that other bus on the road. So I would be in favor of keeping these 2 and then trying to figure out how can we service our community, at least Townside and Cranberry, if not Wildwood as well. to and figure out how we can get both of them on the road. So in favor of leaving as this.
Councillor Doak.
So I think we just approved $220,000 for using the Zunga bus in Westview with 2 vehicles. And now we see a charge. Number 9 is a Dodge Ram ProMaster Zunga bus 2. And then number 10 is a Dodge station wagon Zunga bus. And I wonder what those 2 are, and are those new expenditures? And what are they for?
The chair, I'm scrambling for this. I'm not sure how it's set up. Essentially, yeah, these are the 2 units that we have on the 2 existing Zunga buses. So I believe number 1, that was the first one we purchased, wasn't ideal. It's now our contingency bus. The number 2 is now the one that we use day to day.
I believe they're here because it shows that that's the lease cost.
That would be my guess. Yeah, this is not my.
Yeah, through the chair, those are the estimated lease costs.
Right, was it the lease cost?
The lease costs, yes.
Worship?
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment. No, we're looking at trying to cut the budget here and we're going backwards. We have 2 Zunga buses. One is presently in service. The other one is collecting mothballs somewhere. Its value is being reduced as we wait. BC Transit's not probably coming to the table here to help us out with funding for another couple of years at least, maybe more. And by the time that we have funding to operate that second bus comes along, it's going to be obsolete. I would suggest that to cut the cost of that second bus that's sitting there doing nothing, we ask for perhaps our community forest to take it over and offer it to one of our community groups that can put it to work for the community in our youth or some other capacity. I mean, that makes sense to utilize what we have.
Through the chair to Councillor Palm, one thing, and I'll turn over to Mr. Fraser, is that in order to sustain any service, you do need to have a backup should your vehicle, come by an accident or need to be serviced. And so by having the backup, it allows that. I don't know if Mr. Fraser, you'd like to speak, or Mr. Reid. Thank you.
So this is consistent with our regular transit system. The more buses that you have, the fewer contingency buses you need. So, we could be running 3 of our regular buses, and we'd only need 1 contingency bus because we only have 1 bus running. We happen to need a second contingency for this service.
A question before you leave. Do I understand correctly that in addition to the 200 and some thousand, there's an additional 48,000 in lease costs for the Zunga bus?
I'm going to let Mallory, our CFO, speak to
that. Through the chair, there is an additional roughly 50,000 here on top of the 202,000 that was reported earlier in the special project. For accounting tracking purposes, it's helpful to have each asset, if it's a special project, uniquely identified, and then the remaining costs are shown in the special project remaining. In the operating file, it will be net of the revenue we receive from the Zunga bus.
Right.
So if anyone's trying to draw the line there.
Okay.
But just to be clear, Your Worship, what I just heard is the cost of operation per year was factored in at 202,000, run it annually. And these additional lease costs are on top of that 202. Did I just hear that?
Through the chair, yes. And then to arrive at the total net benefit, you would need to minus the revenue we receive from the ridership.
Which is very little. Make note of that, Mr. Galinsky. You might need those numbers.
Okay, so we have 2 items and we have make a decision. What do we wish to do? Nothing? Remove or defer?
Nothing.
Councillor Doak.
Mr. Mayor, if I hadn't been on the wrong side of the vote to continue the Zunga bus, I would be making a motion. But, you know, obviously you can't continue a Zunga bus operation and not have the buses. I think we're kind of stuck there.
Till we get to the next draft.
Mhm.
So we'll move then to 11, which is building bylaw update. Any questions? Leave in. Okay, we'll leave it in. We'll go to 12. Social cohesion project, not currently defined, but a recommendation out of the regional social action plan. Yes, Councillor Isaacson.
I'll move to defer this to, move that staff be directed to defer this item 12 to Council's 2025 financial planning discussions. And if there's a seconder, I can speak to why.
One second.
I suspect that even if we were to leave this in the budget, it wouldn't happen this year because of all of the work that planning will have to do as it relates to the housing bills and our OCP process. But if this project might be undertaken, for example, by recreation staff or you know, partnership staff, then I would be open to voting down my motion. But I don't see it likely to come up, and but I do appreciate the value that came out of the social action plan, so I don't want to remove it completely.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further discussion?
Is that seconded, Your Worship?
Yes, it was seconded.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
We voted previously today to move towards a social planner being hired at a significant cost. This is another $20,000 item. Thinking the social planner could be put to work to do this, whatever this social cohesion is supposed to do. I would not support the motion, and I would call for removal with this item.
We'll deal with the motion first of all. Any further discussion? Great, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? Okay. Now move to active transportation planning. Questions, staff? Yes, Councillor Almeida.
This is going to get a little confusing as they're kind of separated over here, but looking at 13, 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 22, and 24, as they are all 50% or further past the completion mark. I would like to save us some time, and they all have fairly minimal extra cost ahead that we're not going to stop a project at this point, I think, halfway done. So let's move on to our next non-started project, I think.
The consensus on that? Yes, I'm seeing a consensus. So, Councillor Doak.
We have those numbers again, so slowly.
It's the ones with the percentage marks under the completed ones. So it's 13, 15, 16, 18, 19, 21, 22, and 24.
I agree with that.
You have a consensus? Yes.
I just need to go. I have to excuse myself. I have parental duties I need to take care of right now. And so I just wanted to, sorry, I can't stay any longer.
Okay, Councillor Elliott. Okay, we'll now move to the 17, which is a poverty reduction project, not currently defined, but a recommendation out of the Regional Social Action Plan.
Mr. Mayor, I think you've skipped over number 13.
No, 14.
Number 14.
Oh, 14.
Child Care Action Plan.
Thank you very much. We're on the Child Care Action Plan. Is there a consensus?
Keep it in there. I think we need to have a plan.
Okay. Thank you. Ian is in. Now let us move to poverty reduction. Not currently defined, but a recommendation out of the Regional Social Action Plan. Consensus on this? You agree to leave it in?
I do.
Great. It's left in. We'll go now to a roof. We have the Franklin Street building roof. I'm going to ask. Thank you.
Through the chair. So this is a roof civic building that we have on Franklin Street. I don't believe it was caught in assessments over the years, just as far as our general condition of our roof. So this is one that's failing, and we have to get moving on it, or we're going to have damage, permanent damage to the rest of the building.
Thank you. Your consensus to leave this in? Yes, Councillor Palm.
I just have to ask the question. We have a roof reserve, don't we? A maintenance reserve of some kind?
Through the chair, we have an infrastructure reserve, but we don't have a specific roof reserve.
Yep.
Consensus to leave this in? Yes. Okay. Move now to 23, which is a I&I testing / rehab.
I'd like to know what that is.
Please, yes. Councillor Doak, will you explain?
I'm going to try with my limited understanding. Talks about infiltration of stormwater into the sewage drains, if I know correctly, and the impact of that is less than not enough stormwater being washed away in the storm system. It's adding flow to the wastewater treatment plant, and various things getting into the wastewater treatment plant that make the treatment more expensive and costly. And I would suggest that moving forward on this testing and rehab is an investment on saving money in the operation of the wastewater treatment plant. You know, staff could correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's what it's about.
Saw a thumbs up in the back, so Great, consensus to leave this where it is, right? Okay. I'll move to urban systems servicing agreement with Lama. Yes, Councilor Almeida.
Yeah, it's not a small cost in general. I'm just curious, I guess, because the wording makes it sound like our staff and their staff getting together and signing some paperwork. So I'm curious if this is a actual physical cost involved or just some staff time.
Through the chair, it is actual costs for the development of the service agreement, potential service agreement with Cohaman to use the sewer. We have engaged Urban Systems to assist us in preparing that. Mr. Bertig would speak in more detail on this particular item, but Urban Systems provides things such as oversight over the agreement and help with the calculation, which can be complicated depending on I&I levels and various flows, and just general advice as they're professionals in negotiating these contracts, agreements regularly.
Yeah, and I think it's a good idea to have a servicing agreement. One part of the equation here is the cost of creating the servicing agreement. But when there is a servicing agreement, that will describe how much cost the city is going to be facing in the future. So a good agreement can result in lower costs to the municipality in maintaining the municipality's services. And a poor agreement could end up with the city paying more or receiving less than the actual cost of the services. Just to clarify what we're doing, I think we need an agreement and we need to understand exactly what that agreement is.
And okay, through the chair to Councillor Dowd and all of council, and to be clear, any draft agreement would be brought forward to you for your decision prior to staff proceeding to sign. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question. This is to do with our sewage treatment system. Thank you.
Consensus? Great. Consensus to leave that in. 26 is to develop a community cultural plan. See, grant applications. Yes, Councilor Almeida.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little, I guess, curious about this. At one point, I held a cultural chair or portfolio for a brief blink of an eye, enough to have a conversation with our former director of Parks, Rec, and Culture. So I know there's been conversation and a direction towards a plan for maybe a couple of years now, and hiccups have come along the way. So part of me thinks that we've already budgeted for some of that before, or is this like it's a big plan that we had to break up over a period of years and some of the budget from the past is in reserves? Because I'm just curious about that.
Through the chair, I'll confirm with Mallory, but I believe this is the exact same budget that had been planned. We started down some activities under the guidance of our previous director and needed to put those on halt in the fall. So we're almost, and we expended no monies at all. So we completely put that on pause, and we're waiting till the right time to restart that approach and that process.
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, this is an opportunity for us to, as we look at the sustainable OCP review, to look at how we can integrate and do community engagement with more than one process and look at one process, maybe two documents or one integrated one. Thank you.
Councillor Plum.
Got distracted there. So we're talking about the cultural plan, correct? Is that what we're on? Yep. So knowing that a previous employee was tasked with revamping our cultural process and overall giving it an overall rehaul, knowing that that individual is now left, where does that leave us with planning and all of this for this?
Through the chair to Councillor Palm, as with when any staff person moves on, projects continue. And this is one that hadn't gone very far beyond some initial concepts. So it's really maybe only 5% in its infancy. And so there's an opportunity for us with the SOCP review and timing things to integrate this plan with another plan, get some efficiencies, integrate community input. And so I guess that's where the status of it is. There's no wasted time other than just building on maybe a 5% kind of thought process. I don't know if you would. Okay, thank you.
Small insight. Should it provide any comfort, being part of the procurement process, know that there was a bid. The person was offered the contract, and then when the contract came through, we did not agree to the terms of the contract. The payment terms were not favorable. It was very irregular, and so we decided not to pursue that contract. And so that it was left at a very clean point. No work had been done that would need to be picked up on. It was at a very clean point, and so that's always helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a consensus? Okay. Move now to Laserfish Records Management. Would like to, yes, Councilor Amir.
I have a rough idea. I mean, I know what a Laserfish system is, but I'd be curious, I guess, the pros and cons and needs and benefits of this investment.
Yeah, through the chair, this is a project primarily driven by admin, but it will be performed by finance because of our IT staff. And so this is something Mr. Jackson would provide much more information on than I would. What I know of the project is we currently use an outdated software for our records manager process, and it has limited abilities. One of the limitations I understand is workflow abilities. So in the world of documents getting filed, it's nice to have workflow so that it gets approved. It can save a lot of time. If we have turnover, people know where everything is in the workflow. It's not just attached to one person. I think this one also has some other features that would increase efficiencies and potentially decrease some part-time staff hours in that area. So it is something I know that they've done a lot of due diligence on, speaking with other municipalities, and they were very impressed by it and saw a lot of great value, mainly in efficiencies and best practices. So I apologize, Mr. Jackson's not here to speak to it directly, but hopefully I provided enough information.
Great. Any further questions? I see a consensus. Move now to 28, architectural review, design works, yard rental, and traffic optimization.
Through the chair, I can speak to this one. So this is up at the, pardon me, Public Works Yard. I have to apologize. I think we've spent money in this account already. I think we've spent up to 20,000 on a design through Urban Systems. I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. So anyway, so this project is aimed at looking at the yard envelope itself. We've got buses and fire trucks coming in and out of there, and the fuel station, and just optimizing traffic flow and optimizing parking. It's just an engineering design to do that. And the other piece with it, I think maybe the more important piece is the pardon me, drainage for the yard itself. So that's the surface drainage. So we wanted to do the right thing for the environment and collect the surface drainage properly into catch basins, and then with special catch basins that filter out impurities so that we're not sending impurities into the storm sewer system. So it's a combination of that.
Census to leave in. 29, the Dwight. You understand that? We have any questions, or is there just a...
If I may, through the chair, item 31 is basically the same thing. I'm not sure why those are separated. It's exactly as you would expect, is a big old building. Awkward for our staff to paint all of it. So this is.
For Mr. Reed, I guess, I mean, a few times I've been around Dwight Hall, I haven't noticed anything significant. I'm just curious, I guess, timeline when the last time it was painted. And
some of it was done, I believe, the year before last, areas that our staff could reach. So this is more, keeping it up and just not letting it get out of hand.
Yeah.
It would be more contract based. It's kind of beyond our staff's capabilities right now.
We do it.
So you're saying it's basically 29 and 31 are both parts of the same job?
That's what I would say, yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. They really should be combined, I would say. It's just all part of funding for the building as a whole. Yes. Yeah.
So you mentioned regular upkeep, and I think it's important to do regular upkeep so things are not more costly in the future. I'm wondering what the impact would be of delaying this for a year.
Through the chair, yeah, I think we're pretty sensitive with that building in particular, just heritage nature. We would like to be able to continue with it. We just don't want to let it get out of hand. I don't think there's anything imminent, anything dire. It looks fairly decent. We start looking closely at it, it can definitely use some work.
You have two items? To HVAC. Finance HVAC.
Talk to us.
There we go. Through the chair. So we were just chatting. We believe this is the air conditioning piece for the finance wing of the main floor of the city hall is what this project entails.
Oh, sorry, through the chair. And this was more Tor leading this project, so sometimes we're piecing things together. This specifically, we've had to send staff home at times because it's so hot in our wing. And so I know parts of our building have AC and parts don't, and I know that our part is one of the ones that really struggles with that. So I think that's where infrastructure department had come up with this suggestion.
Okay. See a consensus? Oh, Councillor Southcott.
This is a tiny bit off the track, but a few years ago, we were doing some studies on the building here, which is pretty dismal as far as its insulation, and there are quite a few problems. Has that work just been put on hold, or? And the HVAC definitely would be to compensate in finance's particular wing, but is there? Just curious, is there? Where is that?
Yeah, through the chair, I think I can't 100% say, but I think as we progress, they've been adding areas with air conditioning in the building, so that's basically where we're going with it.
Okay. City Hall building envelope. Councillor Dope.
And I recall, like Councillor Southcott does, a whole bunch of discussion about actually redoing the City Hall building envelope. And I'm curious what can be done to the City Hall building envelope for $10,000. It ain't gonna fix the envelope, I don't think.
What's its name? Be a study.
There you go, through the chair. So it's just a study to study that issue more.
So the project would be something over $10,000.
Through the chair, typically, yes. So study it, spend some time and effort, $10,000 to study it, review, and then bring it back to council to say, this is what they're recommending. If there's a capital cost, very likely more than 10,000. Yes.
Yeah, just off the top of my head, I think the number was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Consensus to works yard garage door. For consensus, garage door, great. Next is the airport smoke detector alarm. Questions, consensus? I think you see a consensus.
Safety matter there, so.
35 is an architectural review design of old council chambers and finance.
I'm curious what that is and what is done for, yeah, it's under 1,000.
Okay, through the chair. Oh, no, I was going to say, if you can answer it, great, because Mr. Burteg's not with us, so.
Through the chair, so my understanding this one is similar to that previous one with the design work. So this is to review the area that used to be the council chambers on the third floor. Is it the third floor? The top floor, and make best use of that space with a little design on what needs to happen up there ultimately.
Consensus? Move now to community amenities policy, which has a CM
36.
One up.
36. Oh, another paint. Right? Oh, the paint finance. Okay, any questions? Think, yes, Councilor.
I heard the CFO was going to get her kids to do it. So.
Consensus? Great, we have a consensus. Now we can move to something substantial, which the CMHC, I'm sure, is going to provide $250,000. It's the community amenities policy. So as
I suspect this was similar to all of the other CMHC ones, and I'm happy to just move on, and it's pending grant approval.
Great. Okay. He wants to say something.
Through the chair, if I could encourage you to also consider it along with line item 40. I think the word community amenity contribution was missing from line 37, and therefore they weren't included together. So just to give you some background, planning staff had requested $40,000 to perform a community amenity contribution policy, have one developed. And then through provincial legislation, Bill 46, I think we would likely move towards an amenity contribution bylaw or amenity cost contribution bylaw. I guess I'm just highlighting that for you as you consider those two. Obviously, the one from CMHC was from our end, Blue Sky Mining, hoping for the big ticket. But the more realistic version is that $40,000 in line item 40 that I don't want you to lose sight of.
So Director Gao, are you saying that if we get the housing accelerator, we wouldn't need the 40,000 contribution policy?
Yeah, I mean, it's through the chair to Councilor Almeida. It speaks directly to the Housing Accelerator Fund, and just the, I don't have the words to describe the particular grant that was offered through CMHC, but a clear example of, you know, the realistic value that we were looking to spend was $40,000, but when forced to spend the money that CMHC was requiring us, we had to come up with a total, so $250,000. I mean, I'm not suggesting you couldn't find a consultant that would charge you $250,000 to do the work. That wasn't where we wanted to go. But what I am saying is that if we had the opportunity to work with that dollar value, we absolutely would. I mean, there's ways that you could, you know, develop an amazing policy, the engagement that you could have along with that process. But truthfully, a $40,000 request is more in line with reality.
I see a consensus. And now we have the Sports Hall of Fame committee expenses in 2025 and 2028. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question about what that money's spent on. It's already built, so I'm curious where that money goes to.
Through the chair, I am not sure what that money is going to be spent on. My understanding is the committee will be getting together to determine that. I also understand there's going to be a 50th anniversary of the facility, and I think there might be something to do with that. I would look to.
Right. Through the chair, that amount is the cost of the event. The event is Sports Hall of Fame induction. And so every 3 years, we've been told is what we target. There's an event where we honor an athlete from Powell River. They get inducted to the Hall of Fame. There's a dinner, and it's kind of like a community event. And it does bring in revenue, but it doesn't cover the expenses. So it would be, you know, the cost of the dinner or those sorts of costs, flying or transportation for the inductee and accommodation should they need it. So it's just the cost of the event. Not to say that it doesn't bring in revenue, it does. This is the net loss that the city budgets to ensure that the event continues.
Councillor Palm.
Yeah, I'm going to try to provide a little bit more clarity on the Sport Hall of Fame funding. So we can go way back 12 years ago when Councillor D and I were given $10,000 each to do a study. One was on bringing more events or spurring sport related initiatives in our community. The other one was to help Councillor D deal with the cultural component of our community and try to help that advance. So I quickly found that people were long in the tooth and had no appetite to do more in regards to bringing more events to our community. So that $10,000 was then supplemented for a total over the years to grow to $40,000. And it's still in that fund and still in that reserve. We've had 2 events, and those events have been largely funded the cabinet's expense, which was substantial for both inductions, and the plaques and everything that go along with it came from Community Forest to the tune of about $40,000 for each event over those 2 occasions. And then the other expenses were basically covered by money raised through sponsors and door proceeds and bar proceeds. So that's the extent of the funding. It costs basically nothing to host those events. It's well received in our community, and I'm very proud of retain $42,000.
And then I'm going to make a difficult motion. We'll see if it's seconded. I'm going to move that staff be directed to remove item 38 as presented in Appendix B. If there's a seconder, I'll explain why.
Second for the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Wosno. I think this is an example of something that the city has invested through the city as well as the community forest. And I think there is a lot of community support for it, but something that maybe is better suited to come from community that the city can continue to support in an in-kind manner. I also know for community events like this, I don't know how it works with the city, but if companies want to sponsor, etc., it's kind of weird for them to donate to the city when really they probably want to support like a community movement. And so it makes almost more sense for this to be its own society that can raise its own monies and apply for community forest funding rather than being within the budget of the city. That's my thinking at this time.
So, Your Worship, I'll just point out that those 42,000 that have been in that reserve fund for all of these years, basically untouched, have been a safeguard for hosting that event. There's no go right.
Oh, no, I don't. I can go after. I'll go after.
So going to it's an expense that has to be covered. This is still there. For the last returns to funds. Some funds exist and are either 8 to 3rd bench.
Through the chair, I just want to note the 42,000 noted is not the reserve balance, it's the cost of the event. But the reserve at the end of last year had 20,000 in it, but we set 42,000 aside every 3 years to fund the event. And I just wanted to clarify that because it's a similar number as to what was in the reserve at one point.
Okay, any further discussions before we call the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, we'll move to communication. Oh, for the record, the motion was defeated. Item 39, communication public engagement strategy. Who would like to speak? Councilor Almeida.
I'm gonna direct a question, I guess, to Ms. Matthews. I'm guessing this is a plan to develop the strategy that we've loosely been talking about here and there.
Through the chair to Councillor Almeida, I'd actually like to defer this slightly to Ms. Denniston, just as this was included as part of some conversation prior to me being in the role.
Sure. This the communication public engagement strategy was headed up by Mr. Randolph, and so I don't have details on exactly what he had planned for it, but I can say that it is funded by the COVID-19 funding reserve, and so if you're curious, that's where that is coming from. It's not funded by property tax. So unfortunately, I don't have details from Mr. Randolph on how far he got or what the intention was. But I'm going to pass this off to Ms. CAO Bapal Singh. She's going to get it.
I think we are in a good situation where the timing is right with Ms. Matthews stepping into her position, starting with the sustainable OCP review, the clear direction and interest in council in stronger, better opportunity-specific engagement. And so I see this as another opportunity to tie in with both how we approach the cultural plan, the SOCP, and then also more broadly, just our day-to-day communication with residents. And as well, another component, the internal communication with our staff, who are also citizens. Thank you.
Any further? Do I see a consensus? Yes. Moving now to the community amenity contribution policy.
Mayor, I believe maybe we already addressed that one when we looked at 37. Those were the two that Mr. Gao said were the same item.
Excellent. Move to Wellington Beach South Action Plan.
I'd like to know what it is.
Through the chair, similar to some of the other action plans involving community engagement under the leadership of Ms. Bhopal Singh and in partnering with Mr. Gao, we see this potentially linking in as part of the engagement for the community official community plan. It was one of the specific actions that came out of our Parks and Trails Master Plan, recommendation 5.5, to undertake a detailed site planning process with public engagement for Wellington Beach South, the old arena site. And there's some other details in the plan regarding that as well.
Did that include opportunities like fish release? Public?
Through the chair, the current Parks and Trails Master Plan doesn't have significant detail. It's really to open that up from the beginning, so it could include a range of things.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, I guess, seeing as we already locked in some funds for the OCP process, we received the grant last year for the downtown master plan. This seems like we're adding more to a budget we've already, like the OCP review is going to cover this anyways. Is it not?
Through the chair, I'll pass over to Director Gao, but I would see this as something quite unique and specialized, but I'll let him speak more to it.
Perhaps I can just provide through the chair, if I can provide a little bit of background, and really it's about timing, and that's the downtown plan and the monies that came forward from the province came after these monies were put aside. And so I think that process then kicked in, having bigger funding. And I don't want to suggest that those monies be forgotten about, but I think you are correct. There is an overlap there. And the downtown planning process itself is looking at the old arena site as part of that program.
For clarity, what is Willingdon Beach South? Is that the old arena site or is it the South Beach itself?
Through the chair, that is the term referred to the arena site, yes.
Now, does this amount include environmental assessment of the property?
Through the chair to Councillor Doubt. I'm not clear what the dollar value associated with this particular line item included, but I can speak to the downtown plan having included an environmental assessment of the old arena site.
Through the chair, and I'm going to actually look to both my directors left and right, planning and parks, recreation, culture. Am I correct that the Willingdon Beach South Action Plan is focused on the recreational use of that site, and then there's a blend of other things for other types of uses with the planning process?
Through the chair, Director Bretzlaff is correct that the funding did come out of the Parks and Trail Master Plan. And I guess I go back to this idea of timing. When the province came forward with the monies for the downtown plan, I think that there are perhaps competing interests on that particular piece of land. And so I do think that the downtown planning process has been comprehensive and looked at all of the different opportunities there. It's not to suggest that there couldn't be further studies, but you may want to consider whether that's necessary.
Yeah, I know we're torn because I know we're trying to be conservative and make some cuts and try to save on the taxpayers' dollars, and going through this list, you're like, well, geez, I can't cut this, I can't cut that, and everything's important. And I highly value our parks and recreation, but I feel like this might be a nail we've driven in a few times already. So I'm going to propose the motion that staff be directed to remove item 41 as presented in Appendix B.
Discussion?
Yeah, I seconded it for discussion. I think I'd like to direct it back to perhaps our director or acting director of Parks, Recreation, Culture. Like what is not possible with the opportunity cost? And so I think we were already assessing it quite a bit, quite holistically. And so what remains or what might be missed if we don't spend this money?
Through the chair, that's a difficult piece of property to look at discreetly because a lot of the trails right now and current access to and from there crosses close to Willingdon Beach South, and some of our capital developments are just adjacent to that. I think if we missed the opportunity to review this from purely a parks perspective, we might miss some of the integration with parks per se. The current recommendation in our master plan, the goal is to support Powell River's identity as coastal by nature. And this specific recommendation was all about enhancing the current shoreline path, prioritizing the inclusion of community gathering space, and enhancing the accessibility and character of the beach, park, and trail. So we'd be really specifically looking at those details. I'm not sure the current plan for the under planning has that large amount of scope. That would be all.
So just to clarify, it sounds like the scope goes beyond a bit the arena site into like going down the hill.
Through the chair, yes, it would be focused on the heart of the arena site, but there is some of the perimeter as well.
Yes.
Through the chair, might I suggest that as we look at planning and integrating the Parks, Recreation, Culture Master Plan, the funding we have for the official community plan, and then potentially this piece here, that we can look for efficiencies where we may be able to integrate those pieces and come up with, unfortunately, I think we don't know the nuances. And I see this as, if you think of the official community plan being quite high level, and same Parks, Recreation, Culture Plan again. And this is like taking a more detailed dive into one pocket of the community with a specific focus. So I think as staff, and maybe, I'm not sure if we could sit down, all of us, between now and draft 2, because you have to see what are the synergies between the funding and the definitions of the different projects, to see if we can get away without needing the 40,000. But at this point, I'm looking to my left, to my right. I think we need to sit down and figure out, we have about 4 different parts of funding where we could find some synergies. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further questions, clarifications? All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion defeated. I noticed that item 42 is already 40% completed, so I'm assuming there's a consensus to move on. We'll move on to 43, which is a new city website. Yes, Councilor Almeida.
Yeah, just a question to staff. I've spent a few years of my professional career in the digital marketing space, and I know that websites are never finished and can always use improvement. So I guess it's one of those things where it could be easily delayed a year. But I know sometimes efficiencies can be greatly improved with better systems in place. So curious, I guess, other than the benefit of some new bells and whistles and functionality, if we have I guess, sell me on a new website, Ms. Matthews.
I think through the chair to Councillor Almeida, my colleague, Ms. Denniston, may have some further comments on this as something that I think was brought forward to council previously, where I may not have been involved. So I will just leave that there. I think that our website could be more accessible, could display the information to our public in a clearer way by having a different format, and it would be an idea to explore that so that we could bring that to council if this is the direction they'd like us to move in.
And through council, through the chair to council, I'd just like to thank Ms. Matthews for jumping in very quickly and pivoting very quickly in her roles. So thank you for that. And in terms of context, this was identified that there are some challenges with the platform, how it's being supported, and ways for making it just more user-friendly. And I think this also ties in nicely to the community and engagement plan. That it's connected. And I think, as Ms. Matthews said earlier, many of the pieces of what she's looking at are all integrated. And there's an element here too where we are looking at how we can do an intranet to improve our staff engagement and communication. And so that's another element that can be wrapped into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify, because a few of our proposals here have been talking about plans or studies or investigations, but we're talking about the 30,000 I know that's roughly the investment for a good quality website and stuff, so we're talking about that. But with websites, of course, you've got plenty of maintenance, hosting, and other costs as well. I know we're in the infancy stage of this now, but do we know if there's any cost savings where there's sometimes with some sites you might have to pay the existing developer for updates and stuff? I don't know how our maintenance is done right now. So do we see a new site and a new platform potentially having some cost savings or neutrality down the road as an advantage for switching?
Through the chair, I think our intention would be to look at a platform that's versatile so that we can have several staff trained with the back end being supported by our IT. So we would be looking for that functionality. So we weren't reliant on external to support our changes and updates to it. So I can't answer it exactly because we haven't done all of the work, but that would be the intention, and to have one or more staff members able to update, which we do have right now. But in terms of the bigger pieces, like rearranging things, it gets more complex.
Okay, do I see a consensus on this item? All right, we'll move to the former large facility enhancement plan. Mr. Gao, are you going to speak to that?
Through the chair, yes, I can provide a little bit more background again. This is some money that was put aside a number of years ago when there was interest in how the city would go about developing these lands. Again, the downtown plan and the work that's being done, this is one of the 4 sites. What this money could do following the downtown planning process is build upon some of the recommendations that come out of that. And again, as Ms. Paul Singh spoke to, get down into the more detailed, more granular following that. But I will point out that it was identified by staff as a priority level 3 intentionally. It was money that's been sitting in a reserve fund for many years unspent and largely due to capacity. So I just want to highlight that for you.
Given on what Director Gao just shared, I'm curious, it's not a high priority due to capacity. Does it make sense to remove it altogether to provide clarity that you won't work on it, or to defer the other? Because I'd be interested in making one of those motions, but I am curious where the downtown plan is going and whether this would still be useful to have on the book.
Through the chair to Councillor Isaacson. I think from my perspective, defer would be a better approach, considering the downtown plan and the recommendations will be coming forward in relatively near future. And I think there could be direction from that would be helpful to have some funding, at least in 2025, to look at.
Thank you. I will make that motion then. I move that staff be directed to defer item number 44 as presented in Appendix B to the 2025 financial planning discussions.
Discussion?
Yeah, just quickly, I'll mention that part of the ad hoc harbor group was a subgroup that was interested in economic development and opportunities for the harbor areas. And they were the most recent group to meet 2 or 3 times to specifically discuss what could be done down there to enhance tourism and specifically attractiveness to transient boaters. So I'm sure that will come back up again in the new harbor committee, but the interest does go back at least 6 years. We had a pop-up consultation down there and got about close to 500 responses from the general public, which showed a lot of interest in doing something down there. Maybe not anything really major, but place to have coffee and sit around, stuff like that. Anyway, so it definitely, I will support the deferral, but it could come back when the committee's going.
Great. We have a motion. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is passed unanimously. I'm now going to ask council if there is a consensus to take the items which we would discuss in camera today and do it on Thursday when we do have an in-camera session. So
I think Councillor Elliott would appreciate being part of that discussion as well.
Oh, I see a consensus.
See, no, I don't see any guarantee. We already have an agenda for Thursday. Number of items we had. Going to add another complete camera meeting on top of the special meeting and the in-camera meeting we already have. If that's what people want to do, as long as everybody's willing to commit to stay there on Thursday night until it's done.
Councillor Palm?
Yes, Your Worship, two things. One, we have a recommendation on item 8.2. I don't know if we want that moved or not. But in terms of the discussion of when we pick up our in-camera, I would like to consider that we start at an earlier time on Thursday if we're going to go in camera after the do some of that work so that we're not here late into the evening.
Great. So what are the options of starting earlier?
Through the chair, I think quite good. So what time could we start that meeting on the, we're starting at 1:30. So we could look at starting, well, what's your wish, council? It depends. It may be, I'm wondering if it's a challenge for Councillor Elliott or those who are working.
Yes, Councillor Doubt.
You know, the discussion keeps coming up with more questions. I think we would maybe be better off to move the in-camera session that we have on the agenda right now to 1:30 on Thursday. The reason I'm suggesting that is you don't have to change the start time of the public meeting. The reason I suggest we need to think about that is we're supposed to give 48 hours notice of the time of the meeting so the public knows when to come and participate in the meeting. I don't think we have time to give 48 hours notice for an early start time on Thursday. So my positive suggestion here is that we resume with today's in-camera meeting on Thursday at 1:30 and go from there, starting the open council meeting at the time it's scheduled to start.
Through the chair, I agree. Sorry, I made my comment based on the fact that I thought we were starting at our regular 7 p.m. time. I was way off.
Councillor Almeida.
Just to Councillor Doubt's point, since the meeting is already promoted to start at 1:30 as an open meeting, don't know if it makes sense to go into closed meeting at 1:30 when the public is expecting an open meeting at 1:30. So I could make it work to start at lunchtime on the Thursday if we needed to do that, and I could understand that. I feel like our agenda is not as long on Thursday, but I could be wrong as well. I haven't had a chance to completely review it, but CFOs give me weird faces, so I'm guessing maybe it's on Thursday as well.
Okay. Through the chair, if I might speak, Councillor Doubt is correct that in terms of giving the community notice, however, council can waive that. There's pros and cons to that. I mean, you have the option of, as Councillor Doubt is pointing out, starting the meeting in open, going into closed. The challenge may be is that people turn up expecting you to go straight into open. But we could revise the agenda with unanimous consent.
So we had suggestion from Councillor Almeida that we could start at, say, 12:30.
Start with the closed meeting first.
Closed meeting,
and then
first at 12:30, and then we have the open meeting at 1:30.
Through the chair to, actually, I'm going to lean a little bit on Councillor Doubt. I believe the process should be is that we actually start the meeting earlier because you go into open before you go into closed.
So if we go into a closed meeting now and then adjourn, we can't reopen that closed meeting on Thursday?
Oh, I actually think you can. Yes, you can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was going to, two things. If we can make it on 12:30 on Thursday, then we go into closed, recess until 12:30 on Thursday, continue our meeting, and just wherever we get to at 1:30, do the open meeting, and then move back into closed at the end of that meeting. If people can come at 12:30.
Sounds like we have a plan. Do we have a motion to go into a closed meeting now? Yes.
I don't know if staff need us to make the motion. Do you need to make us to make the motion that's recommended in the agenda to staff be directed to incorporate the changes?
No, because you've already given us the direction by way of that.
To go into close.
Do that. I move that following the adjournment of this meeting, council move into a closed meeting to discuss matters covered by the community charter under section 91, bracket 1, C, labor relations or other employee relations, J, information that is prohibited or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Seconded. All in favor? Very much. We're question. Yeah. Any questions from Mr. Golansky?
Going to go back to like item number 1.
Exactly. That's the plan. Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity to ask some questions. With regard to the operational cost savings and revenue increasing options, number 6 was the Wildwood Fire Hall, and I missed what the resolution of that one was.
So the recommendation that there was that for staff to remove the operation of the fire hall as a fire hall.
I thank the CAO for that. With regard to the next item, the Zunga bus, as I understand it, there's no further action on that particular one. So my presumption is that it will remain in the 2024 budget. Am I correct in that, Your Worship?
Correct.
I thank you for that. Another question is, there was a number of recommendations made around operational cost savings and revenue increasing options. And through the chair, I'm wondering if the CFO will tabulate the recommended savings and make those available publicly.
Through the chair, we're just discussing that we believe that we could get the information out tomorrow, tallying and summarizing the items that were agreed to.
That would be outstanding. I thank the CFO for that information. And just to be clear, with regard to the meeting on Thursday, the public meeting is to begin at 1:30 p.m. Am I correct, Your Worship?
Correct.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. I appreciate it.
Anybody fallen asleep in the audience? Can't see them? No. All right. And no callers online? All right. So now we need a motion. Yes, Councillor Isaacson.
I actually had a question related to Mr. Galinsky's in terms of public communication. You referenced it a lot at the beginning, but our recommendations will show up in the second draft, but there's still opportunity to provide input if they think that we made a mistake on some of the motions today. And if council receives new information and council wants to, we can have, votes to reconsider based on new information. But so far the decisions tonight indicate our will, and we're moving forward in that direction unless council votes to reconsider those things. I want to make sure that that's accurate if I'm sharing that with the public.
Through the chair, yes, it is accurate that these changes will come through to draft 2, and draft 2 will be deliberated and a motion can be made on any item in the budget. That is fully within council's purview.
Councillor Dote.
The more questions get asked, the more questions exist. So Councillor Isaacson talked about draft 2 of the budget coming up, and we could do motions to reconsider. My understanding was that when we look at draft 2 of the budgets, we could make motions to change it, and those would be motions to change draft 2, not reconsiderations.
Great. Okay, I think now.
Move to adjourn.
A motion, seconded. All in favor? Thank you. No, I think we just have to open the closed meeting and adjourn the closed meeting.
We might need to.
The agenda. Recess.
Anyway, we'll do that in the closed meeting after we've started a closed meeting. And nobody here who's not in the closed meeting will know what we're going to talk about.
Good.
Did you get that, Mr. Galinsky?
That was off the record.